Okay, I've just unmuted myself. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for letting me know that the volume wasn't working. So, yeah, I came across this video today. It's Milahan Philosopher's Corner. She's complaining about Ali Dawah. What's she complaining about? Apparently, Ali Dawah done a, I don't know if it's a debate or a discussion with apostate prophet. Let's see. Can't hear her. Why is there no sound? Let's see. No sound on that one. So I'm going to try sharing again. Let's see if it works. Share screen, share system audio. And we're going to go to here. Bismillah. Okay, let's see if there's any sound coming out of this now. It was Milahan Philosopher's Corner. Ali Dawah fails. Looks like there's no sound again. Don't know why that is. No, still no sound. Great. I could hear it a moment ago. Let me mute and unmute. No sound. You know what? I think let's try unplugging that and plugging back in. Still no sound. I can't even hear it on my computer. Now unmute. Looks like it's working again. Sorry about that, people. I had to do a bit of troubleshooting. So let me know if you can hear from Milahan.
I hope you're doing well. So I watched the debate, discussion rather, with Ali Dawah and apostate prophet, and
Okay, type 1 if you can hear her talking.
I have to say I am utterly embarrassed, and it was a disgrace. Now, Ali Dawah, I didn't mention it. He made fun of me for having a conversation. His fans went nuts and said, I was doing something bad. And I had just a regular conversation, and
Okay, thank you, Hokuto Shinken. You can hear her. All right. So that being the case, I didn't know this, but Milahan says that Ali Dawah had an online debate or discussion of some sort with apostate prophet. And now, without watching it, how do you think it went? Do you think it went well? Do you think it went poorly? According to Milahan, it was an utter disgrace. Yeah, an utter embarrassment.
was able to do well under pressure, right? The absolute shit show that Ali Dawah did was a word salad, red.
I'm sorry for the language, but she said it's an absolute shit show. That's how she described Ali Dawah's performance. Come on now. Was it that bad?
Herring, literal nightmare, disaster. Ali Dawah is proof.
So, shit show, disgrace, embarrassment, and disaster. Okay.
That his videos are clickbait. You don't get your religious knowledge from him. That having more subs does not equal intelligence. The patience that I had to endure listening to his nonsensical word salad babbling was next level nauseating. The dude showed up late. I've been following how he's gone back and forth with AP for a while now. The fact that I was a revert and I had a tense, rational, interesting.
So, Milahan's conversation with Apus was tense, riveting, interesting,
thought-provoking conversation.
Thought-provoking. But Ali Dawah's was an utter humiliation. Okay.
With AP easily online, while Ali Dawah was doing like a WWE shit-talking theater show like Conor McGregor on cocaine. None of his arguments made any sense. He was eating grapes, trying to do like a flex show, like I don't care. It was name-calling.
Okay. Let's move forward.
I had no knowledge, whatever. But watching that absolute clown show, childish disaster where he could have had a debate right then and there. No wonder why Ali didn't want to moderate it. I mean, I'm shocked that like this dude has all these subs, has all these young men who think he's some type of guy, but all he is someone who's just talking shit. I mean, dear God, what? I mean, I think so many people probably could have done a better job. Now I understand why Ali Dawah didn't want to have like an actual moderated online streaming debate. To say go to Mexico is absolutely ridiculous. You could do something online. To make it predicated on in person is just like you want to do a flex. And I think it's really suspicious and strange how people are like, well, it's okay if people criticize me, right? Oh, I'm a Muslim, but if I say...
Yeah, so Milahan has been criticized apparently by Ali Dawah for her discussion with Apus. So obviously she's feeling justified now in criticizing Ali Dawah. We're going to have to check out that Ali Dawah discussion. Let's see.
Before you speak about them as an authority. And now, seeing that Hamza and Ali are each other's sweethearts.
Oh, she mentioned Hamza. Hamza and Ali are each other's sweetheart. What's that about? Hold on.
Seeing that Hamza and Ali are each other's sweethearts.
Well, she mentioned Hamza.
Dan said, like, okay, you shouldn't have studied before you became a Muslim. You don't have to study Hadith to be a good Muslim. You don't have to study the scholars of Christianity or Catholicism before you speak about them as an authority. And now, seeing that Hamza and Ali are each other's sweethearts, it's just mind-blowing. Like, the fact that those are the sweethearts, like, those are the heavy hitters of the Dawah team.
The heavy hitters of the Dawah team. Oh, gosh.
The fact that other YouTubers deflect from having rational conversations, that is quite literally depressing. The fact that some of you all call me a fitna because I had a regular, rational, calm conversation, this to me is just so strange, dude. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. And if you say, like, oh, you can't talk like that, like, I expected more. Like, that acts like he has all this knowledge. He's constantly going after Shamsi, everyone else, right, with his very clickbaity videos that are edited and stuff.
Using the Shamsi card. Oh dear.
Says forever he's doing some marriage documentary. Friend with Muhammad Hijab.
That's true. Forever he's been saying he's going to do this marriage documentary. Where is it?
Who's friends with Sabor, who are both like well trained in philosophy. How can you be so close to two dudes well trained in philosophy who are also close to Hamza Sources, who's also well trained in philosophy, and how you can't have a like theological, philosophical, rational conversation? Like, why does it have to be this sort of I insult you? He talked about necrophilia. He talked about.
So she has a deep respect for philosophical arguments and, I suppose, intellectual debate. Is it possible to have discussions without philosophical lexicon? Like, is that not possible? Every time you see an online discussion about religion, you always see them bring up all these words. This is a fallacy. This is this is that. Ontological. Is it possible to speak about these subjects without mentioning those specific words? I think I try to sometimes, but I'm not one of these heavy hitters. I don't get things twisted.
Gay dudes, which had nothing to do, like everywhere, all over. I mean, I tried to follow his arguments, and I got a headache. And I was like, "This. If any of you ever talk smack to me again, it's just more proof that this is like a tribal thing. Like, you guys pick your favorite YouTubers. It doesn't matter how bad they do, and then you hide behind them. And now I totally understand why, like, his types gatekeep. Like, you got to bend the knee to them to become something. You get it.
Did you hear that? Gatekeepers. You have to bend the knee. Yeah? This cult. She's calling out the cult now. She's spotted the cult behavior. Let's hear that again.
Hide behind them. And now I totally understand why, like, his types gatekeep. Like, you got to bend the knee to them to become something. You get it.
They're the gatekeepers. You have to bend the knee to them. Yes. There you go. It's just been a few weeks and she's already spotted what's going on in this online dawah.
The utter hypocrisy nonsense is like mind-blowing. I can't believe what I just watched. And if you're not going to be honest about how bad he did, I literally can't trust you anymore. Because it's just, oh my gosh. SubhanAllah, oh my goodness. Just all you have to do, click the StreamYard link, have a regular conversation. And enough with the games and the just ridiculousness play. Like, what's going on here? Like, this is childish. If you're a father and you're acting like that, you got shoulder pads in your shirt, eating grapes, like, just sit down and be like, okay, like, really try to get at the ideas. I mean, what has happened, dude? What was that? And I'm not trusting anybody who tells me that was a good job. I'm sorry. If you believe he did a good job after that, and then I know that half the Dawah people are just fake. This is fake. I'm happy.
Okay, let's move forward. I don't want to watch all of her words.
Content creators, as they kind of like shepherd their fans, and like you can't get in the club, and then they send their fans after you. Like, what is going on, dude?
Yeah. Let's go back a bit. Hold on.
Content creators, as they kind of trash talk, just have a conversation. Just be normal. I wanted to see his mind tested, and instead, all I got was a bunch of trash talking. It's highly suspicious. Like, is there some type of collusion or secret club that's going on in the YouTube community where it's like?
Yep, there is a secret club in this YouTube community. Oh gosh, so I'm not going crazy. Yeah, somebody else has also spotted it. All right.
Everybody hides behind the same content creators. Everybody has to bend the knee to certain content creators as they kind of like shepherd their fans, and like you can't get in the club, and then they send their fans after you. Like, what?
You can find me in the club.
What's going on, dude? I mean, I expected so much more. I was waiting in the chat for an hour. I mean, it was just a nightmare. I hope no one in my family sees that video. Now I feel totally vindicated. The fact that I didn't say anything when Ali came after me, after he sent his fanboys after me publicly on Twitter for all his fans to see, and that a couple people were like, hey, don't do that. But I don't want to hear the same people.
Yes. Zoubida, assalamu alaikum.
We're going to get
Alaikum salam. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you doing? You all right?
Alhamdulillah. How's everything?
Yes, good. Alhamdulillah, all's good.
Well, I don't know what the discussion is. It seems like you're going through this video, so...
Yeah, I saw this earlier, so I thought, we can just review a bit of it. It seems like Brother Ali Dawah had an online interaction with Apus, and so she's giving her opinion of how it went. And according to
Okay.
her, it was an utter embarrassment, a disgrace, a humiliation. Yeah, a bunch of different negative words. So
Right. Well, I've heard about this, but I haven't seen the actual debate, so I'm gonna watch it tomorrow. But is her review basically negative that it was rubbish and Ali Dawah didn't perform well?
not just negative, but like the worst review I've ever seen. It's like it was that bad. She said. Childish is
Oh,
another word. Yeah.
okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know much about this woman. I have subscribed to her because I saw brief parts of her and Hamza speaking.
Oh yes.
And it seemed like, yeah, it got very heated. But I'm yet to make a judgment on her, but I feel like she's very defensive, I would say. Like she seems very hot-headed in her debates. If she doesn't get her way, I feel like she becomes very aggressive a little bit with it. But I wouldn't say that's a negative because I have that trait. You know, if it's like if I believe that I'm right on something, then I will detest that. Like I will protest that. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
But it is really based on her credibility though. Like, who are you? What credentials do you have? Because she's taken on some big debates, you know what I mean? Like speaking to Hamza, I think she debated with Apis herself. So, you know, if you're putting yourself on the front line, then you're gonna have to have some credentials to back up what you're saying. And if your credentials is that you read a little bit of philosophy and you're a philosopher, that is not enough when it comes to representing Islam or speaking about the deen.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, and what's Ali Dawah's credentials?
Well, look, I don't know, but I think Ali Dawah is somebody that is well versed on the deen. In a sense where he's been giving da'wah for quite a while, hasn't he? I'm not saying he's a scholar, I'm not saying he's a sheikh. There's many things that I disagree with Ali Dawah. But I would say a lot of his base for his arguments are based on deen rather than philosophy. Philosophy is used in a lot of his arguments, but the main foundation, I would say, is Islam.
Okay. She's read like half of Sahih Bukhari, or if not the whole thing, on her channel. So I'm not, and to be honest, I don't know what her opinions are. I don't really watch her. I just came across this video today. I've seen one or two of her videos in the past. But
I think it's
what's the
good that
difference
I
between
discovered.
this person and that person? They're all just YouTubers at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of online scholars, people giving their own fatwas, and I think it's got to a point where it's becoming very dangerous because there's so many different opinions. A lot of these opinions are based on certain biases, certain political standpoints. You know, and this is the problem with the Muslim community, because when it comes to an ummah is based on one central point of unity and a central form of leadership. We don't have that. You know, we don't have that one leader that we can look to. Like the time of the Sahaba, they had the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You know, as much as they contributed and they even suggested ideas, obviously the main leader was the Prophet, peace be upon him. You know, with the Muslim community, we don't have that. This is why the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said we will split up into 73 sects. And 73 sects doesn't even necessarily mean Shia, Sufi, Sunni. It's what we're seeing now. Different madhabs, different points of view, different, you know what I mean? And there's not one central representation. So yeah, this is why for me it's like I've not looked to these YouTube guys for references. I just get the authentic books and read them instead. I mean, I've got the Sahih Bukhari. I've got the whole volume.
MashaAllah.
Yeah, no, I started to go through it. But you know, it's like there are so many hadiths, right? And a lot of them are beneficial for us as Muslims to practice our deen. But those hadiths are never brought to us. It's the hadiths that, you know, about, you know, random things, or in this hadith, da, da, da. And so those are the ones that we end up being forced to study. So I'm not doing it from that lenses. I'm trying, because everything has a context. So if you read more than one hadith and realize there's a pattern, there's a style to these hadiths, that can also help you answering some of the questions about the hadiths that are thrown at you as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but yeah, no, continue reviewing. I didn't want to interrupt and jump straight in.
I'll get your opinions on what she's saying, inshallah. Let's hear what she says.
This video say anything about, oh, you can't do this with other Muslims, when he has so many videos going after penny of Salafis. So I really don't want to hear it. But this is like, and don't say message privately. I am not messaging Ali Dawah privately. The dude is a little bit crazy. But the way he acts, like he's got that TikTok brain. Oh my God. Like watching that, like, geez, dude.
What's a TikTok brain, by the way?
TikTok brain.
Yeah. Was that someone who's all about getting views? Is that what she means? Like,
TikTok brain is probably maximum videos on TikTok are 3 minutes, but people limit it down to 1 minute. So really, it's just about sound bites, you know, quick adrenaline rush, and that's it. Call it a day. Yeah. Skip to the next video.
Nice.
Oh my God! Like, and he just the way I think that is proof of, like, when you get too many subs, man, your ego goes insane. You think you have a right to tell everybody else what to do, and then when you finally get an opportunity to prove your intelligence, you show it, and it's like, wow, I guess birds of a feather flock together. I mean, why is he the pop star? Supposedly he did all this studying. He said I had no knowledge, but oh my God, I definitely could have done better than that. And I just had a regular conversation. Like, that was had years to prepare, and contract about a scholar or finance that he never read, wants to act like an authority, hasn't studied. Dude, watching that was like, I have lost almost all faith in the Dawah community online. The fact that Sajid went away, didn't want to do it, and the fact that, like, people support the whole, they didn't watch the whole video. They supported Hamza talking trash about a scholar or finance that he never read, wants to act like an authority, hasn't studied with very many people, and then says you don't have to read hadith to be a good Muslim, when that's part of the sunnah, is all in there. The sharia literally comes from the hadith. He mocked what I did, people sided with him. I'm starting to see, like, there's some gatekeepers, there's some, like, sinister things going on behind the scenes. I have no idea.
So she's summing it up as follows, from what I see. There are gatekeepers for the online da'wah scene, right? These are people who don't have any knowledge. They don't study, okay? And you have to bow to them to be accepted as part of the da'wah community.
Right. No, you know, I agree with her on that, to be honest, because it's like, even me myself, you know, being here online, it's like you almost get bullied into being in a sect, right? And you almost get pressured to follow this way. And if you don't, then you know you get takfired, or you're a munafiq, or you're X, Y, and Z. And alhamdulillah, for me, I don't identify as a Salafi or a Ikhwani. I've generally, like, I like to say that I'm a very strong person. And as much as people have tried to pressure me and do all sorts of stuff, I have took it upon myself to study the deen. Of course, if there's something that I'm not sure of, I will advise those, I will seek advice from those that I believe to be knowledgeable and trustworthy. But I do not take my information from these guys online. I really, really don't. And this is why I say, for me personally, when it comes to Aqidah wise, I would be more on what Shamsi is on. And for the pure fact that I do not believe someone like Shamsi gives his opinion. I believe that Shamsi, 80% of the time, when answering questions and even in debates, he is always referring back to the Quran and the Sunnah. So I feel like someone like Shamsi is always trying to be as authentic as possible when it comes to using the deen, the Quran, the Sunnah as the sole foundation for his conversations. When it comes to political standpoints, I would say that I would align myself more with Daniel Hakikachu's way of thinking. But those are the two only people. But again, that's not because of Daniel Hakikachu's opinion. I believe, again, when Daniel Hakikachu criticizes liberalism and feminism, he's doing so from a standpoint of an Islamic standpoint. You know what I mean? Not just of his own opinion.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you're saying there. I suppose I've got some criticisms myself. I mean, it's so easy to criticize other people's. I think I'll try not to, actually. I'll keep my opinions from criticizing people. But she
Hold
has
on
the
one
same view
second.
of. Yeah, go
Sorry, actually, can I just respond to
Yeah.
a very ignorant statement?
Yeah.
I personally didn't even know Shamsi was Algerian till 2 years ago. I thought he was Moroccan. And I don't like Shamsi because he's Algerian or a Salafi. I don't, like I just said, I don't put myself in no Salafi or Ikhwani bracket. But
No,
as
you
I
gave you a reason for liking him,
Yeah,
and that was
absolutely.
because he doesn't speak of his own opinion. That's what you said, and
Absolutely.
Millihan has the same opinion as well. She also likes Shamsi too. Yeah. So
Yeah, God, sorry to cut you.
no, big up for that. Oh, Jat's in the house. How you doing, Jat, over there? Boss man is
Yeah.
Jat. You know that. Yeah. Jordan M. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, loud and clear. The excellent microphone quality.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, what do you think about what she's saying, Jordan M?
I've got bits of it and stuff. I mean, I don't know. I find this woman a bit strange, but I don't know. There's a few people like this online that I don't know.
Are you sure that's not your bias, Jordan M, after her conversation with Hamza?
No, do you know what? Do you know what, Zubaydah? I actually agreed with her against Hamza. Actually,
Oh, yeah?
what she was saying. Yeah. So Hamza was basically. I think Hamza probably deep down probably regrets what he said. I mean, I think she definitely overreacted, got emotional, but he was basically sort of rubbishing, Christian authors and philosophers that you can't use their arguments. But Hamza does that himself. So I didn't understand the conversation really, and it didn't really need to go that way. I think, to be honest, they were both had their own opinion. Like I believe some people become Muslim without reading all the hadith. Some people become Muslim by studying it and studying it that way. I think there are various ways into the deen. Hamza Sources apparently became Muslim by seeing someone praying. So would Millihan suddenly consider him, not an academic? Look at him now. I think they could have kind of agreed on stuff, but I think overall the conversation, I think Millihan was right on some of the stuff she was saying.
Do you know what I see, right? I see that we are living in an age of social media, and this is a means for conveying a message and communication and refuting certain misconceptions. And I don't think it's necessarily bad for us to use social media to have these conversations. But what I think is sometimes our passion clouds our judgment when it comes to conveying the message. And what I mean by that is I feel like with the high levels of Islamophobia and misinterpretation of Islam and what we would call shubahat happening, we as Muslims feel the need to defend. But throughout the years, I've realized that sometimes we end up doing a worse job and end up doing more damage when we defend the deen based on ignorance. And this is why it's very essential, even if Muslims want to do this, they have to take that time to study. It's like you can't see somebody with a broken car and then rush to fix his car without really having a mechanic's background or understanding, because you might end up messing up his car. You might end up, unplugging the wrong plug and the whole gases and oil is leaking. So it's for any profession or anything that you're trying to do, you have to have a little bit of understanding and knowledge and experience doing so, right? And I feel like sometimes a lot of these da'wah guys that we're seeing this day and age don't necessarily have those credentials. And so it becomes a case of them basing their information on their own opinions. And this is not what Islam is. We don't need opinions, right? Allah's book is much greater than any opinions. Like even I learned not long ago that if you were to interpret a Quranic verse based on your opinion and you were right, it is still haram, because you have now given more credence to your opinion than what Allah is saying, because Allah has the answers. I don't know if you've seen this experiment where people say if you're depressed or you're feeling lonely, get the Quran and just skip through the pages and land on a random page. And every time you land on a different page, wherever your finger points to, whatever Quranic verse, that Quranic verse is going to have an answer and reassure you no matter what you're going through. And so the point is, the Quran has the answers. We don't need your opinion.
What do you think of that, though? Is there any truth to that? I mean, I've heard this commonly repeated by people that, just open the Quran, point to a page, and that's going to be speaking to you on your particular issue. I don't know where the dalil is for this, though. I'm not sure.
No, it's not. It's not like, it's more of a thing where it's more of a symbolic thing saying the Quran has the answers, right? So if you're feeling sad and you land on, let's just say, Qul huwa Allahu ahad, even though that's not directly addressing the depression, but it's still addressing you in a sense where there is one God, and for Him we should seek guidance. So that still slightly addresses your issue. So sometimes it might address your issue directly, and sometimes it might address your issue indirectly. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. I found the video.
For me, right?
Yeah,
This, I don't understand why we're giving apostate prophet this much attention. And you know, you listen to Milahan, like let's say Ali Dawah did do a miserable job at this. I still don't understand why a Muslim would come online and defend like apostate prophet, a geezer that, you know, ripped up the Quran, stuck in his mouth. It's just like a vulgar, like just a waste of time. And we have, you know, we have people even, you know, I think Ali's wasting his time even debating him. I think Ali shouldn't have given. Ali's built himself a platform, whatever you think of it. And all that APUS is going to do is get some clout off it. And, you know, and you're going to get people like Milahan jumping on the back of it. You get people like Reactionary jumping on the back of it, you know, saying, look at the Dawah guys. Well, I think, look, even if Ali Dawah did a terrible job, for me, I would message him in private and say, look, man, I think you could have done this, or don't waste your time with him. I'd never dream of doing a video ousting the Dawah people or putting them. I don't understand that mentality.
But she
So
said
can I ask
that
you a
he
question,
criticized
Jordan?
her
Yeah?
when she spoke to him.
What's that? When Milahan spoke to apostate prophet, it was like one of the most respectful conversations, thanking each other for the time. Look at the energy she showed Hamza and the energy she shows Ali Dawah. It's weird.
Well, I suppose she felt attacked by these Dawah people, whereas with apostate prophet, it was just he never attacked her. He welcomed her, I suppose. I didn't watch it, but I'm just imagining.
I think Milahan's been on Sabor's channel, and they had a good, you know, Sabor spoke highly of her. Hamza was speaking highly of her. I think when she went on and was all polite with apostate prophet and said, you know, what a great intellectual guy he is, I think some of the Dawah guys probably were like, what are you doing? And I don't know, she's turned
She
into
speaks
this.
well of hijab. She speaks well of Hamza Torsis.
Yeah, she's on a philosophy flex, which, to be honest, fair enough. But I, that philosophy stuff, that's not the be all and end all of, you know, for me, it's kind of a like appeasing the new atheists, you know, having to use all this philosophy. But that's her flex. That's her flex, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I wanted to ask Jordan M a question, because obviously you said about you don't think it's right for her to call out Dawah people, and obviously these debates with these guys are useless, and I agree. But what do you think the conversations? What conversation should be happening? How should Muslims utilize their platforms rather than engaging in these sort of debates?
Yeah, so I think it's identifying people that are, you know, like you know, hijab debating Jordan Peterson, you know, a guy that's clearly a respected academic and other things, that sort of stuff. That is, to me, that's productive. Someone like APUS, I don't know how anyone gives that guy the time of day. He's vile. He's been proven to be sort of a gutter dweller, sort of, you know, but we seem to show him respect and give him attention. So I guess it's identifying him. I mean, to me, it's clear. And I guess as Dawah people, I mean, we're almost spoken about as some kind of collective community. And I think, you know, I heard you got Reaction talking earlier, like it's some sort of cult within the Dawah thing. I don't think it's like that. But I do think we all advise each other, you know, and I think if I, you know, because Apostate Prophet has emailed me to debate me, and I messaged the guys, you know, what do you guys think? And they said, look, don't waste your time with him. And so there is that kind of obviously inner sort of stuff where we chat about it.
So Milahan herself spotted that this online Dawah community behaves somewhat like a cult. You have to bow at the knee to them. You have to, it's a magic circle that you have to be selected to enter. So she spotted that. That's not me. But I've also given comments that I think she's right. She's got a point.
She can't have her cake and eat it. If she doesn't want to be involved in this sort of community, go and do your own stuff. You know, go and do your own stuff. But she talks about Ali Dawah a lot. She talks about Hamza. She talks about all the other guys.
But they talked about her.
Who do you think started it first?
I think they did, from what she said.
Why
she
Milahan came up with
some.
this? She had some small channel where she talks about Khabib's feet and all this stuff. Then she converted to Islam, did some sort of philosophy stuff. I don't, you know, for me, it was her sort of, you know, coming, you know, she started getting involved with the Dawah guys. I think Sabor promoted her. And yeah.
The channel wasn't small. She used to read books on philosophy. I mean, the first time I saw her was after the Conor and Khabib match. And she was talking about how she would marry him. She wouldn't mind being a second wife to him. This was before she became Muslim, right? Then
I just saw some video where she was worshipping his feet. I don't know. I think that was before she became Muslim.
Okay. So then what happened next? Then she started reading books, and people would recommend books for her to read. And she started reading Hamza Tawsis' book, which was called The Divine Reality.
Great book.
And I even watched a couple of those episodes where she was reading from it. And I thought it was interesting, because otherwise I wouldn't have probably read it. Then what happened next? Then, Mufti Menk got involved and started writing about her. And I think he'd done a video to her as well. Yeah. Inviting her to Islam, thanking her for being respectful to Islamic books, etc. And then one day she took her Shahada, became Muslim. But her channel was quite big, I have to say that. And then I remember Hamza was live in his shop, and he was saying, "Who should I invite onto our?" I don't know if it's the Lions. Then she
was getting popular. I do remember that.
Yeah, and people were proposing, "Why don't you invite Milahan on?"
Yeah,
because I don't know if he's had other females on his channel before, and that's what brought them together, isn't it? So he said, "Let me vet her." I suppose that was his idea before he brings her on. So they had a little online discussion, and it all went the wrong direction. That's the history or the timeline of that, from what I see. So she feels that I suppose she feels she hasn't been welcomed into that online Dawah community. Yeah. And she, as you just admitted a few minutes ago, she was treated not very well by the followers and I'm not saying Hamza, but the people in the chat in particular. They were going after her.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So I don't know. There's.
Well, I think the main problem is like people are too overly indulged in having debates, and sometimes it does seem like it's for their own egos to get sort of a round of applause. And yes, you've done well. You destroyed him in a debate. But I think the most important conversations that needs to be had amongst Muslims is for the Muslims, right? When we talk about giving da'wah, I think a lot of Muslims need da'wah. And you can vouch for this, Jordan. I know you're on the TikTok scene and you can see the way that a lot of these Muslims are behaving. And I've sort of started to venture out into different apps, and I speak to different Muslims, and I speak to sisters. I mean, yesterday I was speaking to a Muslim sister who was saying things like, I do not want to get married, and I never want to have children, and I really want to just get my career, and I'm happy like that. And I was trying to understand where this mentality came from, and I feel like this is literally what the Prophet ﷺ did, you know. And I know I spoke to you about this before, Reactionary, but the Prophet ﷺ spent 13 years of his revelation teaching those Muslims Tawheed. 13 years, literally implementing Tawheed into their hearts, right? This took 13 years. And that's when obviously the legislations and the Sharia law came. And it's like, I feel like a lot of Muslims are quick to jump into the firing line, jump into the battle zone. But that's not sustainable if we don't have a tight-knit community which is united upon Tawheed. So I would see sometimes Muslims unite against Tommy Robinson. So like when Tommy Robinson comes down to the park, a lot of Muslims drop their personal beefs and they all stand together in the name of Islam. But then when Tommy goes, we're back to our sectarian issues. So the fact is, we're not uniting upon what we're supposed to be uniting, because if we unite upon Tawheed, that is an unbreakable bond. But if we unite upon Islamophobes, that's not long lasting. That will last for a moment, but once Tommy Robinson's back, he's out the way, we will start turning our weapons on each other. And we've seen that happen online. Muslims, when Tommy Robinson or, I don't know, any of these G Block, yes, we'll all boycott G Block and we'll all come together. And then once that slowly starts to fade out, we'll start fighting each other again. And so I personally feel like, from what I've been seeing, the da'wah is needed for the Muslims a lot. We need to start focusing in-house, and we need to stop just relying, like, you know, somebody can watch a debate and see somebody destroy somebody in Christianity, but does that necessarily make the watchers come to Islam? It just makes Christianity look bad. Okay, you debunked Christianity. We know Christianity is false, but you still haven't told us why Islam is right. And I feel like some of these debates are going in that direction. People, some of these da'wah guys debunk other ideologies in hopes that people will say, okay, if this ideology is bad, then therefore Islam must be better. But they don't tell us why Islam is better. They just tell us how bad atheism is or how Christianity is. So I just feel like it's going all over the place, and we have to sort of, there needs to be almost like a council or meeting of us coming back together and saying, right, you know.
And Millihan's kind of going against that, isn't she, with her critique of Ali Dawah? For me, that is like, I don't get it. Like, even if that's her opinion, to publicly put a video out going against Ali Dawah when he's debating apostate prophet, for me, I don't understand. As a Muslim, I just don't understand it. I don't understand that, and I don't understand anyone supporting that either. And I agree with you. The sort of I don't know, the Muslims online, we seem to be happy to publicly go against scholars. You know, I saw Daniel Haqiqatjou go against Mufti Menk a couple of weeks ago. I've seen other people go against him publicly. I feel like you can talk about the topics, but you don't have to smear people's names, and it's just a weird vibe going around.
Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely agree. That's why I feel like taking time off the internet is very essential, because it's like so much information from different directions is being thrown at you, and it can become very confusing. And depending on your iman, it can become very dangerous. So that's why for me, I've just resorted to reading books as much as I can, and seizing it out myself. And I'm not saying these da'wah guys ain't doing good jobs. You know, there are some brilliant discussions and debates that are going on, but I feel like it's possibly reached its peak. And we need to start reorganizing on sorting ourselves out. And I was saying this before about Reformation, you know, community support for Muslims. You know, unfortunately, this day and age, we have Muslims who are struggling with when it comes to many matters. We have Muslims joining gangs. We have Muslims who have drug and alcohol issues. And I don't feel like there's anything within the community to support these people, because, again, there is this sort of negative mindset that these people should be written off and they're outcasts of society, which, again, forces these people to run to kuffar for some sort of rehabilitation. And I said this before, the kuffar may be able to rehabilitate you physically, but he cannot rehabilitate you spiritually. And that's where we're supposed to come in. That's the sort of stuff that I'm focusing on. Do you get what I'm saying? I'll listen to a debate here and there, definitely, but I just don't feel like that is where the priority should be right now. You know, I see you doing stuff for Uyghurs. That's the sort of stuff we should be doing. We should be raising our voices and being advocates for Muslims that are being oppressed, and work on Muslim self-sufficiency and Muslim protection. You know, I highlighted the other day that Muslims are the second least liked group in Britain. That's very dangerous. That's a very telling statement. And this should make us open our eyes, because we live in a country where a lot of people do not like us, you know, and we're too busy fighting each other. And this statement tells me that Islamophobia does exist, and it tells me that we have to protect ourselves, you know, because we live in a society that tells us that they don't like us. You know, the first least liked group were the Irish and the Gypsies, but the Irish and the Gypsies are technically not a religious group. So technically, we are the first least liked religious group, right? And second least liked group as a whole in Britain.
Well, if a gypsy applies for a job, how will they be discriminated against in the application process?
Based on stereotype.
Well, there's no way to identify them as a gypsy from the job application. But
well, I mean, some gypsies you can identify physically.
Yeah.
You can tell a gypsy, and again, based on stereotypes, gypsies are thieves. Gypsies are, you know, they steal. They're not loyal. You know, all these stereotypes that are put on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think reaction if a guy called Paddy McGuinness put his job application in, he's going to be all right, yeah?
Well, they might just think
I don't think so, mate. I think
well, there's Gavin McGuinness. Is he a gypsy? I don't know.
I don't know.
Paddy McGuinness isn't going to be discriminated against like a person whose name is Muhammad. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but like I said, I think, and I agree with a lot of what Zoubida said. I don't know. I watch the online stuff. Like on my channel, I'll never ever, inshallah, oust another Muslim, even if I disagree with them and stuff. I just don't see that as productive. And you're not looking at the bigger picture. I'm well aware that you could, bust some views if you disagree with someone, and I could stick my oar in this debate and say, oh, Ali should have done this, Ali should have done that, or apostate prophet's this, apostate prophet's that. Don't want none of that energy. Don't want to, put Apus into any. I mean, to be honest, he's quite big now because we've made him big. Without Muslim channels, this guy would just be probably, I don't know, working in McDonald's, doing something else. I don't know, doing something where he's, good luck to him.
Yeah, he's not particularly talented, is he? He doesn't have any charisma. What is it about him that people are giving him attention? Do you want to see a little bit? Shall we go through a little bit of his interaction with Ali Dawah? I won't watch the whole thing. Just take little snips.
Go on.
Go on in.
Okay, those numbers look pretty cool. The way they change. Okay, get rid of the music.
Oh, this is where he's going on. Just get to the debate.
Okay.
He's just showing his. Wait, is he talking to him or not?
No, you never answered.
I did.
No, are you aware that I made such videos and that I said such things?
Yes, I just repeated and I said I'm aware.
Okay, good.
No, I'm aware, but I'm saying that doesn't justify because Tommy Robinson is a hate preacher who's a terrorist now.
All right, let's go back.
I actually know that Islam is true and I'm a liar and we are supposed
Ali's in Zishan's.
Okay.
Can you slow it down a little bit? It's like way too fast, React.
Yeah, one sec. Okay. Is it going to start?
time for two different platforms. AP got cursed. Do you hear me? Loud and clear. Okay, fantastic. Amazing. Wonderful. Okay, let's see.
He's as boring as me. I don't understand it. How is he so popular?
How do we do this? Did everybody hear that little sound? Yeah. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. Okay, wonderful, fantastic. I think this is going to. I think this is going to work. So what they're doing is they're currently setting up their on their own part, their own issues.
That's Malta Jana on the right.
That's what is going on, I believe, on their side. Okay, but 1 second.
Technical issue.
1 second. Can't hear me. But yeah. So I said, what is happening today for those who?
That is going to be face to face. That's condition that I've set. We'll come to that later of why that didn't happen, etc. He might have his reasons, whatever. But I'm not. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Are we starting ready? Yeah? You ready? Are you ready?
I believe so, yes. Everyone is ready, right?
Before I start, I want to praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most merciful, the most just. All praises, glory, and gratitude belong to Him. So we're going to start off now, and want to make a few things clear. So we're just on the same point, inshallah. Is that, firstly, I'm not going to be muting because that would be unfair. If I'm not mistaken, you can correct me that he did this kind of with Daniel Hakikatu. He might have his reasons, whatever, but I'm not going to mute. We're going to listen to him as well, inshallah. One thing that's really clear, I just want to make clear as well, is that this is not a debate, because my debate challenge with APOS was that it's going to be face-to-face. That's condition that I've set. We'll come to that later of why that didn't happen, etc. We'll come to that later. That's a whole different topic. This is a challenge of a Mubahala, yeah, which is an open curse. So because this...
What? A Mubahala. Well, okay. All right. Let's continue.
You have to explain that one, actually. I don't understand what they just said.
What I challenged.
So Mubahala is like when you say, okay, I say something and you say the opposite. Okay. It's my word against yours. So what will happen is I say, okay, I'll bring my family. You bring your family. It's that serious that we're going to bring our whole families out and we're going to invoke the curse of Allah, like a duel. You know, in a duel, you have an appointment, and you bring your families out, and then you invoke the curse of Allah upon the one who's lying.
I see.
Yeah.
Did you lend him your suit, reactionary?
Ah, nice one. That's he may have got it from the wardrobe in Zishan's office. That's there you go.
People do. He agreed on. We're going to start off with that. That is my opening statement. If you want to say, I'm going to pass it on to Apis.
Oh, hold on, can I just ask a quick question, reactionary?
Like
Can he do Mubahala with a kafir though?
That's what I was wondering. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, he's
Curse is already upon this guy and his whole family anyway. So what's the point?
Yeah, exactly. What can you say? I don't know about on his family, but I don't know anything about his family, but upon him, inshallah. So
before we start the Mubahala, you can listen to you.
Sure. So I want to say, first off, I explained to everybody here already what we were supposed to do initially was to have a debate. I agreed to an online debate. Ali Dawah insisted on a face-to-face debate, insisted that we do it in America, then said for some reason that he cannot come to America because he can't take the vaccine and he's against vaccines and all that. So we are because
Ali Dawah was anti-vaxxer.
that Islam is true and I'm a liar, and we are supposed to expose that today.
it's a bit rude to be eating in the middle of your debate, isn't it? Look how he's.
Yeah, you should be showing him utmost respect, reactionary, right?
Yeah, well, you know, a bit of dignity.
Really?
That you also agree to the
This guy was eating the Quran in his live streams.
A'udhu billah. Yeah, that I don't understand why
Look at
anyone.
this guy. I don't understand why we're doing him.
I agree. Well, we want to see what Ali Dawah says that caused Milahan so much stress.
Where's he from? It's like a put on accent, like he's desperate not to be wherever he's from. He's like he wants to be a Westerner, doesn't he?
He's probably Iranian
Turkish.
or one of those guys.
Turkish, is he?
Yeah.
Is that I ask you 5 questions and you must answer them directly. That is what I said. So I would like to do that before we go on with the curse. But first of all, I want to ask Ali Dawah a very simple question. Just because I'm curious, this is not part of the questions. I'm just curious, and I'm sure everybody else is also curious who is not familiar with Islamic culture and all the childish nonsense and superstition surrounding Islam. What exactly does Ali Dawah expect from this little curse fest? What exactly does he think will happen? What exactly will that prove to him? What does he think the outcome of this will be?
Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Okay, good. Okay, so like I said before, we're going to come to why the debate didn't happen after the curse. Yeah, now let's make something very clear. Alhamdulillah, every chapter of the Quran starts with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Do you know that, Apis?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, except which chapter?
Except chapter 9, which is Tawbah.
Surah Tawbah.
Yeah.
Good. So,
Yeah.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about his mercy.
What is this?
No, we have to, of course. That's a different issue. We're going to come. So, every single chapter of the Quran starts with Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, except Surah Tawbah. So, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about Allah's mercy and talks about many ways, etc., turning back to him, etc. So, when somebody persists on disbelief, now disbelief, there are disbelievers who Allah talks in Surah Mumtahina, those who do not fight you and kick you out of your households, Allah does not forbid you from being kind and just to them. So a disbeliever, you do not put them into the category of general category. There are those who do not fight you and want to kick out your houses, etc. Yeah. So therefore, when you tell somebody that you are lying, when somebody has done, Fareed has done 50 videos and you ignore them. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, okay, if you, after evidence is brought forth, you persist on disbelieving, then it's very simple. We are so certain and sure of our religion, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah Ali Imran, verse 61, that you bring your children, you bring our children, you bring your family, we bring our family, and we do an open curse. Now, the reason we're doing this is because, from my perspective, just to clarify, is because Islamophobia, when somebody is an Islamophobe, yeah, like for example, you have ISIS.
Oh, dear. I can't listen to this. I don't know if you find it interesting.
Yeah, I'm already
So boring.
dozing off.
A typical Ali Dawah, conversation. He'll mention ISIS. He always does that.
Okay.
Find any conversation of his where he doesn't mention ISIS. And and he'll probably start talking about Tommy as well. And I can't listen to this anymore. If you want to,
and it doesn't even seem like this APUS guy is genuine at this point, And it's another thing that I realized. Ever since I got monetized, right, there is money to be made from YouTube, and I've looked at other channels that are monetized, and there are ways of increasing revenue, and it's just become that Ali Dawah can sit there and speak to him for 5 hours, but the guy doesn't care. As long as the viewership is coming, the money is coming in, and he's gonna get a nice little check at the end of the live stream, So this is just a source of
no-win
income.
situation. All that can happen is you increase the profile of APUS, right? He doesn't care when he loses. He'll just come back again and again and again, right?
Look what Mohammed Hijab did to him, and he came back. Came back the next day.
And then with Ali Dawah, there's a risk, because he can maybe not perform too well or say things that would be incorrect.
And this isn't Ali's arena, is it really? Ali isn't really a debater in this sort of setting, is he? Whereas this is what APUS sort of does, I guess. Yeah.
So, there you go. I mean, this is really, I suppose, the reason why Millihan was saying she expects better from someone who's going to go online and do a
and
debate.
if you look at Ali Dawah's page and his thumbnail for the debate, he's got like him eating grapes or some stuff like that, and it's just like, is this comedy? Like, is the Deen of Allah comedy, bro? Like, I don't really understand. Like, what is that?
Should it not be? Should Millihan's video not be like, I know she's still new to the Deen, even though she's quite knowledgeable on philosophy. Shouldn't it be, may Allah bless Ali Dawah, I think he needs to do this. I mean, surely the video that I watched you reviewing, that was like completely different. It wasn't just, pointing out that Ali shouldn't have done it or advising him. It was an awful video.
Yeah, she described it as an utter disgrace.
They're all humiliation. Dawah people.
Yeah.
Do you support that sort of talk?
Well, I think she sees herself as an outsider. She was welcome to. She felt like warm towards being a part of this.
Outsider. I think she likes being an outsider. She'd be more than welcome into the Dawah circles.
But she wasn't welcomed. She was automatically, stomped.
You think so? Just unnecessarily, she was just tonked out.
What was the reason? What happened in her? It was all from that discussion with Hamza.
No, it wasn't. Before that, she spoke to APUS very respectfully, and it was almost like it wasn't even a debate. She was like,
that happened later.
I've got a lot of respect for you. I've got
that was later. That conversation.
No, that was before the Hamza conversation.
No, it was after.
Yeah, someone verify that in the chat. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think she has jumped the gun personally, going straight for the kill and doing open criticisms.
But Shamsi does the same when it comes to Ali Dawah. She also why can Shamsi criticize Ali Dawah but not Millihan?
Yeah, but I think with Shamsi it's not a I was gonna say it's not a personal thing, but I do think it is, again, out of khira for the Deen though. I generally do think when he criticizes Ali Dawah, it is out of khira for the Deen. I'm just saying, for her, I don't think she's yet built up her credibility yet. And her online, let's just say, reputation and things like this, jumping into this sort, like the thing is her criticism necessary? Is it needed? Like we have to look at it from a priority scale. Even if you did not agree, right? First of all, did Ali Dawah commit blasphemy? Did he do because there are some times where you're allowed to openly criticize if somebody's spreading misinformation about the Deen or causing violence. Of course, as Muslims, we should dissociate ourselves from them, and we should definitely clarify and say this is not Islam. But at the end of the day, if you didn't like his debate ethics or the way that he spoke, I don't think it's necessary for you to go make a video about it. That's the problem I see again with this online stuff. People quickly run to making videos and come out with this outrage. And is that necessarily the Islamic approach?
Yeah, and you won't see one video from Millihan. We won't see one video from her criticizing APUS in another debate or anything. It's straight onto Ali Dawah. So I think there's something not quite right there.
Yeah, I don't understand her idea of having a friendly conversation with Apus, and it was all. I didn't watch it, but one thing I know about Apus is that if you're on his platform, he's going to take the opportunity to insult Islam by tearing the Quran. Yeah. He's going to push the boundary to put you in a position where you shouldn't continue the conversation. But for some reason, Muslims continue to discuss with him, even though he's doing something that you should just automatically end the stream, jump off, finish. But people get so into the conversation of trying to convince and argue that they don't leave. I don't see any what's the word, positives of speaking to the dude. I think you've done the right thing by not responding to him and discussing anything with him, Jordan.
Yeah, definitely, because it could easily get me on a show, and and
you can only lose in that. There's nothing to gain. Yeah. Now, even David Wood, I'd say, don't even talk to that guy. What's the point?
Yeah, and do you know what? I'm not saying that we all ignore these guys. Like, I mean, there are guys like Mohammed Hijab and other guys that do often put these guys in their place, and I think we just need to sort of not overdo it. Like the apostate prophet, you type in his name, every Muslim channel was sort of putting content on him.
Yeah,
and I think it's just gone way. He's become like this villain, but I think he's well overrated. Like, I mean, he's got nothing, has he, really, other than a few smarmy lines in a debate? But he's just vile. And I mean, in some ways, I feel like someone like apostate prophet is actually good dawah, because if you see someone like that, that's what goes against Islam, and you end up with his kind of character. And because I think a non-Muslim must look at him and just think, unless you're against Islam yourself, you must be embarrassed for the guy.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if we build him up on his platform, give him, make sure he's earning money out of this and takes it full time, then there's also, that's not good either. And I feel like we should just ignore him, man.
Yeah, I agree. So Bun Apus, and I won't say Bun
Apus,
Ali
Bun
Dawah.
Ralph as well. Say it, Rex.
I can't say that. But so look, this guy, right? Why aren't people dealing with this dude, Douglas Murray? You know who that is? Douglas Murray.
Yeah.
He's
proper.
Two of his books.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, he's the head of.
He's gay, right?
Probably.
Yeah. He's a gay conservative.
Kind of a
His organization is called the Henry Jackson Society. Okay, whatever that is, and he's part of the Islamophobia industry. He's definitely like an Islamophobe without a question. And look who he's got a show with, Michael Portillo, like a guy from mainstream media. So these and what channel is that? The Spectator. That's like an official party magazine. Is that a Tory magazine? I think that's a Tory one, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know who's an editor for that magazine? The guy from Have I Got News for You, the small gay guy. Don't remember his name. So yeah, why aren't people dealing with this dude?
True.
He's
We're kind of like in a goldfish bowl, aren't we? We don't look outside our little bunch of characters in our little circles. But yeah, guys like this that are actually making an international impact.
Yep.
And you know what it is, right? With people like him, right? When I speak to people that oppose Islam and get to know where they stand and who they are, for instance, this guy's gay. You have a lot of feminists, a lot of liberals who oppose Islam, and I think one of the main reasons why they oppose Islam is based on emotional reasons, in a sense where, because Islam is very restrictive and their ideology is very liberal, they're scared that if Islamic dominance was to take place, that their liberal ideologies or their liberal ways would be basically, they wouldn't be able to do it. And so it's a very selfish way of thinking, in a sense where somebody wants to openly practice gayness, or somebody wants to practice liberalism and do what thou shalt wilt. And again, that's a very individualistic idea. Desires are very subjective. Not everybody has the same desires. And that's why the care harm principle is very dangerous, because again, that's very subjective. These guys, everything to them is subjective. And when things are subjective, it limits it down to what that person perceives to be morally correct or what they perceive to be desires. So it's a very individualistic mindset. It's a very selfish mindset. And these people actively are saying, I want to do what the hell I want to do. right? And I almost want to go as far as promoting others to do what they want to do, as long as it doesn't harm me. And when Islam, when its laws on, its views on homosexuality, on feminism, on liberalism, on all the ills of society, it cracks down on that. And that's what scares them, I believe. And so people like Douglas Murray scared that his gayness and his sodomy is going to be, Islam is the only religion that's going to end that. So he's so determined to practice these acts, and he believes Islam is the biggest threat to him practicing these acts. The same with liberalism, the same with feminism, where women are just doing what they want to do and they want to reign free. Islam, restricts that to a certain extent, not to oppress the people, because everything that Islam legislates is for the greater good of the people. And so this is where I see a lot of their dislike for Islam. It restricts them on fully fulfilling their desires and their ways, which eventually corrupts all people. One person is gay, then they start putting it in films, then it's in schools, and then now it's penetrating the whole of society. And Islam is a reaction, not a reaction to that, but it is a resistance to that. And so this is why they're very scared of it. Very, very scared.
And they're both gay. Portillo's a gay, and so is this dude, Douglas Murray. Yeah. Why would a gay person like Islam? When the ruling on homosexuality is to be thrown off a high place.
What?
So,
where do you get that from?
That's the Sharia ruling.
Really?
That's the ruling in Judaism, by the way.
No, but be specific though. It's if they're caught in the act, though. Yeah. So
yeah, well, I'm saying, like, we're talking about.
No, because you can have somebody
in secular UK. I'm talking about in a Muslim society.
No, but we have to be specific. Let's just say an individual has gay thoughts and he's inclined to men. None of us would be able to know that, right? So you can have gay inclined men living in a Muslim community, and they can get by. But it's when they start practicing the act publicly is where it becomes a crime. Right, so someone like Paul Williams, he's already said it. Yeah, he has these gay thoughts, but the Sharia law wouldn't apply to him because he's not practicing it.
No, but he's verbalized it.
Well, yeah, that's definitely wrong. Don't get twisted. What I'm saying is that there are sinners within the Muslim community.
To himself, right? Why verbalize something like that?
Yeah, obviously, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, where the sin becomes punishable is if it's being practiced in open. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not just a thing for gays; it's for anything, for zina, for adultery, for murder. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, like I could be have fantasies of murdering somebody, but as long as I don't mention it and I don't do it, then there's no punishment.
Exactly.
But what I was saying is that Jews in Judaism, they have a specific law to deal with homosexuals, and that's to throw people off a high place head first. Now, why don't gays have a problem with Judaism? And don't they? Well, I'm sure in Israel there are LGBT people and activists who are against Jewish law. There are a lot of secular Jews, by the way. So, but in the UK, these people like Douglas Murray, they'll never speak against Judaism. I suppose one reason is Judaism doesn't.
It's not really his homosexuality, is it? If you look at the bigger picture of what the governments are doing to the Middle East, and there's a massive agenda against the Islamic world, isn't there? I don't think you could simplify it to say Douglas Murray's gay. That's why he's against Islam.
That's one of the reasons, and that's what Zoubida was bringing up. She said that
it's definitely a factor, absolutely.
I mean,
I was even speaking to some Egyptian Christians, and their reasons were very interesting to me, and it's similar reasons that a lot of tribalists and Amazigh people have against Islam. It's because Islam actively basically dominated and took over in certain places. So, for instance, in Egypt, prior to Islam coming there, Christianity, I don't know whether it was the dominant religion, but it was, there was a lot of Christians, let's just say. And when Islam came, obviously there was a battle and Islam won, dominated, a majority of the people converted to Islam. And the Egyptian guy was saying, we were there first, you guys came, killed us off, and so therefore you don't have you guys came here by force. And so again, a lot of the anti-Islamic agendas are based on history, because basically Islam won when it comes to the battlefield. And I'm not saying this in a way to scaremonger, but it's the same way that Christianity won in certain aspects, right? This is why Christianity is the largest religion, because it expanded and it dominated. And that's the same thing with Islam. And so again, that's another thing that they're scared of, the dominance.
Yeah, look, you got Boris Johnson saying the sisters are bank robbers and wearing bin bags and all that publicly without apology. I don't think you could do that to anyone else. I think the Tories were actually accused something like over 1,000 like Islamophobic tweets. Some of them referring to Muslims as not like rats, like rodents and all sorts. So there's a clear like conservative agenda, isn't there? And it probably goes across. I mean, Labour's not exactly pro-Islam, even though it pretends to be. But it goes across.
But the thing is, I feel like Islamophobia is almost become justified in the eyes of the Islamophobes, in a sense where, because we've been painted out for the last 30 to 20 years as terrorists, as barbaric people, as people who oppress women, we've been painted out to be the bogeyman. And it's when you call out the bogeyman, it's not wrong. You're calling out something that's wrong. And so they justify it by saying, but you lot have done excellent amount of this terrorism. And when people call out Jews, it seemed as a bad thing, as anti-Semitic. Jews just mind their business. But when you say something about Muslims, it's like, well, it is true. Look at the news, So I feel like Islamophobia is deemed justifiable because of the way that we've been painted out. We've been painted out to look so bad. It's almost like they're doing a justice by calling us out because we're technically terrorists. Nobody's going to tell anybody they're wrong for calling out a terrorist, right? If you say you don't like Osama bin Laden, no one's going to say to you, you're wrong, Jordan. You're like, yeah, you're right. He's a terrorist. And I feel like Muslims have been painted to be terrorists when they call out Muslims. Like, yeah, you're right. They are a bunch of terrorists.
Muslim lives are a fraction of, if you read the news and it was, if it says, I don't know, 1,000 Iraqis dead, that would probably not even make the front page. Whereas, one Westerner gets executed in the Middle East. This is going to make the front page. It's definitely, I agree. It's definitely an agenda that's been going on for decades now. And I've thought about what it is. Like Islam would, I mean, if you think about from a government's point of view, alcohol makes the money, gambling makes the money. I mean, Islam would literally end the money that comes in for these guys. And I think there's many reasons. I think racism's in there as well with it all.
Okay.
But yeah, it's I agree with you, Zoubida. It's been a sort of a planned thing ever since September 11th, maybe even before.
Look at this article here from the United Nations website. Okay, anti-Muslim hatred has reached epidemic proportions, says UN rights expert, urging action by states.
I like how it says though anti-Muslim and not anti-Islam, because that's exactly what it is. It's not, it isn't anti-Islam because they don't know anything about Islam. Most of these people, and they'll quote it wrong and all that. It's anti-Muslim. So, and that already there suggests to me, whether it's the brown man with a beard or from that part of the world, that's what they're talking about.
But they're trying to limit it down. When you're saying anti-Muslim, you're trying to limit it down to race, right? Because we know what type of Muslims they don't like. It's usually the brown one. Like they won't have, they'd have more hate for a Pakistani Muslim than you because you're an English speaker. So again, that's downplaying the oppression. It's anti-Islam, right?
It's I don't receive any of this hate. I won't receive the hate that they're talking about in this article for those reasons.
Yeah, exactly. You probably receive more hate for being a Muslim than you do for being white. Do you get what I'm saying? And obviously Islam and being a Muslim are synced. They're one and the same.
Yeah.
Because I hear a lot of these Islamophobes say, I don't hate Muslims, I just hate Islam. And it's like telling me, I don't hate you, Zoubida, but I hate your mum. If you hate my mum, then you hate me because that's my mum. You know what I mean? So, and I've heard Tommy Robinson say this so time. He said in a recent interview, a recent debate, which disgusted me, goes, I don't hate Muslims. Some of the best people that I know, some of the people that I love are Muslims. That's what you said. And so how can you love Muslims when you've actively been on a hate campaign on their very way of life? Like you can't sit there and say you like Muslims but hate Islam. Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And do you guys feel that look, we can talk about the agenda against Islam and Muslims and stuff, but I do feel like when I read articles like this as well, that as Muslims, we have to take some responsibility for maybe some of our behaviors. You look at the Muslim countries, the leaders, the corruption. You look at even some of our behaviors to each other. I do feel that there is part accountability to that as well. And people may really disagree with that, but I definitely think that we as Muslims need to sometimes clean our act up.
Absolutely. And that goes back to my first point about Muslims needing the most da'wah and having to have some sort of revival in ourselves. Because I don't like this victim mentality, constantly blaming it on the West, the more that I read about Islamic history, we have been our worst own enemies.
Yeah, we let it go, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. It's really, I can't blame anybody but Muslims. If Muslims cared about their religion, then non-Muslims would also respect that. When you don't have respect for something, then nobody else is going to respect it. How can you expect that? Yeah, I agree with that.
Anyway, sorry to cut you, brother. It's nearly 2 o'clock, so I'm going to call it night. One. But yeah, thank you for letting me on reaction. And also, I haven't spoken to you in a while, Jordan M. So good to hear your voice. Brother.
Good to hear from you.
And yeah, have a good night. Assalamu alaikum.
Thanks, Zoubida, for jumping on. Big up. So yeah, that's that shows there's a big problem with Islamophobia. And Douglas Murray, maybe we'll see the Dawah people start dealing with him. I know they've been trying to engage with Ben Shapiro, haven't they? And what's the other guy? Sam Harris. So they're not completely neglecting.
Who are Dawah people and who are exempt from that term? Am I a Dawah person?
You belong to EF Dawah. What EF?
What does it say? When you talk about Dawah people, because a lot of people use that term, I guess you're not talking about, I don't know, who can I use as an example? You're not talking about yourself, or do you not give dawah?
Every Muslim has to give dawah to some extent, but there's people who they take the responsibility of society by doing it full time.
Okay, so full time. If you're full time doing it,
yeah.
So if you're full time dawah, you are a dawah person.
Yeah, if you got dawah in your name, then I think that makes you a dawah person.
All right, that excludes me then. So I'm exempt from it, right?
Aren't you part of EF Dawah?
I'm not full time. I work full time. I do everything. I don't make any money out of this, and I do it on the side.
But you belong to EF Dawah, or you don't?
EF Dawah is some brothers that help mentor me, and I go onto their streams. It's not actually an organization. It's basically a YouTube channel. So yeah, am I part of that? They're my brothers. Okay,
all Muslims are brothers. Okay, but not all Muslims are EF Dawah. So I suppose, are you EF Dawah or not?
So by EF Dawah, am I EF Dawah? So if I did something, is EF Dawah accountable? Is that what you mean? Or...
Well, if you say something online,
like is Jordan M EF Dawah? My channel is EF Dawah.
If Jordan M says something online, can people justifiably say, well, he's representing EF Dawah, they must hold the same views?
I would say, I would say fairly that could be done, definitely.
Yeah, nobody could say Jordan represents.
I think the haters would do that, but I'm not sure. Like, I may well have different views, mightn't I, to them? We don't sign some document that says we're all on the same akida or.
Okay, do you belong to Spubs?
No.
All right, you can clearly say no. Everybody knows you don't belong to Spubs, but there is some connection between you and EF Dawah. You've even said that once. I remember you saying that.
Yeah. I'm not saying I'm not trying to free myself from EF Dawah. I'm only I represent. I wear the T-shirt at the park, so I'm. Yeah.
Okay. So you're part of EF Dawah. Yeah, you're part of the.
But then Sabor's part of Aira. But he's also his own sort of person, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, is Hamza Tawsis part of Aira?
No, he's Sapiens.
Yeah, exactly. But he was part of Aira.
Yeah.
So he's part of Islam. He's not part of Aira, but he's part of Sapiens. Are you part of Sapiens?
No.
So you're part of EF Dawah. Then,
Yeah, I get that point. I get that
Yeah.
point.
so
I guess the question is, am I? So because
person.
so you're saying, because you said initially that you have to be full time to be a Dawah person. So now you're saying that you're putting another criteria. If you are part of a YouTube channel that has maybe a following, then am I a Dawah person?
Are you a Dawah person? Like, I don't know about. All right. So the full-time comment was an example. It didn't mean in all cases you have to be full-time. It was just an example. Secondly, if you belong to EF Dawah, does that make you a Dawah person?
That's what I'm asking you. I don't, because you used the term. I'm not sure I'd call myself a Dawah.
I'd say yes. You're a Dawah person. Now, a Dawah person doesn't have to be on the stage giving Dawah. They could be a person in the back doing administrative work or accounting or something.
So someone who's active, maybe in giving Dawah, for example, going to Speaker's Corner or doing things like that, right?
Yeah, or online doing videos,
like yourself.
Not sure. I mean, I think I'm involved in Dawah to an extent where I might go through Islamic books. I'd say that's Dawah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you can't. So then when you criticize Dawah people, we're talking about you as well, aren't we? You can't now no longer talk about them like there's some sort of different cult. You are a Dawah person, actually.
Okay, I criticize a group called the Muslims. Now, I'm a Muslim. Does that include me? Not really. There's a group of people who've like ring-fenced themselves off and declare themselves to be the Muslims, the representatives of the Muslims. So I'll make comments referring to them as the Muslims, as though I don't belong to them. And the same thing with Dawah. Every Muslim person is a Dawah person, right? Just through their actions of practicing Islam. However,
Alhamdulillah,
there are a group of people who ring-fence themselves off, and they don't allow others into their group. So they've made an us and them scenario. Okay. So you have to belong to their organization.
Okay.
So obviously you belong to one of those organizations.
Okay, but let's
not
say
saying I'm not blaming you for that.
Am I in Ali Dawah's organization?
Don't know. I don't know what. No, he belongs to Salam, doesn't he?
Okay, so we're all different organizations.
Yes.
Are we part of this group you're talking about? Am I part of the group?
I think you are recognized as, when I say you, the collective, you're recognized as the online Dawah community.
So I'm partly responsible for ring fencing Dawah and not including people in.
You don't think you are?
I don't stop anyone doing Dawah. Why would I do that?
No,
I don't hold the authority.
No, you've all created
EF Dawah never holds some sort of authority on who gives Dawah or not.
Okay, you've all created a sort of small community, and you select who gets allowed into it and who doesn't.
Is that true? So I'm sensing where this is going now. I think you feel that you haven't been included.
No, not me. I mean,
I think
obviously I'm one of those people, but there's lots of people.
I've heard you moan about Sabor chucking you off a stream and stuff like
Milahan, the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, so Milahan is not part of the Dawah circles, and she's been excluded.
Yeah, is that not true?
So she can't do her own Dawah. So there's part of a Dawah circle, which I'm in. Ali Dawah's in.
Yeah, there's an online Dawah community, and
we stop her coming in. So
okay,
she wants to be part of. She wants to be part of our group, and we don't let her in. Right?
I suppose she wants to be part of an online Dawah community. However, this online Dawah community has ring-fenced itself and made a sort of group that selects who's allowed in and who isn't. And for some reason, you don't think that's the case.
No, so, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to work out what you're saying. So, should there be some people that the Dawah people should free themselves from?
Like, 1 second. Just before we go there, what's the name of the?
Wants to be in Dawah. Should we just link forces with them?
No.
So there are so there are people that shouldn't be allowed in the circle.
Agreed.
So
you admit there is a circle that has to
no,
make that
I'm
decision.
I'm going on what you're saying.
You don't agree to that then?
No, okay.
You think Quran
is
should be
Shamsi in the
allowed in?
circle? Is Shamsi in the circle? Because Shamsi would probably think that Ali Dawah shouldn't give dawah.
Is he in the circle? He's I'd say he's in a greater circle. Yeah, there's a greater circle and there's smaller circles.
It's a greater circle.
Yeah.
So Ali Dawah. So let's say Shamsi doesn't want Ali Dawah in his circle. But there's now you've drawn a circle around both of them. Is that so that Milahan can be outside that? Which is Shamsi not letting Milahan in his dawah circle?
I don't know. I don't know. She spoke well of Shamsi, so maybe, but I haven't seen any videos of them together. Yeah, I don't know what's so difficult for you to grasp on this one, to be honest.
I'm just asking
everybody.
Questions. I'm just asking questions, and I feel like I do get what you're getting at, but I feel like a few questions and your criteria breaks down, and also the fact that there's some kind of cult breaks down. It just breaks down. It doesn't make sense. Do I deny that there are some? I think what happens is, as you create a bigger following, like Ali Dawah, Mohammed Hijab, you suddenly take this responsibility, whether you like it or not, as one of the guys at the top. That's maybe you don't want to maybe build up people that you see maybe not healthy in dawah, or there definitely would be that going on. And I'd probably have that, my channel's growing, and I'd have some people that may say, Jordan, can I come on your channel? And I'm like, well, I'm not so sure.
All right. I got a question then, Jordan. You see on the screen, there's the arena, okay? The arena. And there's a chap here called One Message Foundation, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I've never met him, never spoken to him.
Why is he on the panel? What qualified him to be on there?
Hamza likes him. They get on well.
So Hamza does the selection of who's part of the...
Yeah. You know what he does on the arena? See, for example, he'd never have me on there. Obviously, not knowledgeable enough, but also my style. I'm not combative. I'm not particularly a fan of the arena. It's like, bring people in and smash them up kind of dawah. Sheikh Uthman fits that criteria. That's all that is.
Okay. Yusuf Ponders.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he on there?
Get some more Hamza.
Okay. All right. So there is a selection taking place, right? And in this particular, I suppose it's Hamza's channel. He can choose who goes on there.
Yeah. Well, I don't get the point you're making.
Well, what's Hamza's criteria for selecting people?
Because Hamza selects people on his arena.
Yeah,
it's another circle.
We're talking about the online dawah scene, right? Now, who is a dawah person?
Would you like to be on the arena?
Not really. I don't know what it's about, so I don't.
Okay.
There's a guy called Yusuf. He's American. He's on there as well.
You notice they're not all white. Your claim before was that it's all white people that we have.
Yeah.
You noticed,
is that what you're going back to again, Jordan?
You noticed,
you're opening up something that's been closed all over again.
But I'm just saying, because these are claims that you've made. But obviously, if they were all white on there, you'd probably be saying, "See, Jordan, look."
Okay, fair enough. So there is a online dawah scene. Okay, certain people are part of that dawah scene, and certain people are not part of that dawah scene. What determines who's part of that dawah scene, and what's the criteria?
Is Paul Williams part of the dawah scene?
I don't know. I think he was. Whether he still is, I don't know.
Well, he's got, I don't know. I think he's got over 100k subs.
Yeah.
So you're saying he's not part of the circle?
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily well. So this online dawah scene.
Adnan Rashid was on his channel. Is Adnan Rashid in the circle?
Yeah, he is definitely. Yeah. What about Hashim and Mansour? Are they part of it?
I'm not agreeing to the circle, but what are you asking? Are they in dawah? Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. So they're dawah people.
Yeah.
Okay. and they would be welcomed on any of these platforms. Do you think Sabur would boot Mansour or Hashim off his channel?
No, he wouldn't.
Okay, but he would boot me off his channel. Why is that acceptable? Why does nobody speak up and defend reactionary for being mistreated by Sabur Ahmed?
See, I knew this was the I knew this was the crux. I know you too well, reactionary. So because you got booted,
fair question.
You created this whole narrative just for that. Just for that.
There are cliques, there are gangs of people at Speaker's Corner. Everybody's calling to their group, right? They're calling to their own group. And
yeah,
if you're an outsider, this idea of Muslim brotherhood, it doesn't really exist.
I get what you're saying. Look, Sabur, Hashim, Hamza, these are guys that go back years at Speaker's Corner, that they go and eat together. They trust each other. You coming on a stream and probably talking about Brelvi's or whatever you were doing. I mean, if they knew you and they ate with you and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure they'd be absolutely fine. But yeah, they have to make a judgment when someone jumps on their stream. Are you saying that every Muslim that comes on their stream, they have to invite into the dawah?
I think they should be fair and just and treat people openly and not make bad assumptions and suit of dhan. They wouldn't do that to a female Christian inquiring about Islam. They wouldn't mistreat her, but a Muslim gets mistreated, right? Why does nobody speak and give advice?
Have you got it on video? You getting kicked off? Let's review it. Let's see, and let's see if it's reactionary going on there with genuine dawah concerns.
Yeah, right. Let me see. I'll look for it if it's there. Reactionary. Maybe offline though. Let me see.
There you are.
Is this the
one?
Put
it on your channel.
Yeah.
Oh, you really weren't happy, were you?
Let's check it out.
Okay, I got a question with regards to the Sikh religion. A lot of people describe Sikhs as our brothers and real Sikhs as good people, as though Sikhism is somehow a true religion. What can you tell us about Sikhi that a Muslim can recognize that it's not the correct way? And why is it that we have a lot of Sikhs who are aligning with the far-right organizations that, for example, the EDL, there's a Sikh division of the EDL, and they helped fund Tommy Robinson and gave them the narrative of the grooming gangs. If you could comment on this, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so anything wrong with that question, Jordan?
It's not really dawah related, is it?
It is dawah.
Is
because people, people are not giving
people are Sikhs, yeah.
Well, people are not giving dawah to Sikhs. If they accept that Sikhism is true, right, then they're not giving dawah to Sikhs. They'll give dawah to Christians. They have no problem saying that Christianity is false.
Yeah, what you said.
They're giving the impression that Sikhs are on the correct way, like they're a branch of Islam almost.
Is Sabur, Ali, or Adnan doing that?
Well, people watch their show. I thought it would be good to get their clarification on this issue.
But you agree those three they're not. You're not directing it at them, are you?
No, I'm not saying that they're guilty of that. No.
Okay, so you want them to comment on why Sikhs are like joining the far right and stuff, and why other Muslims are calling them brothers? No. What I'm trying to say is that Islam is quite clear on being the one true religion. Yes.
Everything else is leading to the hellfire. Therefore, the purpose of dawah is to save humanity, right?
Yeah.
To save humanity from falling in the hellfire.
Yeah. By
giving them dawah. But by saying that Sikhs are, by not clarifying that Sikhism is false, we're allowing one group of humanity to fall in the hellfire. Why are they not given dawah?
Okay, so where did you get that from? Who's been doing that?
Who's been doing what?
I've never heard people saying that the Sikhs are brothers and that they're saved from the hellfire. I've never heard any Muslim saying that.
No, I've heard lots of people say Sikhs are our brothers. Okay, Sikhs are our brothers, and they'll say things like "big up the real Sikhs." What does that mean?
You big up Ralph.
No, not for his kufr.
Have you ever pointed out his kufr to him? Because he's going to the hellfire.
Well, I try to give him dawah a little bit. I give his viewers dawah if I can.
I get your point.
That's whataboutism. But yeah, let's.
Yeah, I get your point. Sikhs are going to the hellfire, so we should never.
Are Sikhs going to the hellfire? Do you accept that?
Yes.
Why are they going to the hellfire?
Because they don't accept. Well, I think they do accept it, but it's not like they. I don't know. They kind of accept whatever you believe in. You can still. They believe anyone can get into heaven, don't they? But yeah, they clearly go against our beliefs.
They don't believe in heaven.
Are they reincarnation flex? Aren't they? But they believe that a Muslim could still, if you're good and under their religion, can still, I don't know, get a good reincarnation, right?
I don't know, but the point is, how does Islam view Sikhs? Does Islam recognize Sikhs as being something acceptable?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I've never seen anyone. I don't know where you're getting this from, like because you could say the same about the Jews and the Christians. So I don't know where you're getting this from. I don't see people calling Raj brother or anyone on the
Raj brother.
But you've seen it. You've seen it, right?
I've seen. What are you saying? Raj is a representation of Sikhs or Sikhi?
Well, where are you getting yours from? Is this from your daily life?
No, the Dawah people online. I've seen them say things like that.
Okay, fine. Okay, so this is directed at them. Fine, I get.
Well, not these particular three individuals, but it's a common sentiment that I've seen amongst Dawah people.
So you want them to answer why other Dawah people may be calling Sikhs brothers, right?
Yeah, I'd like them to give clarity to people who may have this misconception.
If I tell you that I've said big up the Sikhs on my community post because they brought a representation to the Uyghurs to speak out, is that all right? Or do I have to say?
It depends. Did you say big up the real Sikhs?
You're going to the hellfire, boys.
Did you say big up the real Sikhs?
Thanks for coming, but you guys you're burning soon. But thanks for supporting the Uyghurs.
Well, we're talking from a theological perspective right now. Do you believe that their actions are going to be rewarded in the hereafter?
No, it's not going to be.
No. Allah said that whoever
should I have said that
disbelieves in Iman.
Should I have said that to them?
Well, how would you give them dawah?
Well, I did. When I was there, I did speak to them, and the way I was giving them dawah was, "What do you believe?" I was trying to learn about what they believe, and then I would say to them, "Well, we believe in one God. They can't be." I would go that out, and I wouldn't say to them, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would never say to a couple of Sikhs that are there supporting the Uyghurs, "You boys are burning, guys. You're on. You know, everything you're doing is a waste, mate." I would say that's not the prophetic way of giving dawah, that in my understanding.
And who says that's the way you should tell them?
You are.
No, it's not. Come on, mate.
That's the sentiment you're giving. That's what you just said.
No, the point I'm trying to make out is that Muslims, a lot of Muslims, and I've seen this, not even on our common platforms. I'm talking about places like Facebook, etc. I've seen people representing Muslim organizations posting images of Sikhs when they're trying to talk about Islam, and one reason they may be doing so is because they view Sikhism as a sort of, or even Islam, a cultural thing that belongs to their region in the Punjab. So I just want Muslims to be clear that Islam and Sikhi, they're not like two sects of the same religion.
Okay,
one is the truth, and one is complete falsehood. Sorry,
there are Dawah people out there that believe that Sikhism is a sect of Islam.
Yeah, you think all Dawah people are very knowledgeable?
I mean, if you believe that, you're probably less than knowledgeable. I've never seen it. Who is it? I'd like to see that.
Okay, well, I can find you one. I've seen. Yeah, and for example, you know, you get these multi-faith discussions and forums. And in some organizations, they'll have a Muslim society, or they'll have a Sikh society and a Hindu society and a Christian society. Well, when you look at the Muslim society's materials, they'll have photographs with Muslims and Sikhs together. Isn't that confusing for the non-Muslim? They'll think Sikhs and Muslims are the same. That's not Dawah.
Yeah. On a Dawah pamphlet, they'd have like Sikhs and Muslims together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they'll have Sikhs on a photograph of Muslims will have Sikhs in the image. Why? That's not confusing. Of course it is. All right. So I thought it's something that needs clarification.
Okay.
All right. Shall we continue?
See what the boys say.
Okay.
Jazakallah khair. So that question is obviously directed towards Adnan.
Okay.
Now, why did you say it was directed to Adnan?
Well, I mean, even what you just said,
yeah,
you were suggesting it's all about regions, and obviously Sabor has triggered. Sabor has actually identified exactly what you mean, hasn't he?
I don't. Yeah, but I'm not sure why he passed it to Adnan. But
yeah.
All right, let's continue.
That was quite slick.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. As far as calling the Sikh people our brothers, they are definitely our brothers in humanity.
Brothers in humanity. Do you hear that, Waiso? Did you hear that? Oh,
what? This is just when I heard these words uttered from Adnan Rashid, I wanted to pull my hair out. Like, this is unbelievable.
They are definitely our brothers in humanity.
Oh, why so? Oh my word, he's going to be
they
there going.
Definitely
oh my God.
Our brothers in humanity. So our non-Sikhs definitely part.
But Adnan is not. It's clearly not saying it's the same brother as sort of as he would view Sabor or Ali. He's a brother in humanity is a different term that is used, and I'm glad that Adnan's actually debunked why so.
This is confusing. This is like, this concept of categorization of brotherhood, where you have different levels of brotherhood. It's confusing. It makes no sense.
Yeah,
they are definitely.
I don't think it's called a brotherhood, is it? I guess
Sikhs are our brothers in humanity. All right, are Freemasons our brothers in humanity?
Are who?
Freemasons, are they our brothers in humanity?
The thing is, for me, what this term means is that would you want the Freemason to accept Islam?
Yes.
So you essentially want for him what you want for yourself, right? You essentially want him to accept Islam, to go to Jannah. So you do have that.
Does that make us brothers?
And it doesn't make you brothers. It doesn't make you brothers. And maybe that's where I'm pretty sure. But okay, so maybe it's confusing terms for you. But I think you know that Adnan isn't talking about the bara between Muslims there.
The meaning of brotherhood, what is it? It must have a meaning. By giving the term brotherhood to everyone, it becomes valueless or worthless. It becomes meaningless. Because if everyone's a brother, then why have brotherhood in the first place for Muslims? Yeah, let's continue with what he says.
They are the children of Adam alayhi salam. We believe by default that all humans are the children of Adam alayhi salam.
Oh, why so?
Adam.
This is going terribly for him.
Sikhs are part of the human fraternity. So by that,
why not cousins? Why brothers? Why is it Muslims describe Jews as our cousins?
Abrahamic cousins as a term, and maybe that you might prefer that.
So, but brothers, like cousins, are more distant than brothers.
But
so how can a mushrik, how can a Hindu be our brother, or a Sikh be our brother, but a Jew be our cousin? A cousin is more distant.
But it's a brother in humanity.
But not a cousin cousin in what?
I mean, you're using there are different terms for brother. Like I have a biological brother, don't I? I have brothers in Islam, and this term is Adnan is clearly defining it as a brother in humanity, as that hadith that is now debunked Waiso said.
Okay.
That virtue Sikhs are our brothers in humanity. I'm making it very clear, not in religion, not in religion.
Ooh.
So what's the difference?
It's going terribly for you, Waiso. It's going terribly.
What is the difference then between a brother in humanity and a brother in religion?
You don't think there's a difference in that?
No, I would like some clarity. All I know is that this answer has caused me more confusion.
I explained to you about the idea that you want everyone to accept Islam as a brother in humanity, and our brother in Islam is clearly something different, isn't it? A brother in religion is clear, and that's a well-defined brotherhood within our scriptures, isn't it?
It's not clear. I'm left.
Okay,
I'm
so
left
it's confusing you. So, okay,
this.
if it's confusing you, reactionary, then maybe it is the wrong terminology. But I understand what Adnan's saying.
If I'm confused, I'm sure other people must be confused.
So you think others are going like, okay, so Sikhs are
our brothers? They're a sect, a sect of Islam almost. Yeah.
We are not Sikhs, and Sikhs are not Muslims. By that virtue, Sikhs are not our brothers in religion.
Okay.
Mashallah,
so now we've got a confusing statement now. On the one hand, they're our brothers, and on the other hand, they're not our brothers.
Oh, my word.
How do I understand this?
Are you being serious?
Yes.
Okay.
How do I understand this? I'm thinking of especially a person who's not learned in Islam at all. They're going to think, oh, okay, so they're not our brothers, but they are our brothers. It's confusing.
And we are not brothers in religion to Sikhs. So there is a distinction here. So biologically, they are our brothers in that sense because they come from the same father we do, right? But religiously, spiritually, of course, we are apart when it comes to religious values and religious views. With regards to a lot of people, a lot of Sikh people joining EDL, of course, they are unfortunate characters. They don't represent the Sikh community in general.
They don't represent the Sikh community. What do you think of that statement? Sikhs joining the EDL don't represent the Sikh community.
Well, you said yourself when I said Raj, you said, do you think Raj represents the whole Sikh community? You said it yourself. I was just doing it. So you just agreed with Adnan a few minutes ago.
No, I didn't. The question I asked them in the first place was about the Sikhs joining and supporting the EDL to the point they even have a Sikh division of the EDL. Right?
Okay, that's what and you think it's fair to generalize all Sikhs as EDL, yeah?
Well, the question is, how do you know if it's representative of Sikhism or not?
So you think Adnan cannot say that all Sikhs want to join the EDL?
Obviously, not all Sikhs. There are also.
But that's
Sikhs.
all he's saying, isn't it? That they're not all they're not a representation of all Sikhs.
Okay, so the ones that join the EDL, are they the real Sikhs or not the real Sikhs?
I don't. Can you really say that? I mean, that's
it's
like
confusing.
Saying, no, but you can't answer that. They're all
How
Sikhs.
do you answer that?
They're all okay. Who are the real Muslims? ISIS or the ones that aren't doing the attacks?
There you go. There you go.
No, but that debunks your point because they're all Muslim. ISIS are Muslim.
I'm Muslim. Okay.
Are you takfiring them?
No. But the question is about the real Sikhs. Yeah, he says big up the real Sikhs, or you say big up the real Sikhs. Well,
did Adnan say big up the real Sikhs?
Yeah, he's. Let's go back.
Let's see that. I didn't hear that.
EDL, of course, they are unfortunate characters. They don't represent the Sikh community in general. There are noble Sikh people. I know some of them personally. I even have Sikh friends. I share my passion.
Astaghfirullah.
Yeah, he has Sikh friends. Fine. I don't see it as a problem, to be honest. But he's not addressing the point.
Okay.
Yeah. So, are you saying the Sikhs are kuffar or not?
Yeah, are Sikhs kuffar?
Right. He already said they're not brothers in religion.
Well, are they kuffar? That's the question.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
Listen to me.
Ali Dawah's laughing because
he knows what you want. He knows that you just want. You want. What's the value in Adnan saying Sikhs are kafar? Because you think there's some confusion, right?
It's this sugarcoating, right? Trying to say they're our brothers and be, this as you guys were calling it earlier in the chat, compassionate imams. They're just a conversation amongst Sikhs. They'll have no problem saying Muslims are kuffar in their view, or whatever the term they use, sulli. They call them as sullis. Whereas Muslims, when they're alone, this is a Muslim channel that we're on this video. Why not just be truthful, be frank? Are they kuffar? Yes or no?
Okay, yeah.
Anyone who doesn't believe in Islam to us.
And if so, what makes them kuffar?
I'm sorry, React, could I ask you not to...
So
the reaction, come on, man. He said, and he was about to say, anyone that doesn't believe in Islam is a kuffar.
But Sabur interrupts him.
And you cut Adnan off, and then Sabur cut you.
Yeah. So why did Sabur jump in? I was having a conversation with Adnan.
You cut Adnan off to say something like, and what did the Sikhs? I didn't hear what you said, but you clearly wanted to do. You weren't happy with. You didn't want that answer, did you?
Well, I wanted to know what makes them kuffar. If they are kuffar, yeah, what is it that makes them kuffar?
You agree Adnan was about to call them kuffar?
Let's see.
Why did you just make the whole thing about? Why did you?
I'm not sure he was.
About him not.
I'm not sure he was. Let's see.
One who doesn't believe in Islam to us.
And if so, what makes them kuffar?
I'm sorry, React, could I ask you not to interrupt the speaker, please? Because he's answering your initial question and you sort of interrupted and asked.
Do you agree with that reaction?
Okay, so he asked me not to interrupt. Fine. Yeah. Okay, he asked me not to interrupt. So let's see.
Apologies, but he's given the impression that they're almost like Muslims. I want to know, are they kuffar? And if so, why?
Where did you say that?
Actually, well, they're our brothers. Yeah,
brothers in humanity is different to brothers. He's clarified it at the beginning, man.
Okay, let's see.
We're brothers in humanity, but we're I mean, the very fact that we're talking about Sikhism, then they are obviously non-believers. They are obviously.
So he used the word non-believers. Yeah. Why not call them kuffar? Why use the word non-believers? What's the difference?
What's the problem with using non-believers?
It's trying to be softy, like he's not calling them kuffar.
Isn't it the same thing?
Then if it's the same thing, why not use the word kuffar?
No, the question is, why do you want him to say kuffar?
Because that's the word I used. He's now introduced a new word called non-believers.
And why do you think Sabor's done that? We both know why, but why do you think he's done that?
I don't know.
You don't think the word kuffar, obviously as Muslims we use it in a certain way, but you don't think it's been used,
So he may think it could be interpreted in an offensive way by the Sikhs. Yeah.
Possibly, but to be honest, possibly. But to be honest, they mean the same thing. I mean, if he's saying non-believers, to me, that's maybe he's clarifying for people that don't understand what a kuffar is.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. All right, so let's see.
Not Muslim. That goes without saying. But I'm just a bit.
So he says Sikhs are not Muslim. That goes without saying.
There you go.
But why are they non-Muslim? Why are they not considered Muslim? What's the reason? What makes them kuffar? Ideologically. What is kufr about their beliefs? And that's what I asked.
Non-believers, they are obviously not Muslim. That goes without saying. But I'm just a bit.
I made it very clear.
I'm just a bit surprised at your sort of way of interacting. So I'm going to remove you from the live stream.
Do you think that was fair?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that was fair. I do think that Adnan was clarifying to you, and you were a bit frustrating, but I don't think you deserve to be completely booted off there. No. But then I know you. Support doesn't know who you are. Do you think you could have come across a little bit like you were trying to stir something then?
Even if I was, so what? Like, you get Christians. I've seen atheists and Christians come on your channels, and you people treat them with all sorts of respect. They can troll as much as they want sometimes, and you don't boot them off. Whereas reactionary, oh God, he mentioned Sikhi and kuffar. You can't do that. Like, what's so special about? I don't get it. It's confusing. It's
your way of interaction. I mean, how would you describe your way of interacting with them there? Did it?
I thought I was polite.
So you didn't feel like it was coming across that you was. It wasn't accusatory, but it was kind of, I think you obviously don't agree with their terminology on brothers and stuff, right? I thought they were completely clear that Sikhism is not, you're not a believer if you're a Sikh, and he also clarified the difference between a brother in humanity and a brother in religion.
Well, I see there's different audiences, and they're playing to a particular audience. I wanted them to answer a question for another audience that they weren't considering. The audience I wanted them to focus on are the Muslims who are confused or doubtful. Their answer is focused on Sikh people who they interact with in their daily lives. They don't want to offend them. Okay, so and they're trying to also come across as though they're
do you want to offend Sikhs?
Friendly Muslims.
Do you want to offend Sikhs?
No,
wow.
I don't want to offend anybody.
You had to think about that.
Yeah, because Islam, by its nature, is offensive to all religions. Our statement of entering Islam, the Shahada, what does it start with? The very first sentence.
I'm not offended by Sikhs. Like they're born that way, and obviously you've got to try and give them a message.
Nobody's born a Sikh. And this is something else I wanted to comment on. You're
not born Muslim either.
No, you lot use this term, born Muslims. You say reverts and born Muslims.
Yeah, I disagree.
There's no such thing as a born Muslim.
I agree. Revert is a trash term.
Revert's a trash term, and
you're born on the fitra. You're born on the fitra.
Yeah, and nobody's born Muslim. Their parents raised them as Muslims.
Agreed. It's just part of the terminology that's used.
And it's incorrect terminology, but who's correcting it?
Agreed.
Yeah. So I think there is confusion amongst a lot of Muslims in the world who believe that Sikhs are somehow our brothers on a religious or theological level. They don't really understand that there is a real difference. And
but you
got
Muslims need dawah. You got Sabor and Adnan both saying that they're non-believers. Why weren't you happy with that? What else did you want from them?
But why are they non-believers? If I asked them about Qadianis, right? You know what they would say? Qadianis are kuffar. They would have no problem using that term. But with Sikhs, they're watering it down and trying to be all soft. Why? What's this special thing that needs preserving there? The Sikhs have come out with their enmity towards Muslims by funding the EDL, funding this grooming gang narrative.
Wow. So you think it's actually fair for you to say the Sikhs have funded the EDL? Not a few sort of coconut ones. You're going to actually say the Sikhs. I mean, aren't you doing just exactly what Muslims complain about on the other side?
I'm saying you're saying that they haven't.
No, you can't say Sikhs. You could say like a bit like if I say, "Oh, Muslims are terrorists." It's the same thing. You can't. You just saying it is just. I think
you're acting like Sikhs and Muslims are on friendly terms or have ever been on friendly terms.
No, I didn't say that at all. I just said I don't think you can make the term. I don't think you can say Sikhs fund the EDL. All right, Sikhs fund the EDL. Is that your claim?
Do you know how Sikhs feel about
Islam? My Sikh next door funds the EDL.
Possibly without knowing. I don't know. Maybe knowingly. Sikhs have a genuine gripe with Muslims in the West because after 9/11, who were the first people in America they killed? It was Sikh petrol station owners. Why? Because the Americans thought that they were Muslims. So Sikhs after that tried to separate themselves from Muslims to say, look, we are not Muslims. Please recognize that. And one of the way they were able, or in the UK, one of the ways they tried to do that was to support the EDL. And if you're saying that it's not the Sikhs, it's not the normative Sikh position to be anti-Islamic, then show me the Sikhs that called out those Sikhs who were doing wrong. If you're talking about ISIS, every Muslim has spoken out against ISIS. All of the Dawah people at Speaker's Corner have spoken against Suleiman at Speaker's Corner. Where are the Sikhs that have spoken out against the EDL Sikhs?
You say none of the Sikhs have spoken out against this. So
have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
I know of one group that has, but I'd like to know if you have witnessed anyone.
No.
There you go.
But I still think you can't say Sikhs fund the EDL.
Why not? Shall we look for evidence of that?
you can show me evidence that all Sikhs are involved in funding the EDL.
I'm not saying all Sikhs. Nobody's.
Well, you are.
There is no. I'm not saying every single Sikh. Just like not every single Muslim is against ISIS.
When I just said to you, my next door neighbor, you was like, well, maybe he is indirectly. So you were.
How do you know if he is or not?
So it's possible that all Sikhs are funding the EDL.
Not all.
Okay, so there are some Sikhs that don't fund the EDL.
There are. Have you heard of gay Sikhs?
Do you think in your rhetoric that it would be worth considering them?
Rhetoric.
When I say it is rhetoric. To say Sikhs fund the EDL, that's rhetoric. Is
it worth considering, Jordan, that there are Sikhs that support the EDL?
I agree there are. I've seen them.
You've seen them?
Well, I've seen a couple of clowns in the Speaker's Corner doing it. And the way I view it is...
The EDL doesn't exist anymore.
No, it doesn't. But
at the time it did, there was a
Sikhs
division of the EDL. Are you familiar with that?
The Sikhs are very British. They've almost, the British sort of, I think... Anyway, I won't go into that. Go on, what were you going to say?
No, go on.
Go on, you say what you were going to say.
No, I wanted to hear what you're going to say about that. The Sikhs are very British.
Well, I think my understanding is the reason why Sikhs stopped spreading Sikhism is the British didn't allow them. I think when you meet most Sikhs, they're very assimilated in the British culture. They're very, to be honest, me personally, that's something I don't respect about the Sikhs. Is that they almost seem to have bowed down to the British. And almost sold out to them. But that's just my personal. Now, can I say all are Sikhs? I think even I'm generalizing there. But that's why you'd probably see some of them uniting with the EDL. But I think even some of the ones that aren't fans of Islam ain't necessarily going to fall for a plum like Tommy Robinson.
I would disagree with what you said. I don't think the Sikhs have capitulated or assimilated with British culture. They've been quite firm in holding up their values. They will wear their turban, right? To the point that it's acceptable to not wear a motorcycle helmet if you're wearing a turban. They can carry their kirpan, which is a knife or a sword. They're allowed to carry that, although it's an offensive weapon. So they've managed to hold on and preserve their identity, or the cultural symbols of their identity. Whereas Muslims are the ones who really capitulated or assimilated, shall we say. So I could disagree with you on that point. The Sikhs are quite, and that's an honourable thing. That's an honourable quality of theirs.
I agree, the turban, but again, not all Sikhs. And look at even the ones we know. You've got one called Mani, haven't you? I don't know what that's short for. Manmeet or Manesh. Completely Britishifying. I don't know what the word is. Completely trying to be as British and Western as possible, even to the point where they join the British in the EDL, thinking that they're fighting for some, with the Union Jack. I don't see Muslims doing that.
And also Ishmael made a good point there about Indians. So the thing about, or the relationship between Sikhs and the UK or English culture, it really goes back to India, because there were a lot of Indians fighting in the British Army.
Yes.
So they happen to be Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, all of them, right? It wasn't just Sikhs.
Agreed.
So, but it's the Sikhs who've managed to preserve certain cultural aspects of their identity.
I mean, culturally, yes. Religion-wise, and look, culturally, yes. Like you see them. I think they still have pretty much their ceremonies in the temples. Not the term to the Gurdwaras. They many of them still wear this turban, but in terms of their religion, I would say you see less and less. And no Sikhs ever come up to me saying Sikhism's true, mate. You should be Sikh. But that used to happen.
You used to get dawah from Sikhs.
No, I'm talking about years ago, before the British got involved and stopped that. The Sikhs would try and spread their religion. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you if what you believe is true?
Yeah. Okay. So let's just continue then. So Sikhs, in your view, are kuffar. Agreed?
Yes.
Without intending any offense to your neighbor. Okay, they're kuffar. All right.
At the end of the day, brothers, Ustad Adnan is our senior in the dawah, and even as youngsters, we respect him. And I just don't like the way that these questions were being put. And in fact, if you've seen his interactions with the Sikhs in the park, you would know his stance. So,
to be fair, I think Adnan was willing to engage in a conversation, right?
Yes, I agree.
But these people were being over defensive. He's had much more like difficult conversations.
I don't think Ali would have kicked you either.
Yeah. Well, what's his name? Saeed admitted to me later on that
Adnan knew exactly what you were doing, and he would be wise to it. I think Sabor took offense to it.
Yeah.
Of course, you just need to tone yourself down a little bit.
Yeah, I think to see the reaction, how Ustad, for example, deals with a specific individual who is actually supporting the ideal, who's a Sikh, and how he deals with those who are genuine Sikhs who've come to disown that individual.
Genuine Sikhs, he says. Yeah, genuine Sikhs. As though Ali Dawah can judge between a genuine Sikh and a non-genuine Sikh.
It's clear enough for Ustad Adnan Rashid's position on how, and Islam teaches this, Allah tells us in the Quran, in chapter 6, Surah Mumtana, verse 8, Allah does not forbid you from being just or kind to those who didn't fight you on your account of your faith or kick you out of your houses. And Ustad Adnan Rashid is a fine example in the park with his mannerisms, his akhlaq, his adab towards all kinds of people, and let alone Sikh brothers who've come to the park to disown it.
Sikh brothers.
Okay. All right.
It's confusing. Like,
yeah.
Come on, Jordan.
I agree.
You've got to see this.
Sikh brothers. I wouldn't use that term.
Thank you. What about Sikh sisters?
Even worse.
Okay.
That sounds creepy.
His own specific individual.
Yeah, and I think I understand where Adnan was coming from when he first explained that actually they are our brothers in humanity, and because obviously the differences are clear. And secondly, I believe, and I do believe this is the stance of Adnan and others as well, that the history between the Muslims and the Sikhs is actually a barrier for Sikhs to accept Islam, and Muslims need to go out of their way to actually show that what Akbar did and what others did is not necessarily what Islam teaches, right? And so, if you have a history with the people, you obviously want to start off with an olive branch. If we were talking about, we were talking about Quakers, I think Adnan would have started in a different way. And I think...
So, yeah, he's basically admitting that they're being extra soft with Sikhs.
Yeah.
But there comes a point you have to let them know that their way is going to lead them to the hellfire. You can't just lend them an eternal olive branch.
So would you? I notice you don't like the Brelvis. Would you treat the Brelvis the same as the Christians?
I wouldn't say I don't like Brelvis. Brelvis don't like us, is what I'd say.
Okay,
Brelvis
so would you adapt
Muslims.
your dawah to them? Would you, or are you the same for everybody?
I adapt my dawah to every specific circumstance. Like every person I'm speaking to is going to be different. I wouldn't speak to a young person the same way I'd speak to an elderly individual.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'd like to take into account the type of brainwashing they may have received about Islam as well. That's going to have a factor in how I deal with them too.
That type of intellectual...
But until I raised this issue about Brelvism, had you even heard about it? Did you even know they exist?
I know Brelvi brother, but I'd never really... Can I say Brelvi brother?
I don't know, mate.
Are they out of the brotherhood, are they?
So this Brelvi, how do you know he's a Brelvi?
He said he's a Brelvi.
And what did you say?
Nothing.
Okay. So you don't think he needs dawah?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know what he believes in that sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I thought the Brelvi, to be honest. I mean, I know a bit more now. I've spoken to him since. From my understanding, I don't think all Brelvis believe the same, and it's almost like a Pakistani sort of area, raised that way. But would you put them all under one banner?
But that's my point. Why don't you know? I'm not blaming you for this, but there's a reason you haven't been educated on Brelvism.
Yeah, I mean, you come online. I didn't know before I met Hassan. I didn't know what an Ahmadiyya is, or you're coming to Islam. You don't necessarily know about all these things.
Hassan was Ismaili.
Ismaili, yeah.
And I think he's left it now apparently, and become a Brelvi. He's left Ismailism to become a Brelvi.
Which one's better for you? Which one was you?
I think Brelvi is probably closer to Islam than Ismaili. Yeah. Like, Brelvis do perform salah in the masjid, or they call it namaz, but Ismailis don't even do that. Yeah, they're all deviant groups. They're all on misguidance, and if they're on misguidance, the fact that somebody can say to you, "Oh yeah, Jordan, I'm Muslim, but I'm also a Brelvi," so that means he's separated himself from you. Yeah, he's put himself into a group.
So what should I do in that situation?
Well, I would probably ask, what do you mean by you're a Brelvi? Am I a Brelvi? I'd ask them, am I a Brelvi as well?
So if you met someone who claims they're Brelvi, you'd go straight into his theology. But if you chat with Ralph, you can have a chat about what coffee he has in the morning.
I don't know why you jump into Ralph. We could talk about Ralph.
No, because I think it's interesting, your interactions with Ralph, but like you're almost want to be harsh with the Sikhs, you want to be harsh with the Brelvis, but you're very soft with Ralph. And for me, it's a thing I've never understood.
Ralph doesn't invite me to Christianity. And
Ralph invites you to Christianity?
No, he doesn't invite me to Christianity. And in fact,
he invite you to Brelviism.
Well, Ralph allows me to defend Islam on his channel. Unlike these brothers here, they don't allow me on their channel. They banned me on their channel. Yeah, I couldn't address the problem of Muslims being confused with Sikhi on this channel. I got kicked off.
Wow, a guy that said
Ralph doesn't have a problem with me doing that.
A guy that said the New Zealand attack was target practice allows you to defend Islam on his channel. Mashallah.
Yeah, he did apologize.
Mashallah.
Yeah, he did apologize.
All right.
Maybe you can give Ralph dawah. Do you think he needs dawah?
People can apologize, but you don't get stung twice in Islam. You don't get it from the same hole.
True. Yeah. I think
you can forgive Ralph, but I don't understand like I say, all I'm comparing it is to your harshness in these topics with the others.
Okay, so you think I'm being harsh with people?
For instance, I'm the other way around, aren't I?
I'm not the one who's banned anyone from my channel. They're the ones who banned me from their channel.
I'd be harsh with Ralph and soft with the Brelvi.
Soft with a Brelvi? Why would you be soft with a Brelvi? Do you know how Brelvis feel about Muslims?
I can only go on the ones that I've met. But when I say soft, I'm not going to say that what they believe is correct. But I will treat them like anyone else in terms of the dawah.
But they think Muslims are kuffar.
And Ralph thinks you're going to the hellfire.
Well, why are you talking about Ralph?
Because
I'm not talking about Brelvis, and then you're talking about Ralph.
Inconsistent. Ralph thinks you're going to the hellfire. Now what?
That's the term whataboutism. That's what you're doing right now.
I'm not really. I'm pointing out inconsistencies. I'm pointing out inconsistencies. A bit like you're trying to do with these brothers. Why are the Sikhs? Why are you so soft with the Sikhs? So you're saying that. Why can't I say to you, why are you so soft with Ralph?
Because that's a different topic. Right now, we're talking about.
Okay, I can't bring that. So you can be inconsistent and then point out the others.
Yeah, we could talk about my inconsistencies, but let's put it in its place. Well, we'll talk about it once we finish talking about this.
Okay,
that's no problem. I'm sure I've got inconsistencies, and I'm happy to talk about them. The dawah people, sadly, you're not allowed to talk about the inconsistencies. You just get kicked off and banned.
I think. Do you want me to reconcile this with you and Sabor?
I don't know. I don't mind. I have no idea. I mean, I've spoken to him since this conversation on Somali Speaker's channel, and he was all out defending Brelvis. I asked him about someone called Asim Hakim. He said he's not Asim Hakim. He's Sheikh Asim al-Hakim. Sheikh Asim al-Hakim, right? That's the person
Somali
who...
Speakers. Is that Khalid?
Yes, it's Khalid.
Sabor was on his channel?
Yeah.
Wow. No.
Why? Wow.
I'm just surprised. I'm surprised.
Yeah, you didn't expect that level of interracial harmony.
No. Well, yeah, I think probably.
Oh, you didn't expect that the Dawah circle would allow the mixing of the non-Dawah people,
or vice versa.
Yeah. Okay. M-Stacks was there too. He done well, but
no, Khalid's the guy that called me out for being white, isn't it? White, like I'm some sort of white Tommy guy.
What?
Yeah.
What did he say? Khalid? You don't mean Asketti?
No, Khalid, the smiley guy at the Speaker's Corner. I remember him coming up to me once in the park going, "Yeah, I've got brothers behind me and stuff like that. We're going to sort you out today." I was like, "Okay, fine. See it." I'm sure it's the same guy, Khalid, the one that always looks. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
He came on to Muslim Matters once, calling me a white whatever. Lander Kelts was there and all that as well.
I'll say he was like,
I'm a racist,
unfriendly towards you, yeah.
Yeah. But I think at the time, I don't know if it was like Shakara's influence or it was in the time when I was talking out against the Nation of Islam and all that.
Yeah. Wow.
But whatever. That's I didn't know he had a channel that was sort of like that. Nice.
Yep, he does. Let me see if I've got any videos on that one. Oh, there we go.
Mushrik Brelvis.
Do you want to see this one? Oh, you haven't seen it.
Oh, is it? It's you against reaction? Oh, okay.
Sabor again.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Because Sabor's, I think, quite selective where he jumps on.
Yeah.
So
maybe you need to have a word with him. What's he doing on a?
No, I'm not. I've got nothing against Khalid. He doesn't like me, but whatever. I don't really care.
The 20s, especially the late teens and 20s, and what I'm finding is that increasingly, there is this type of attachment that the Somali community is getting to Islam beyond nationalism. So the understanding, all right, we're Muslims because we're Muslims. It's not,
you notice how he talks as though he's an educator and you have to learn from him all the time.
Islamic foundation that grounds them against
You've got that too.
Liberalism. And it's the same with the...
I didn't realize that. I'm glad you mentioned it because I never noticed that about myself.
Chat, what do you reckon? Has reaction got the same?
But when those people come...
Let me see. And he'll talk for ages, right?
And that's people are getting affected.
Like you're attending a lecture. Oh yeah, here we go. Check this out.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I saw a video a couple of days ago from somebody called Asim Hakim. Are you familiar with him?
Sheikh Asim al-Hakim? Sheikh Asim, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? I said Asim Hakim. He said Sheikh Asim Hakim.
Is he a sheikh?
Well, according to Sabor, yeah, you're not allowed to call him except with the name Sheikh at the start.
Has he earned the title? I don't know.
You respect?
Yes.
Okay. So in his video, he was asked about Brelvis, and he said that they are another religion. I'd like your opinion. What do you think of Brelvis, and who are they? Are they Muslim or not?
I haven't seen the video where he said that, but I think it would be. And again, I don't want to talk about him, right? Because I haven't seen what he said. But okay, so let me put it this way, right?
Why is he so hesitant? Why doesn't he just say what he thinks? What? Yeah, because he's doing that compassionate dawah thing.
Yeah. So would you say can every Brelvi be called a kuffar in your opinion?
Can every Brelvi be called a kuffar? If they insist on being Brelvis, then they're not Muslims.
Why?
Because they're a different religion.
What about it's different?
Why not just be called Muslim? Was the Prophet Muhammad Brelvi?
No.
No, he wasn't.
I don't think he called himself Sunni either.
Did he call himself Sunni? Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah, correct. I agree. You would only use the term Sunni. You and I would do that to differentiate ourselves from Brelvis or other groups and Shias. Yeah. All right, let's see what he is. So you see automatically he's gone on the sort of softy, avoiding the direct answers approach. Okay, let's see what else he says.
I have friends and people I know who they follow, particular people from the Indian subcontinent who would be described as Brelvi.
So he's admitting now that he's been influenced in his position because he has friends he doesn't want to offend. All right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Right?
Okay.
But when you talk to an average person from that background, they don't really hold the beliefs which a lot of people say that these people hold, simply because
I think that's what I found, actually.
Yeah.
They're simply from that area, so many just say that.
Yeah, if they don't hold the beliefs of a Brelvi, then they're not a Brelvi, are they?
What if they identify as one? They just wrongly term them.
Yeah, then...
So by on a stream calling all Brelvis kafar, those people that miss...
But nobody said that. Asim Hakim said they're a different religion. He didn't say they're all kuffar. He said Brelvism is another religion. But people people misinterpret that as, oh, we're going to be offending all these people. We're making takfir of them all. That's not what we're doing. And how do you give dawah to a Brelvi if you don't point out that what they're doing is wrong?
So are they, by just calling themselves Brelvi, is that what you're saying? Or is there a particular belief that you can highlight?
Well, if somebody says they're Brelvi, why isn't it sufficient for them to say they're Muslim?
Well, like for me, I know Brelvi that just literally like Eid is a different day, isn't it? to the others, or Ramadan starts on a different day.
But according to Sabur, according to Sabur, he has friends who don't. I'll point out to you something here. Listen to what he says.
Particular people from the Indian subcontinent who would be described as Brelvi, right? But when you talk to an average person from that background, they don't really hold the beliefs which a lot of people say that these people hold.
So what he's saying here is that the average person doesn't hold on to the beliefs of Brelvism.
Yeah.
Therefore, that's what's stopping him making takfir.
Yeah.
Meaning that the beliefs of Brelvism are wrong.
Yeah. So he's agreeing with that, right?
Yeah. He's agreeing with that. But
he's just saying that a lot of people that identify as Brelvi don't actually believe in what Brelvis believe.
Yeah.
They're just from that area, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's reluctant to sort of generalize them all for that reason.
Well, nobody's asked him to generalize them. He's understood it in that way. All we've talked about is the term Brelvism. And we said that is Brelvism Islam or is it another religion? And he's refusing to condemn Brelvism because he doesn't want to offend people who consider themselves Brelvis, even though they don't follow Brelvism. Again, it's this thing of not offending people or... Yeah.
Simply because they don't really know what is, part of that entire thought. So I'm not, and this is something that I work hard to try and do. I don't get involved in these types of, things of this group is this and this is the beliefs that they hold. What I try and do is bring everyone together and say, let's not use these labels. Let's look at what the Quran says, what the Sunnah says, and let's collectively try and come to the truth. But
yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, let's hold on to the Quran and Sunnah and collectively come to the truth. I agree. But it's not on Brelvism. You can't do that in Brelvism. Yeah. So the good thing is, I'm glad you've learnt something about Brelvis. And I've helped you on that journey.
Thank you, actually.
No problem.
I shall adapt to my dawah.
Yes. Next time you go live.
Do you respect Adnan Rashid?
Do I respect him? In what way?
Would you listen to something he says?
I've listened to a lot of what he says online, but yeah. Do I respect him? I respect him in the sense that he puts work in trying to defend Islam. I'm not going to disrespect him. May Allah reward him. And I don't, if you remember the last time you came, one of the last times you came on, there was a Jewish man who came on called Aaron. I once asked him who his favorite person at Speaker's Corner is. He said Adnan Rashid.
Yeah.
I was surprised. I didn't expect that. But yeah, Adnan Rashid, a lot of people do like him.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Yeah, I guess be interesting when Wiso comes on next. You can give him Adnan Rashid's opinion on this Brothers in Humanity. I
think he's probably seen this already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes it even worse, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. So, and I'm not picking on one particular group. I'm showing you that this same approach applies to Sikhs, it applies to Brelvis, it applies... I don't know if they apply the same technique to Shia. They might do. But I think it's important that Muslims also need to be aware of these different groups.
Yeah. Do you accept, and look, no one wants to sugarcoat the deen or like you say, make all these people brothers and stuff, but do you accept when you're in dawah, there are ways you can communicate with people that will not put up their defense barriers and offend them? There are ways of spreading Islam. I'm not saying being dishonest and saying, you might go to Jannah, you are my brother, but not necessarily going in straight away and saying you're a kuffar, mate. What you believe's completely all wrong, mate.
But they do that with Qadianis.
I've never seen. Yeah, I'll take your word for that.
They've got no problem calling Qadianis kuffar.
Why is that? Why would that be?
And they'll be offensive to them as well. They have no problem being offensive. They'll say, "Oh, your prophet died on the toilet." This is what they'll say. Your prophet died on the toilet. Yeah. Is that not offensive to them? Is that going to encourage them to become Muslim?
Yeah.
There's selective, what's the word? Not outrage, but selective criticism of different groups. Sabur's issue is that a large number of people in Pakistan are Brelvis, so he doesn't want to offend them.
And you knew that before that conversation, right?
Before this conversation, I must have just learnt about Brelvis. I never even knew about them. And I realized that for many years, I've encountered Brelvi mosques. If you're traveling on the road and you find a mosque and you go and pray there. Yeah. And I didn't know they were Brelvis. And sometimes I faced hostility from certain people. And I didn't realize that the reason for that hostility was they're Brelvis. They hate Muslims. They Sikhs. I'm not saying every single Sikh, and I'm not saying every single Brelvis, but a lot of these people, they have an extreme dislike for Muslims. You haven't experienced it. I've experienced it.
Political.
It might be. There must be a political historic element to it from back in their countries, and they brought it over here with them. They don't even pray Salah behind you. You know that?
The Brelvi.
Yeah. A Brelvi will not pray Salah behind you. Because you're not Brelvi. They go to Umrah or Hajj and they don't even pray behind the imam in Mecca. They pray in their hotel room together. Did you know that?
No.
Because they don't recognize them as Muslims. They say that the Saudis are not real Muslims.
Yeah. But again, as Sabor saying, a lot of them wouldn't identify that, maybe not as well, right? Because they're just from that area, region. I'm not saying it's right, but
I don't know. Don't know the answer to that. Yes, bro. So you're going to reach out to Milahan?
No, there's no benefit for me to speak to her at all. What am I going to do with Milahan? She'll think I'm a bit of a doofus. I'm not interested in all that philosophy stuff.
Oh yeah, that was a question we had last time. After you jumped off, you went to St. Lucia, did you? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Was that a honeymoon? Okay, don't answer that. Don't answer that.
At the time.
So we know the answer. Okay.
No.
Alhamdulillah, congratulations.
Yeah, things are in motion. I can't,
Yeah, mashallah. Barakallah. That's good. It's good to hear. Hopefully, I think that. Are you familiar with the hadith about completing half your religion? Marriage completes half of your religion.
But there's something else that's half your deen as well. What is it?
What's that?
I saw a hadith I remember a year ago or something, and it also said something else was half your deen. So I was like, well, that don't make sense then, does it? See if there's anything else. The thing is, you're going to get all of the marriage ones coming up, but there was something else. Maybe someone in the chat knows. Cleanliness.
Oh,
half of faith. It was cleanliness. Cleanliness is half of your deen. I remember reading somewhere. I was like, what? So, yeah. So it's, what is it really? Well, obviously, it's not talking about 50% of you.
The book of purification. Cleanliness is half of faith. Well, the word here is faith, which is iman.
Different to deen, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But it's interesting. Yeah, I might have to look into the explanation of these. Cleanliness is half of faith. Purity is half of faith. Iman. Yeah, man. So it's not easy, I suppose. Cleanliness is half of faith.
Yeah, for a couple of years I went around saying Ibn Taymiyyah never got married. Some of the Sahaba never got married. Why do I need to? But I think there comes a time when you realize every great man needs a great woman, right?
Yeah, and how do you cope if you're not married? How do you cope with your desires?
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
Yeah. Definitely living around this country.
But I think, I suppose you've got the world is your oyster. Is that the right word? The world is your oyster when it comes to marriage. You could probably
me personally.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's a fetish for white reverts, but then I think there's also a fear for white reverts as well. I know many white reverts that and I don't know if you're talking about me personally or white reverts, but so they can be seen as like an insecure sort of thing because they're not from a white revert can leave the deen just as much as they came in, can't they? There's no pressure from family or anything.
Yeah.
So I've seen many white Muslims refused by Asian families. I don't know.
You must have got lots of proposals online through your channel.
Yeah, I've said through my email, I'll probably get about 5 marriage proposals a week.
Are these proposals from the women themselves or from family members?
It can be either. But I'll tell you what, it's always done respectfully. Always, I don't get any inappropriate emails or so. Mashallah for the sisters.
How do they bring it up? What do they say to you?
So they might explain a bit about themselves, and it's always, do you want to meet within the intention of marriage? If so, let me know, and that's it.
Are
A
these
lot of them will say, you know, and many of them, you know, come across. Last one I read was saying, you know, she memorized the whole Quran. They'll often say what country they're from. Mashallah, they're normally always practicing Muslims.
Are these mostly divorced or
mixture?
or are they,
mixture.
oh, even unmarried sisters?
You saying I'm old?
I'm just thinking, if I had a daughter, would I want her to marry? I'm not saying you individually,
Yeah,
but
no, you
a
can say
person
that.
of your age and your background.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably prefer somebody who hasn't been married before. When I say married, I mean inexperienced. Or
would you have any preference on race? You don't have to say what it is.
I personally wouldn't. I wouldn't. But I would take into effect, based on all of my experiences online, that race does have an effect on a lot of people.
Yes.
So I would be looking at it from the perspective of the individual. That do they have racial preference?
What if they're Brelvi? What if they're Brelvi?
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't approve of that marriage if that was me.
Yeah. Well, that was coming.
I wouldn't approve of Qadiani. I wouldn't approve of Shia.
Having a daughter. Do you have a daughter?
Bro, it's possible. Who knows?
You can't even give that. You can't even give that information away. Like, if you said you had a daughter, that doesn't really narrow you down into any categories.
Yeah,
I mean, that must be tough.
Who knows?
Choosing a guy for your daughter.
You know what you could do, right?
That'd be a nightmare.
It's like you know, the numbers of proposals you've got through email, would they be above 5?
What do you mean?
Like, have you had more than 5 requests?
Me?
Yeah.
5 marriage proposals?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said about 5 a week.
When I say proposal, I mean inquiries. I won't say official proposal. 5 a week?
Yeah.
What? So in total, would you say over 50?
Yes.
Over 100?
I don't know. I'm getting into big
numbers.
Wow,
this is unbelievable. Bro, you need to do a show where you could read some of these messages.
No way. I'd never do that.
Hide the names.
Even just me mentioning this probably isn't a good idea. But I would never read a sister's or share a sister's email, because a lot of them are, you know, please delete this email if you're not interested. They take it very, it's precious, isn't it? For a sister to email someone about marriage is a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is something that's sort of missing online. I think we see a lot of the facade on things, but we don't see about the reality, what goes on in a YouTuber's.
You know, the thing is with me, right, is I don't really take any of them seriously, because and it's not out of disrespect or anything. I feel like online I try to present myself a certain way.
Yeah.
And so I'd be a letdown for a lot of these sisters, you know, in real life. You know, when I get some of them memorize the whole Quran, some of the knowledge they have, and some of the stuff they say, I'm like, I'm not even on your level. Like, I'm not. Do you know what I mean? But obviously online, on my channel and stuff, I try and present. You know, you won't even hear me swear or anything. I'll try and present myself as a good, decent Muslim if I can.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, online.
I think that's something most of us appreciate about you, Jordan. Yeah, I have to say that's something I do anyway. I appreciate that about you. You don't, in no way do you embarrass Muslims. So that's something I want to big you up for. So big up for that.
Exactly. Okay. Well, I think some people could say it's fake, right? Or it's you know, and some people would say that you want to see somebody real as being their self all the time. And I'm not saying I'm being fake, but I certainly won't, you know, if I'm in a bad day or I'm having a rant, I'll try and keep everything on a minimum. And I won't, I'll try to always, you know, if I was going through a tough time with my iman and stuff, I'm not going to be publishing that online or any doubts I had or anything like that. I would never do it.
You know, in terms of a tough time, like that is something we hear about, that when a person becomes Muslim, that's when Shaitan comes and attacks them and they might have difficulties with their family or friends. You just mentioned tough time with your iman. Have you ever had a tough time with your iman after becoming Muslim? And if so,
yeah. So
give a
I
bit of
would
insight on
say
that.
in my first year, and I believe from my experience of seeing other reverts, I won't use that word because I know other people that new Muslims, the first year is rocky. Like your shaitan attacks you. I do believe your foundations aren't yet. You haven't yet necessarily studied Tawheed. You haven't studied, and I think you're rocky. Like things rock you, whether it's even in your family and stuff like that. Now, what affects your? I mean, your mind goes up and down anyway, doesn't it? But for me, since after my first year, I've never had any issues. But in my first year, there were definitely things, and I think, to be honest, I spent way too long trying to defend Islam rather than learning about it. I came straight into the Speaker's Corner scene and stuff, which I think was a mistake. And so I think my iman was affected because I wasn't studying enough and I wasn't really. Do you know what I mean?
When you say your iman was affected, so some of the arguments, did you say they caused you some doubts? Is that what you mean, or something else?
The thing is, I never ever doubted. I never ever doubted that Allah's worthy of worship, and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was his last and final message. That's always been there. But iman can still go up and down, can't it? Regardless of that, and iman doesn't necessarily mean a complete doubt, does it? But there were things. I'll give you an example, right? In my first year, I remember reading that women, and I don't know why this really affected me. I was in the chat for 8 days telling the brothers, I don't understand this. That I read that women can't wear perfume, and I was like, but I'm in the masjid all the time, and the men are coating their beards with it. I'm like, when I was non-Muslim, aftershave is there to attract women. So for me, the fair thing would be to have both not have it. And it really bothered me. And there were differences of opinion. Some says you can be with your husband. And look, this is something really small that really on the scale of things means nothing. But for whatever reason, that was actually making me sort of rock a bit, And like I say, I think, I don't know if it's after the first year you fully submit, because now, to be honest, whatever I read, I accept it if it's genuine, if it's authentic, because I believe it's from Allah. I believe, but I think in my first year, you still kind of in some ways got your old mind trying to judge what's good, what's bad. You still have a bit of that. Do you know what I mean?
So how do you combat if you had a difficulty, like you said, iman goes up and down? If you feel your iman is down, how do you recover? So
for me, it's all about my salah. So, and that's any advice I give to any Muslim, born or revert. If you're praying late, if you're even adding sunnah prayers and stuff like that. When my prayers are all on time and everything is good, my imam will never it will never falter. But when that starts to go off a bit, that's when things start struggling for me.
And are you able to sort of self-identify or reflect and pick up when your iman is not?
I think so. I think so. Like I know, for example, even something like noticing women in the street more. These are little clues to you. Not thinking about lowering your gaze. Not these are little clues that you are not quite on it. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you do realize that you're doing more of certain things that you wouldn't do normally.
Yes. Yes.
And in terms of the sort of intellectual doubts, or not say doubts, but questions, these are not affecting you as much as in the first year. These were like a first year problem, and now it's more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it is a thing. Look, someone could present me a hadith that is like, whoa, what is that? But I know, I now know, I've been through enough to know that there will be an answer for that.
Yeah.
And
correct.
Yeah, it's you get to that stage in Islam where you just look at enough, and even if someone presents you something that just looks completely like, whoa, that can't be right, Yeah, you know that there's going to be an explanation.
Yeah, even though you don't know it yourself right now, you can find it out, no problem.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's like when someone like Wiso or Rob or someone comes along, that's that's usually the case, right? In fact, always.
I know. And with those guys, you know that they're missing bits out of the hadith. They're not. You know they are. I mean, yeah, I'm disappointed with Wiso a little bit because I actually didn't think he was like a Rob, but yeah. But they've got their own challenge, isn't it? There must be a reason why they keep looking into Islam and pulling out hadiths and stuff like that. And who knows? One day they might, suddenly something might click for them. Inshallah.
I hope so. I hope so. I mean,
me too.
I've had conversations with Rob on his show once, and some of his guests were like, "Rob, you sound like you're going to take your shahada." And they even said, "Have you taken your shahada already?"
Yeah,
because he was becoming very sort of on my side in my
deep down. Rob, you can tell Rob really respects Hamza, Shamsi. I don't even see him at the park with Shamsi. He loves it all. He loves it all. Yeah,
I've seen Rob on some of these commenting on these PNAC videos. Do you know what PNAC is?
No.
Photography is not a crime. Have you heard of that?
No.
Okay. I have to show you this. Let's see. Never heard of AB?
No.
Audits in Britain? Okay. Let's show you him first. No, I'll show you a different one.
Rob comments on that guy. What is this channel then?
There's a couple of channels that I like. One of them is called Koleeberks. Another one is Audits in Britain.
Maybe it's political.
No, it's not political. They just engage with police officers.
All right.
And see how they sort of react. So check this one out.
Are they trolling police?
You could say, in a sense, they are. But really, they're trolling to see, are the police going to violate their rights? So if you, all right, let's see this one.
We have hundreds of students worldwide and collectively generating over $1 million.
Have you ever been tempted to sign up for this guy's courses?
What is this? No.
They're like Jaffa, same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Evidence of what?
Hey, it's a security breach, buddy, okay? I'm not having you sit thrown in my car. Whoa.
Get out of it.
My car, if I come out of there.
Recording your car.
Yes, you are.
Get out my phone back, please.
No.
You wasn't listen to that one.
I was just free to go. The search is complete. The search is complete.
You are not filming my car as I come out.
Give me my phone back and I'll leave.
Security breach.
Give me my phone and I'll leave.
You are
give me my phone and I'll leave.
Give
me my phone and I'll leave.
No, it's seized.
Give me my phone and I'll leave.
This guy's got your details. I'm not having it.
Right, give me my phone and I'll leave. I won't give us his details, yeah?
You won't
give me my phone and I will leave.
No. Right, let's talk first, shall we?
You need a court order to leave stuff. Why are you seizing?
Right, my name's Peter Police, all right? As you know already.
Oh, Jordan. By the way, you've got to see this guy. Asking police. Yeah. Check this out. Tell me what you think of this. It's a short video, but tell me what you think. Watch this.
8 million views.
Was somebody in particular?
Just me.
Watching you take pictures of that parking. What's this about?
Is that a problem?
Yeah, this is a police law enforcement parking lot. That is.
Oh. Who are you?
I'm Detective Mike Jardine.
Oh, yeah? What are you working on? What are you working on right now?
Several cases.
Okay.
What is this about?
Are you working on something right now?
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, what are you working on?
The ego of some of these guys is brilliant.
It doesn't matter what I'm working on. I'm asking you, what are you doing here taking pictures?
Where have you been today? Have you been here all day?
Or have you been out and about a little bit?
What is this about? Who are you?
I'm asking the questions. Where have you been today? Have you been?
I'm asking the questions. You're.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Bro, this video is called Asking Cops the Same Silly Questions They Ask Us.
So, yeah. What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Bro, this is hilarious.
That's funny.
It gets worse. It gets worse. Hold up.
You're on this property. You're on this property, so you need to answer my questions.
Are you drunk? Why are you slurring your words today? So have you been here all day, or have you been out? Have you been to the bar today at all?
Who are you?
Have you been to the bar?
Who are you?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator for who?
Investigative journalist. I investigate corrupt officials. So I'm wondering, where have you been today? Have you been here all day, or have you been out at the bar? Okay. Okay. Have you been to the bar at all today?
No.
Okay.
Well, he's calling for it.
Have you used any drugs today?
What a ridiculous question.
That's not a ridiculous question. Do you know where he's been today?
I don't keep tabs on him.
Okay.
About.
Do you know what time his shift started? Okay. Does he usually drink on the job? No, not that anybody knows of for sure. Have you guys ever breathalyzed him while he's been on the job? Would you submit to a breathalyzer for me right now?
You're ridiculous. You know that? You got about 5 minutes to get out of here right now.
Or what?
Or what? You're on
my property.
This isn't your property.
Shut the hell up. Get out of here now.
What'd you say?
I said, shut up and get out.
No,
of here.
you get out of here now.
Hey, you better get your boy. Get your butt back in your office and do your job.
You shut up.
You get your butt back in your office and do your job.
No.
You quit drinking on the job. You understand me?
Is it always him?
You punk ass.
Hey?
Is it always the guy behind the camera? He's very good.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this guy behind the camera.
That sounded like the ball kicking you off the stream.
No, I'm sure one day Sabor will come around. That was hilarious, bro. We need to see some.
Brilliant.
I kind of get addicted to some of these videos.
Yeah, they're funny. I like to do like watching the show.
There's another guy. He does the silent treatment. Don't know if
do you
you've
like
seen
that
him.
NDL guy? Is it NDL, the one that trolls?
Nico Omilana.
Yeah, I think he's funny.
He is. Yeah, he started off with the NDL, the Nico Defense League.
Yeah.
Okay. Ash silence. Yeah, check this one. In a minute. So when you don't answer police, they don't know how to behave. So.
Everyone.
Does he just ignore them here?
Yeah.
To Torquay Police Station.
So the police get offended when you see them filming them.
Yeah.
But they don't mind filming you and have CCTV cameras everywhere.
Been informed that you're filming in the back of the police station. Is there any for a particular reason? Are you a member of the media, or are you wanting to get hold of anybody specifically? Is there anything I can help you with?
So you're just going to say nothing the whole time?
Yeah.
Are you able to explain why you're here? Is this for a YouTube video? Is this for any other documentary or any other project that you're holding? Just inform you that my body worn video is recording. Is there anything that I can help you with? Are you trying to get hold of anybody from custody? Are you trying to make contact with any police officer? Can I ask you why you're filming the police station? He's not able to
goes on for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, weirdos, man. Like.
Yeah, it's interesting how the police behave. Have you ever seen that? There was an experiment done. There's a film about it. It's the Something Project. And they basically got these people in a building, like, I don't know, 20 people, and they put 10 of them in charge of the other. And the behavior change of the 10, you know, they left them in there for like a couple of weeks, and they got physical violence and everything because the other ones wouldn't listen to what they're telling them to do.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar with the police. Like they believe they've been put in charge. So they won't let, they won't have anyone talk down to them or.
Exactly. And they've been made immune, so you can't prosecute the police.
I reckon, actually, this is your channel, that silent audit.
You know,
I reckon that's you.
I'm not going to confirm or deny anything.
But
could be. Yeah. So there's loads of these auditors now, and it's, I mean, I haven't uploaded my videos. I did years ago, done some of these. But...
Do you see me getting pulled over by the police?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I didn't see you get pulled over. I saw you.
No, I didn't get pulled over.
Wind your window down.
Exaggerated it.
And they just ran away.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, it's Jordan. All right, you're right, mate." All right,
do you remember that time? I think it was one of my early things on COE. I was talking to Raven about. He was trying to basically say that black reverts lose their identity, and then IC3 came over and started talking about the codes. And I said something about me having a job once where you use the codes.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that? I've never lived that down.
At Winter Wonderland.
So, I don't think. Did I say you went to Wonderland there?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Do people still remember that? Do they?
Yeah. We get that in my chats. Yeah, Jordan knows the police codes.
Yeah, that was. Oh, you got a video from 8 days ago that's being recommended here. I don't know what that's.
Yeah,
about.
That's a dead one. Don't worry about that one.
Okay, I'll leave it. Adnan Rashid's got a video 2 days old. Who else? Sir Faz. What channel is that?
What's happened to Sir Faz?
I don't know, bruv.
Have they all gone underground on the Discord?
That's possible. I have no way of knowing. The last time I heard from Faz, he told me he just came back from holiday. That was it.
If I'm on your recommended with all these YouTube channels you watch, I must be like one of your most viewed.
No, Jordan, look, I'm not signed in.
How much time do you spend on Jordan M?
I'm not signed in. It's not recommending it to me. For some reason, I think it's showing you because the last time I used this computer, I watched one of your videos with you.
Okay.
So it's probably recommended based on that.
Okay, yeah.
Some cookies.
Yeah. Oh, there's another one.
Open panel, M fam, jump on. Yeah. Oh, is that the name of the crew? Yeah, the M fam. That's
the M fam.
Yeah.
I think reactionary. You should be reactionary M for a couple of weeks. Go on.
Yeah.
Do it.
They might let me on the arena if I do that.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'll try it out. Reactionary.
Well, you'll be reactionary M for a couple of weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Why not?
I'll do a welcome on my community feed. Welcome to reactionary.
He's joined the club for a while.
He's joined the cult.
He's testing it. He's testing. Yeah, he's taking it for a test drive.
Yeah. Be nice to him. Don't kick him off any panels.
Mukeet's been nice to me. I don't know, what changed. He used to be really aggressive to me. If he saw me on a panel, he'd block me and time me out and all that. But for some reason, he stopped and he became quite accommodating. I don't know what happened. Is that Mukeet that was in one of your videos, or is that someone else?
Yeah, Mukeet did come into one of my videos.
Mark Smith says Sir Faz is missed on here. Yeah, I don't know where he is. So I don't know what's happened to him. Maybe he's dealing with Amina Sardar or one of those weirdos. How's your Yemen fund going, Jordan?
It passed. I think it's about 27 grand already. I think.
Really? Fantastic. So if you want, I can help you take care of that fund if you like. Hand over the keys and I'll look after it for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a Just Giving page. So I can't, yeah.
What does this mean? Oh, EM. Okay, that's.
What about you, Reactionary? Do you have like a PayPal or Patreon?
Somebody made
do you expect people
PayPal
to donate to you for the work you do?
I don't expect it, no, but I did have a PayPal account and someone donated £10 to it. But I don't know if I've got the details. No, I never touched it. It's still there if it still exists. Account if it's still if it hasn't been shut down yet. But I don't remember the details for it, so I can't post the link.
Well, everyone's calling him Why So Reactionary now.
Why So Reactionary crew? I don't know why people hate Weiser so much. It's generally respectful. When he's disrespectful, get rid of him. That's it, simple. But that's the same with anybody.
He's just a bit odd, isn't he? He's just a bit of an oddball. I don't think he's like malicious or anything.
Yeah, true. I think people just don't have the patience to deal with him, so they become rude. Have you seen the Jats and the Lutons around?
No. What are the channels that are going on now? Like there's less channels. Like there used to be quite a few. Like Safaz was on. Used to go and troll the G Block, but now there's not really much. There's not really much. I know you probably go on Rodney K. That's not really for me.
I don't think I've been on his channel at all. No, I've typed something in his chat, but that's it. He hasn't acknowledged me yet.
You typed something in his chat without being on the channel. Oh, so you haven't been on the panel, you mean?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you're quite. What's the word? I won't say nitpicky, but you're looking out for little mistakes. It seems.
I'm actually doing what you do.
You'd be a good detective, Jordan.
I like doing it to you.
Seems like you've been trained well.
Yeah.
No, that was based on that joke we were talking about earlier. So
I see. I think Jedi's like alive quite a lot, but I'm blocked on there.
You're blocked.
I'm blocked on Jedi's. Yeah, blocked. Straight block.
What did you do to Jedi?
Don't really know. I went on his panel a while ago and spoke about the Nation of Islam. I went on to speak to Raven. I don't think Jedi had much clue what was going on in the conversation, but I don't know. I tried to get back on there because they had. I heard that Shakara had a debate with Maku about Islam, so I went on with the Ifdar account. Said, "Can you unblock me?" But still didn't get unblocked. So I took that as a message.
Did you go on the panel?
But it's fine. I went on the panel. It must be a year ago now. When you're talking about the Nation of Islam with Raven. Raven hasn't been around, has he?
No, I haven't seen him. Yeah, seems to have disappeared.
Yeah.
What's it called again? Rap Raven.
Rap Raven. Yeah. Have you heard some of his tunes?
Yeah, there's one there. Let's see. Rap Raven TV. I'm not going to play the audio, but okay. Sure. No, I can't. That deserves a mute.
It sounds like white boy music, doesn't it? All that anti-whiteness, and he sings like a white man.
Oh, look at his hair. It's white man's hair as well. Let's see.
Sounds like the sort of music Wiso would listen to.
There you go. It's like white hair.
Is that Wiso?
Dear.
That's why I say when he goes.
Oh, do you remember Black Van Man? There he is.
Yeah, he got punched in the pub, innit? We never saw him again.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was at a Tommy a Tommy march, and he went into he recorded it, and he was like, "What, lads?" And one of them was like just slapped him around the face, and then we never saw him again.
Hey, where's Hussein? Are you in touch with him?
He still does his channel and stuff, but no, I haven't really been. Man, like respect.
What was this guy's name again? He used to wear the Cleveland Cavaliers shirt.
What was his name? Ahmed.
Yeah, it's only Ahmed or something like that. And he had a hair transplant in Turkey.
Did he?
Yeah. I think he paid £10,000 for it.
Wow.
That's what he said.
I'll consider that when my hair starts disappearing. It's already going a bit.
Oh, gosh. Speaker's Corner. Oh, look who this is. Hamza Sources and Richard Dawkins. Have you seen this one?
Yeah, I've seen that. I put one video of Richard Dawkins where he says that a relationship with two siblings is absolutely fine.
Oh, yeah. You know who Darth Dawkins is, Jordan?
Oh, that name rings a bell. Is he a YouTuber?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Darth Dawkins. You know who T-Jump is?
Yes.
He came on the EF Dawah once.
T-Jump cracks me up with the way his face. You know who I saw the other day? I just think, may Allah bless him, but shouldn't be debating. Kenny Boma against T-Jump. I mean, what?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like we all got our strengths and weaknesses, man. You got to know what they are, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. He was on there arguing about Age of Aisha, and he was just saying, yeah, but there's difference of opinion. What are you debating? Like, that's not helping. And then I think, yeah.
The good thing about our sort of platforms where we engage is that, and even probably Speaker's Corner, you get some rigorous discussion. Like, there's no sort of beating about the bush. People come with direct attacks. So, and it's very fast and high paced. So you, it trains you well. On other platforms or other environments, they're not used to that. They're used to being all polite and speaking friendly, giving gifts and all that kind of thing. So, I don't think Kenny Boma's been through the fire yet.
No, definitely.
In Dawah. What's the video?
You've got to be quite a sharp cookie, haven't you? Thinking on the spot and picking things out. And he just hasn't got that kind of. There's nothing wrong with that, but.
Yep, correct. Where's that video gone? Well, let's try this one. It's called.
I heard T-Jump argue that he won't use a washing machine unless he knows exactly how it works. just to defend an argument about, it was about, creation and knowing exactly what.
I'm not sure if he said that or he said we know how things work is what he probably was saying. So when he was talking to Sabor or Hamza, he said something like, well, we know how an aircraft engine works.
Yeah, there was an aircraft engine in it as well.
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
I love the way Darth smashes T-Jump.
Is Darth one of these ones that doesn't show his face?
Yeah.
Why do people do that, actually?
I think they don't want to detract from the message, with their good looks.
You can't get onto EF Dawah without showing your face.
I know that. Yep. Abbas seems to be quite strict about that. Oh, well.
You know why? Because we get porn bombed.
Yeah, that's true.
We got porn bombed, so now everyone that comes on, we made a policy they have to.
Yeah, but people have come onto my channel when they're in the back chat, they've got their camera on, you can see them. But still, once you go live, then they'll still porn bomb you.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how you can stop it. The only thing is probably, how you display on StreamYard or whatever the software you're using. Just make sure you don't show the person's screen. But what's his name? There we go.
Yeah, you're a lot louder. I can hear you a lot clearer. All right.
Yep.
Not at all. And therefore I am. Or we can ground it off of just the fact that nature exists or some law of nature. Either one of those gives us a better ground than theism. And the theism one doesn't work because it's essentially just an assertion that God has a nature that would give us correct rationality. And it could just be the case that he wouldn't. He would just give us irrationality. It could be an evil God, essentially. And so simply just defining God as a being that would give us the correct kind of rationality, but we can just do the same thing and just say nature has a law that is just by definition the law that would give us a kind of rationality. So any justification used in presuppositionalism can be matched equally under atheism. And the reason we don't do that is because that methodology doesn't work. The real way to ground rationality is just based off I think, therefore I am. And that'll conclude my opening.
When you say I think, therefore I am, are you making a statement of fact?
Yes.
Okay, what is the context in which that fact exists?
Reality, I think. Could you clarify?
What's that? What is that?
The stuff that exists. I'm not sure what you mean.
What is the context within which I think exists? What is it? You said reality. What is that? Excuse me.
I could then go with the naturalistic pantheism. It's just like eternal, all-powerful nature, matter and energy and motion.
No, listen, dude. I've listened to enough of your debates. I find it really pathetic.
I'm trying to answer your question.
Keep on sure offering. Please do not overtalk me. Okay.
Okay.
See, this is the way you got to talk to tjump. Yeah.
Yeah.
He talks so condescendingly, like,
I
know
there when he was like, okay.
Yeah. It gets worse. Watch it. How that.
The sales process can be a long.
After the sales process gets introduced to us. Anyway, let's skip ads.
Are you there? I can't hear you.
Go ahead, tjump.
Well, no. I wanted to hear what Darth had to say. Is he still there? Did he stop talking?
Yeah. Why was I muted?
So yeah, I was just trying to understand what Darth's position.
Why was I muted?
Good job. I was confused. All right. There's people over talking. I didn't know what was going on.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was speaking and then I got muted.
Yeah. I apologize for that. Go ahead, Darth. What were you saying?
I've heard you make up stuff all the time. It could be this. It could be this, that, whatever. I'm not really interested in your fantasies. I want to know what the ontological context of I thinking is as a fact.
What do you mean by
do you believe that fact? I'll explain it to you. Do you believe that a fact can be invoked as actual and intelligible without context?
I'm not sure what that means. So when I say a fact is something that is true because it corresponds to reality. I don't know what you mean by context.
Okay. In order for something to be a fact, does it require ontological context?
Do you understand what that means, Jordan?
No.
Does it require ontological context?
So what is he saying with that? Yeah, what does that mean?
I don't know. I think doesn't ontology mean
argument is, but
what is it?
Ontological. Got the cosmological argument. The ontological argument is. No, it's not the first cause, is it? Let's Google the word.
Isn't it? That's the origins of something, or
yeah. Ontology,
the nature.
Ontology, the branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. A set of concepts that characterizes a subject area.
Existence.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Do you mean correspond to reality? Because I would say yes. Is that what you mean by context?
No, I'm just saying context. Okay. Is there a context? Is there a context in which a fact exists, or is there no context that the fact that you're invoking
didn't really need the ontological word, did he?
No.
And epistemology, they use all these words. It's just like you don't even need to use them.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Don't need it.
So I would say that a fact is true if it corresponds to reality. So I would say
you're not addressing my question. Okay?
I don't know how to. I don't know what you mean.
Does a fact? You don't know what context means?
Not. I don't think so. Like, could you explain it to me? Like, because when I say context, I mean,
really, do me a favor. Don't play dumb.
I'm not playing dumb.
Okay?
I literally do not know what you mean by context.
Yeah. Well, context means the ontological framework from which a fact exists in. Okay. Now, can you invoke the actuality and intelligibility of any given fact without context, or does the actuality and intelligibility of fact require context?
I'm still trying to understand what you mean. So it seems to me that what you're saying is, does a fact need to correspond to a reality to be true?
That's not what I said. It's not what I said.
I know. I'm trying to phrase it.
Does a fact require? Can we invoke the actuality and intelligibility of a fact without context, or does the actuality and intelligibility of a fact require that there be a metaphysical or ontological context or framework?
Does there need to be a fundamental nature of reality for the fact to correspond to? Yes, and I would call that context.
Okay. What is the context within the fact of I think exists within?
Whatever reality is, like it doesn't tell us. It doesn't need to. Like,
what
example,
what is that? What is that?
It doesn't tell us. Like, for example, I think, therefore I am. My mind could be purely physical.
No, I want to know. I want to know. Yeah, you keep on repeating yourself. I want to know specifically and clearly what the context is.
Yes. Let me answer. Okay, so we don't need to answer that question. It could be lots of different things. So it could.
No, you do need to answer the question.
I will. So this is just context. I'm just giving context here. So if I think, therefore I am, I could be in an idealistic universe where consciousness is fundamental. That could be the fundamental thing.
I'm not asking you to speculate.
This is just me giving context. I'm going to answer your question. Just give me like 2 minutes. So I think, therefore I am doesn't tell us whether or not the universe is purely idealistic and just consciousness, or if it's dualistic in both material and consciousness, or just materialistic and just physical. Any of those are possibilities.
So basically, I suppose he's talking about I think, therefore I am.
Yeah.
In order to explain how he knows he exists, right? How do you know we're here? Because that's what ontology is about.
Yeah.
Your existence. How do you know you exist? Because, well, you think, right? So if you think, that means you exist.
Yeah, because I'm the one thinking I exist. I exist.
And so Darth is asking him, well, in what framework are you thinking? Like, does thinking just exist in its own independent universe, or is there an environment which exists in which thinking occurs?
Yeah.
And I suppose what he's asking is, if that's the case, then where did that environment come from in which thinking can occur? What's the, there must be a cause for it.
Yeah.
Whereas the atheist is just thinking, well, thinking is as far back as I need to go.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which
I don't need a lecture.
So Darth, it could be any of those. And I think, therefore I am doesn't care. No matter what is the case, it's still going to be true. So I don't need to know what the fundamental nature of reality is for I think, therefore I am to be an accurate description of reality. I don't need to know if it's idealistic. I don't need to know if it's naturalistic. I don't need to know if it's dualistic. It doesn't make a difference. I can still ground rationality regardless of what the ontological nature of reality is. It makes no difference.
Yeah, mute me again, and that'll be the end of the conversation. Okay? Now, I want to know the context that provides metaphysically for the fact in question and its intelligibility. What is it?
Right, Richard, were you listening when I just said that? So I don't actually need to know that. I can say whatever it is.
I didn't ask you whether you need to know it. I want to know, okay, when you invoke a fact is only going to exist ultimately within the ultimate context that it's derived from. A fact cannot exist ontologically from different models of reality, because there's only one model of reality that is true. I want to know what the ultimate context ontologically is that instantiates both the fact of I think and its intelligibility. What is it?
Well, remember, it could be many different things, and they were all.
I didn't ask you that.
No, I think you did. So I'm trying to let me try.
Hamza style, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
You know this. I think, therefore I am.
Yeah.
I've heard this before. The issue is if you say I think, therefore I am, you've already said I at the beginning, so you've already presumed that you exist. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you say I think, therefore I am, you've already said at the beginning of the sentence that you are that exists. So it's a nonsense statement.
I think, yeah. Well, there's the subject and the object. I think.
You're already saying that you are thinking, so you already exist in that.
Well, what I suppose what you're saying is that you know that the I wouldn't be there without me thinking. The fact that I'm thinking means I am thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
I'm trying to answer you, I'm really trying to answer you. So I could just say it's naturalistic pantheism. It's just matter and energy and motion, and that's it. I can say that. That is fine. But again, the correct
I want
answer,
to know what is
matter and energy,
the
motion,
ultimate. I want to know. I want to know. I don't want you to tell me what it could be, might
it is.
be.
I'm saying it is matter and
speculating.
energy and motion. That's what it is.
Are you okay? You're asserting that I think is in a realm of matter and energy.
Yes.
Is that what is ultimate?
Yes, matter and energy and motion.
Okay. Now.
So he finally got to the point then. So he thinks matter and energy is required for you to think. Matter and energy. Okay. But where did matter and energy come from?
Yes.
And why do atheists not like to go there?
Yeah.
Why are they satisfied with just matter and energy?
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
I'll go
I want
away.
to start by thanking you so.
I'm not even returning this salams anymore.
That's your brother.
Yeah. He's a Sikh.
That's in the context of an array of particulars of matter and energy. Okay? Now, are you aware of the fact that you cannot have a plurality that are ultimate? You can only have something that is singular that is ultimate.
Which law of physics? Like I know of no law of physics.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not discussing physics right now. Okay, I'm discussing metaphysics.
Okay, based on which law of metaphysics?
Okay, now, listen. I'm talking about. I didn't say a law of metaphysics. I said metaphysics. Now, now,
so
if you have two or more entities, okay, are they that provide for the context of I think? Are each of them in and of themselves ultimate?
I don't know what that means. Like, so
any of the particulars that you claim that I think exist in your atheistic outlook, are each of the particulars ultimate?
Yes. So I'd say, like, if we assume the brain.
Okay,
is,
that's it. That's incoherent.
What is?
Okay, I'm going to explain to you why. No, it is completely incoherent to have two or more of plurality, okay? Because if we have two things and you claim they're ultimate, then they would exist independently of each other. There is no grand ultimate unifier that institutes and secures them. So they would simply exist independent of each other, all right? And so therefore, neither.
So this is the argument in the Quran as well about if there were two gods, yeah. They would fight over each other.
Is Darth a Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he claims he's a Christian, but a lot of Christians will dispute that.
Yeah.
Because of his, what's the word? Unfriendly personality. Yeah. Hold on.
If we have two or more particulars, in your grand scheme of things?
Wait, so could you? Let me use an
Are
example.
these things brute facts? They just simply exist.
Yeah, essentially. So like if we have two
Good. Then if they're brute facts, okay, then if your array of particulars are brute facts, then they're not ultimate. Chance would be ultimate then.
No, chance would just
brute facts.
No.
Brute facts by definition are facts that simply are without any identifiable explanation whatsoever. They just are. They just happen to be.
Yeah, identifiable.
So then by definition, they would not be ultimate. So do you believe in it? Do you believe?
Go back. What is your definition of ultimate?
Do you believe? Shut up. You're such a motor mouth. Listen to me.
I'm trying to ask for clarification. I want to know.
Yeah, you're getting very irritating now. You haven't
let tjump respond, does he? To be fair.
Yeah, good. Yeah, he deserves it. Tjump loves to talk to people like they're so beneath him.
He's awful, tjump. Absolutely awful.
Of particulars, right? You said each one of those particulars that exist in your abstract concept of reality, each of them in and of themselves, they are ultimate. But they couldn't be each individually ultimate, because there are other things that exist independently of each other. Ultimate means it would be the ground of all existence.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
Ultimate just doesn't mean something exists. Okay? It means that it exists and it is the ground of all existence. Okay?
And this is in Surah Ikhlas of the Quran. Say He, Allah, is unique, like one. Allah is the one and only. Sorry, Hu Allahu Ahad, Allahu Samad. Allah is the one from which, upon which everything relies. So, yeah, the word he used here is the ultimate.
Okay, that's how I'm using the term.
Okay, so I'm using the term differently. I'm using the term ultimate to
mean. Then what you're doing is you're equivocating on my use of the word.
Well, I didn't know what your use of the term was. So
okay, yeah, ultimate means that there is something, okay, that is absolute, it's eternal, and it is the basis, ground of all being.
Okay, I can just reject your definition. I can say that the ultimate nature of reality as metaphysics could just be the quality of what.
No. Listen to me. Things are not going to go well if you keep on just throwing out what you're fantasizing. I want to know concretely what you believe about the nature of reality, not what you could just sit there and fantasize and verbalize.
Right.
Now, I want to know, is there something that is singular, that is the ground of all existence, that institutes and secures all possibility and impossibility?
No, that's a made-up definition that doesn't respond to anything in reality. I don't need that.
I'll ask the question again. Is there something that is singularly ultimate that institutes all? Okay. Listen to me. You are one irritating person.
Wait, how?
Is there something? Mute his microphone. Is there something that is singularly eternal, absolute, non-dependent, that institutes all possibility and impossibility in your view?
No, that is not a thing we need for reality. That is a made-up definition.
Okay. I didn't give you a definition. I asked you if such a state of affairs exists. I'll try it again.
That's why
is there something that it? No. Stop over talking me. Is there? Stop over talking. Is there something?
Hey,
there's even a moderator that's scared of Darth.
Yeah. Yeah, because he'll threaten to leave the server, and he's a real.
You got quite a big channel.
It's not his channel. He just go. There's a Discord server called Real Politics, and they give him his own little room in there where he's the king. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to get going to bed, actually.
All right then, Jordan, build up, brother.
You're going to stay. I'm going to alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I'll probably just watch a bit more of Darth, and then Might stay up till Fajr actually.
Yeah. So, all right.
Big up for jumping on,
Alaikum.
and thanks for the conversation. Nice one.
Yeah, you too. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Yeah, everyone. So yeah, this is darth against tjump.
Singularly absolute, unconditionally non-dependent, eternal without beginning, and is the beginning point and the ground and that which institutes and secures all possibility.
No, you do not need that.
Okay.
So Darth asked him, is there something that is singular and the source of all things? And tjump is saying, no, you do not need that. What do you mean? He didn't ask you, do you need it? He says, is there something? He's saying, no, you don't need it.
Okay. So in other words, there is nothing that institutes what's possible and impossible. Then.
You don't need a singular thing. That's a made-up criterion that doesn't require. It's not required in physics or metaphysics.
Okay, I'm not discussing physics here. So you are saying that there is nothing singular. So is there a plurality of independent and unrelated particulars that institute what's possible and impossible?
Depends on how you define related. So I'd say matter and energy is fundamental, and
I'm not discussing simply matter and energy. I'm saying you have just conceded that there is nothing that is singular, the ground of all existence, instituting all possibility and impossibility. So is there a plurality of unrelated and unconnected particulars that institute possibility?
If you would define matter and energy in that way, then I would say yes.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because I think, therefore I am, and I exist.
Live stream.
Adverts again. There we go.
Look really professional.
That is one of the dumbest things I have ever heard an atheist debater ever say.
Let me go into more detail there. So I think, therefore I am is how I ground rationality, and I can use.
No, stop.
Let me answer your question. You've been talking for like 5 minutes. You've been talking for 5 minutes.
You telling me about
your
consciousness.
If you don't give me a chance to talk.
Telling me about your. You see, our first conversation was very bad.
To tell you how I know.
No, I don't need you to give me a community college lecture about I think, therefore I am.
Right,
I want you to know by what means was your mind able to determine that there is a plurality of things that are instituting possibility.
Can I answer now?
Okay, yeah. And please don't give me a lecture about I think, therefore I am.
I'm not giving you a lecture. So I start with I think, therefore I am. That's how I ground.
I've already heard that.
Yes, I know you have. I'm going to the next parts now. You haven't let me finish. So I start with I think, therefore I am. That's how I ground rationality and logic, and then I can see there's some difference between my imagination and my experience. When I imagine a unicorn, I don't see one. There's some difference between those two things. Then we need some methodology to differentiate between those two things, and for lots of reasons we go to science, future testable predictions, that gives us a way to differentiate the imaginary things from the real things. And future testable predictions gives us science and particles and matter and computers and all these things, and we can determine those exist through the methodology of science, which can differentiate between imagination and experience. That's how we get to matter and energy.
You're not addressing my question. You have nothing you said. Nothing you said addressed my question.
Okay, how so?
No, it didn't address my question. How are you able to determine that there is a plurality of unconnected, unrelated things that institute possibility and impossibility versus something that is singular? How are you able to determine?
I think you could have just started this conversation a lot simpler. And that is, tell the atheist that you atheist, you automatically believe that there is a singular source of all creation. You do not believe that there is a possibility of a plurality. And if you do believe that, convince me. That's it. That's what you have to say. Convince me there is a possibility of a plurality as the source and foundation of existence. Sorry, what does that mean? Oh, reactionary eats cheese sandwich with knife and fork. Okay.
I didn't say singular was impossible. I said it wasn't required. It could be a plurality. It could be singular.
So you.
Hey, React's friend. Yeah, I'm really going to let you on, am I? Nice.
You do not know what ultimately institutes what's possible and impossibility. Then is that your position?
The correct position is yes. We do not know what the fundamental nature of reality is, but I can assert plurality. Just
No,
like you
so
asserted.
you do. Okay, so in other words, since you have no identifiable source of that which institutes possibility and impossible, is that correct? That you do not have any identifiable, attestable source of what institutes and secures possibility and impossibility?
Not everything about it, but I do have one thing. I think therefore I am. So I do have some.
No. Stop. Listen to me. I'm going to barf if I hear that again. Okay? I'm not interested in you saying you're reading me.
So React's friend, should I let you on? I mean, what do you want to talk about? You were Jordan's friend before, now you're React's friend. Are you Muslim? Why? Why would you like to know? Are you? You are Christian, are you? Yeah. You're Christian, are you? Say that again?
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to pawn bomb the channel?
No.
I can't trust you. I can't trust you. How can I trust you?
Your little script that you give to people all the time. Do you know what institutes at all, if any, possibility and impossibility?
Equally as much as you do, yes.
And earlier he said instantiates. What does that even mean?
Instantiate?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wait, am I still in? Wait, what? Hey,
You're
what's
still
up?
in, yeah.
Okay, what's up?
So
I am actually a Christian.
Yeah. What type of Christian?
Baptist.
Okay. What would you like to talk about?
Okay, so are you Muslim?
Why?
Well, I was wondering if you agreed with me or not.
On what?
On theology.
Okay, in what way?
Well, if you're a Muslim, you don't believe in the Trinity, right?
Okay. So what would you like me to believe?
That Jesus is Lord.
And why is that important for you?
Because it's necessary for salvation.
Okay. And you want me to be saved?
Yes.
Why?
Because I don't want you to not be saved.
Okay. Because?
Well, the punishment is not very good.
All right. And what do you get by saving me?
Well, I don't get anything, but you get everything.
Okay.
Well, no, I guess no. I'll take that back. I do think that we get more reward in heaven for good works, but regardless, I'm still going to heaven. So,
are you going to heaven?
Yes.
How do you know?
Because I have faith in Jesus.
Okay. And who created Jesus?
No one. He is God.
So he didn't pray to God?
Wait, what?
Did Jesus pray to God?
Yes.
So why did he pray to God?
Because he was human as well.
So he prayed to God, but God didn't create him?
No, because he's both God and man.
Yeah, okay, so this isn't going to work.
Why not?
I'm using logic, and you're not.
The word
We're using different
flesh.
rules of understanding here.
How's that illogical? So God cannot become flesh?
Correct.
Why not?
Because then he would no longer be God.
How?
Flesh is flesh created?
Yes.
Is God created?
No.
All right. So how can he be the creator and the created at the same time?
Because he took on another nature.
Yeah, so he was no longer God. He became creation.
No, his human nature is created. His divine nature is not.
Again, this isn't going to work. I'm using logic, and you're not.
Well, you believe the spirit of Allah can enter creation, right?
No.
Yes, you do. That's what the Quran teaches.
No, that's not the spirit. That's not God's physical spirit.
You're talking about Jibril?
Yeah.
Yeah, so angels are more powerful than Allah.
Okay, so now you're switching from Christianity to Islam.
No, that's what you believe.
No, nobody believes that.
You believe angels can enter creation, but Allah cannot.
Angels can enter creation, yeah. And angels are creation.
So angels can take on human form, but Allah cannot.
Correct.
So angels are more powerful than Allah.
How? In what way?
Because they can do things Allah can't.
The creation can enter creation. Okay? The creator is separate from creation.
Human form.
Humans are creation.
Angels are not humans.
They're both creation. Trees are not
angels.
human.
Angels can take on human form. Allah cannot.
Trees are not human.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, yeah, I'm not sure what convinced you to be Christian.
The gospel.
Were your parents Christian?
Well, one of them, yes. The other one, I'm not really sure about.
Were you raised as a Christian?
Kinda.
What type of Christian?
Baptist.
Is that Protestant or Catholic?
Yes, it's Protestant.
Protestant, okay. So what made you choose to be Protestant and not Catholic?
Sola fide.
Sorry?
Salvation by faith alone.
Okay, again, this is my point, that what you're calling me to is based on faith, not on knowledge or logic.
Yes.
Is that a reasonable approach to take on matters of salvation?
Absolutely. It's all about faith.
But faith should be reasonable.
It is reasonable.
But which one's more reasonable? Islam or Christianity?
Christianity.
It's not, though.
Really?
It's not. No. You're saying that the creator can be the creation. And I'm saying, no, the creator is separate from his creation.
No, I'm saying the creator can enter creation.
The creator can enter creation.
Because he's omnipresent.
Can the creation enter the creator?
No.
But the creator can enter the creation.
Yeah, because the creator is all powerful. We're not.
Okay. Yeah, this is something we're not going to agree on.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to convince you.
Yeah, but for me to be convinced, I would need to apply my brain to it, and it would need to make sense.
So your finite mind is better than the Word of God.
Which Word of God?
Well, I mean, I know you believe in the Quran, but either way, you think you're above God.
I don't understand what you just said.
Well, you think you can define God yourself?
No.
Yes.
No.
Is Allah beyond logic?
Allah describes himself in his book.
Yeah, but is Allah beyond logic?
What do you mean? Logic is a law that is consistent with allows you to understand God.
But Allah created logic, right?
Is logic created? Is logic a created thing? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think
Well,
our
he created the
perception of
rules to this
logic is
universe.
probably... Sorry?
Well, he created the rules to this universe, right?
Are the rules of the universe created?
Yeah, because the universe is created.
But are the rules by which which govern the universe, are they created?
Yes.
Well, as a Muslim, we believe that Allah is the creator of the universe, and He's also what we call mudabbirul umur, the one who puts in place the order of affairs. So this would include the laws that govern existence, govern reality. Now, He's the one that does that. So I'm not sure how to, that's, what difference does it make if we consider logic to be created versus, if we say that logic is uncreated, then we're saying that logic is a quality of God. And you're saying that logic is created, is a created thing.
Well, okay. Well, is Allah limited by logic?
We don't use words like Allah is limited because He has power.
But that's
over
what you
all
believe.
Things. No, because we have to use rationality and not you go to the absurd. Because Allah is able to do all things, as He said in the Quran, we're not going to suggest that Allah enters the fridge or the freezer or a car. We're not going to suggest such a thing because that's not befitting His Majesty. He's able to do all things befitting His Majesty.
So the Apostle John is wrong.
Genre.
So the Apostle John is wrong.
I don't know who the Apostle John is. Sorry.
You don't?
No. Who is that?
One of the apostles.
I don't know what an apostle is. What does that mean?
I'm pretty sure you do, right?
No, I don't.
I think you do.
No, I don't. What is an apostle?
I think you know.
You think I do, and I don't think I do.
I think you do.
Okay, and? So we're at an impasse. You're referring me to apostles, but I don't know what an apostle is. You mean a prophet?
Okay, do you know who Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are?
I've heard of them. They're people who wrote the Bible, or the Gospels, maybe. I'm not sure if there's a difference.
Yes. So you do know the Apostle John.
Okay, so when you say apostle, you mean somebody who wrote the Bible?
No, not necessarily. Thomas didn't write any of the books, but he's an apostle.
So what is an apostle? What makes somebody an apostle?
Well, I mean, an apostle is just a word, but I'm talking about the specific apostles, the 12 apostles of Jesus, the followers of Jesus.
Followers of Jesus. Yeah, I'm not familiar with them.
Yeah, I know you are. You were just watching a video with Darth Dawkins. I know you know about theology.
I don't know who the apostles are. I'm not.
You know who Darth Dawkins is. I know you know who the apostles are.
Is Darth Dawkins? He's not an apostle, I'm sure.
Yeah, but you know that he's like a Christian apologist, and so I know you know about theology.
Okay, do you know Darth?
Yes.
Okay. So are you on the same type of religion as him?
Well, I mean, I don't agree with everything he would say, but I mean, we're both Christian, so.
Okay. I don't disagree with a lot of what Darth says, except when it comes to religion. As for his discussion with his ontological arguments, I'm pretty much in agreement with him. And epistemology.
Yeah.
So let me ask you then. Is there a reason you're not Muslim?
Yes.
What's that?
Because I follow Jesus, not Muhammad.
When you say follow, what do you mean? What does follow mean?
I believe what he says.
Okay. And where does he say this?
Say what?
You said you believe what he says. Where do you find his sayings?
In the New Testament.
Okay. Not the Old Testament?
Yes, in the Old Testament as well. Isaiah 9:6.
Okay. Let me see. So you're not going to porn bomb the channel then?
No.
Do you consider that a sin?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody else is trying to join. Bear with me. Hello. Hello, who's there?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How you doing, Bird Nest?
Yes, Bird Nest. It's Bird Nest.
Hi, how you doing? You good?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, I'm good. I thought I better jump on before you start siding with this guy, man. Where's he gone?
Which guy? Be polite, please. This is React's friend.
Listen, man. That's yeah, interesting conversation between you and React's friend. I thought I'd jump on and listen and maybe add some input.
Okay, what would you like to say?
Well, I was sort of thinking that where does React's friend get these ideas from? And seeing as they're not really new ideas because they existed in Greek mythology, the Greeks had gods, sons of gods and such, and then you got Hinduism that also basically have like gods coming in form of basically animals and in the flesh. So I would suggest to him he's just borrowed an idea from elsewhere and just professing it to be the truth.
Thank you for that. So React's friend, what do you say to that? So if I understood correctly, Bird Nest is suggesting that the Christian beliefs are really a modern interpretation of Greek mythology.
Yeah, that's just completely false. God becoming flesh, that's not a Greek or Hindu concept. I mean, sure, they may have believed it. They also prayed. That doesn't make prayer Greek. It doesn't make prayer pagan. There's a hadith that says that the word of Allah will be like take on the form of a human. So,
yeah. Well, look, React's friend, do you know any Muslims?
Not in real life, no.
Okay. Are you from Missouri?
No.
Okay. Texas?
No.
You don't have to tell me. I'm just wondering, trying to figure where if I can pinpoint your accent.
Mississippi.
Mississippi. Okay. Yeah, nice. So that's not too far from.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
All right.
React is a kind of wandering soul. If you see where I'm coming from, React's friend.
I don't think I follow.
Yeah, it's hard to understand sometimes.
So React's friend, how long have you been friends of React?
I just put on this name just to mess with him.
What should we call you then?
Oh.
My name is Tyler. I'll change it.
No problem, Tyler. Well, first of all, let me say welcome to the channel. It's nice to have you on. But secondly, do you know, if I was to ask you what Islam is, do you know, can you tell me what you think Islam is? How would you define it?
Hold up.
Yes, so Tyler just dropped off. Maybe he'll come back. Tyler Adam Driver. Who's that?
So, as Tyler's about, are you gonna get a quote for your bathroom, maybe?
A quote for my bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, design, what color you want of ceramics.
Okay.
I mean, you're just gonna leave him to it and tell him get on with it.
That deserves a if you had a PayPal, I'd probably donate to you. That joke had me thinking. Yeah.
This Tyler disappeared. I was just gonna get onto the his belief system, and did he was he acquainted with Adam and Eve, or if he just jumped a few thousand years later and thought, let me just make up some stuff.
Well, hopefully he doesn't go to get some pornographic images and come back. I was a bit worried that it was one of those porn bombers.
Well. Now that's a whole other can of worms, because when you go fishing, it's a particular worm you have to take with you. And if you put that on a hook and dangle it in front of Tyler and ask him which of the commandments do you adhere to, you might get a catch, you know. You might get a catch and reel it in. If the strength of the fishing line is strong enough, you'd reel him in for sure.
Yeah, I'm the thing is, I'm not familiar with the Bible. I don't know about Christianity. So if he's talking about apostles, or he's talking about quotes from the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, it's not something I can engage with. I can't discuss that. So I try not to mention it. Like, you could see he was trying to draw me to the Christian texts or the Christian arguments, but that's not my paradigm. My paradigm is the Quran and the Sunnah.
Okay.
I'm
Alhamdulillah.
From the Bible perspective.
But I mean, I'm drawn to your chat, and I see a comment where someone has written, Bani Israel used to live on Saturn. So I was wondering which Quran and Sunnah is our fellow talking about.
Okay, well, who wrote that? Who is this? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, you've attracted a few stargazers tonight. You know, Harry Potter kind of telescopic imagination airy type of people.
Yeah. Oh, he says Isa lived on the planet Israel and Musa lived on Mars. Gosh. The only person I can think of that would say something like that is Council of Nicaeas. That sounds like something he would say. Hey, Birdnest, what happened to John Overkill? Where's he at? I haven't seen him go live in a long time.
I haven't got a clue. I just hope the clue is not in the name either.
John Overkill.
What is it that ultimately institutes all possibility and impossibility? Is it singular or is it a plurality?
Plurality.
Is it? How do you know that it's a plurality as opposed to it is something that's singular?
We have a methodology to differentiate between imagination and reality.
That's gobbledygook, what you just said.
How so?
Yeah, so the question was, how do you know that there was a plurality as the foundation of existence? And he says we have, what did he say? Imagination.
Plurality.
Is it, how do you know what institutes at all, if any, possibility and impossibility?
Equally as much as you do, yes.
Did you miss your tax return deadline? If you did not file before the 31st of January, do not worry.
Thank you.
So yeah, you know, I noticed like this guy, your friend, he decided to flee after you made him reveal his name and his occupation.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, don't dox his name. Don't say.
Huh?
All possibility and impossibility. Is it singular or is it a plurality?
Plurality.
Is it? How do you know that it's a plurality as opposed to it is something that's singular?
We have a methodology to differentiate between imagination and reality.
That's gobbledygook. What you just said.
How so?
And we have a methodology. That's gobbledygook. How are you able to ascertain that which ultimately institutes possibility impossibility is a plurality of unconnected and unrelated particulars versus something that is singular? How are you able to determine that?
Because we have a methodology to differentiate between different.
That's the same gobbledygook you answered 60 seconds ago. That is why I'm repeating the same question again. When you say we have a methodology, you're not addressing the question. Now I'm going to ask it again. Shut up. Shut up. And I'm going to ask the question again for the third time. How are you able to specifically, I don't want to generalize, okay?
What?
I don't want ambiguity. I want a clear and precise answer. How you were able to determine that there is a series of particulars that are unrelated and unconnected that institute possibility over versus something that would be singularly ultimate. How were you able to determine that? I want specificity.
Science makes testable predictions. We can differentiate that there are multiple particles. Is that like what you're looking for?
I'm waiting for an answer.
Science can show us there are particles that exist in energy and matter.
Science?
Yes.
Are you referring to laws of nature?
Science is a methodology to understand the laws of nature. Maybe.
Okay. Is there something that institutes and secures that there are indeed laws of nature?
I don't know what you mean.
Do laws of nature exist?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that institutes and secures that there are actual laws?
They're a part of reality. What do you mean?
What is that?
So back to square one again. What is reality? That which conforms to. Oh no. What is reality? I think, therefore I am. That's what he's going to say.
You know, the reality. You know, look, Hokusinkatheth, yeah, he just mentioned it in the chat. Yeah, was about Mithraism. You heard of Mithraism?
No.
Yeah, if you check it, like Mithraism closely resembles the story, you know, they conjured up about the character Jesus.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So there's a link then.
That there are any laws at all.
Laws are just descriptions of the nature of reality. So,
are there laws of nature?
Yes.
Okay. Is there something that institutes and secures that continuity?
I don't know what you mean. So a law is a description of how nature operates.
Okay.
A law
are laws actual universals?
I don't think so. Laws are descriptions of the way nature is. Laws aren't like things that exist independently.
Oh, so they're not laws. It just happens to be that way.
They're descriptions of the nature of reality.
The things that happens, are they governed by laws, or things just happen to be that way and that they can change at any time?
They're brute facts, so they can't change any time. They can't be not themselves.
I'm talking about laws, regularities. Right. Is there something that institutes and secures that there are indeed universals that we call laws of nature?
Sure, their nature secures.
Oh, okay.
What happened to Jin Wally?
Laws
are very naughty tonight, reactionary. You're bringing out the worst in people. Look at these comments. What happened?
Yeah, big up Jenn Wallis. Let's say there was something else I wanted to watch.
Atrocious, these comments. Look at this. Outrageous. What a thing to say.
They're simply, are they eternal?
Some of them yes, some of them no.
How do you know which one is eternal?
Because some of them entail that it exists in reality, and some of them can change, like gravity.
How do you know that these are? Listen, dude. Do you think I'm stupid? You're giving. Listen to me. You're giving me rhetoric. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling the audience. I want to know what particular law do you have in mind that is eternal without beginning and is non-derivational? What would that be? That's not that. Reality is an abstraction.
What? Reality is just everything that
want
exists.
to know.
It's literally not an abstraction.
So all of the particulars that exist, each in and of themselves, are eternal?
No. Reality is the eternal thing.
Okay. Reality. Listen to me. Aren't you embarrassed right now?
No.
You're giving me. Listen to me. You should be. You are giving me gobbledygook. Reality is reality.
Yeah.
Is reality? Is that
Actually, you got a problem with the confrontational Dawah. That's what it is.
Sorry, I've got what?
You know, in an aspect, you know, the Dawah, yeah, when it gets to the point where it has reached now, where the guy's telling him basically, you know, to please yourself, you're basically gonna ignore facts, and basically what he's gonna do is gonna hold him to account, and like how you do in an exam, you fail or you pass. You can't give the guy, say, oh, you failed, and say well done. So in that same similar sense, some of these Dawah people, they will go that extra step and start holding the person to account.
Okay. Don't know if you heard of Greg Bahnsen. He's got some interesting arguments. I think he came before Darth Dawkins. There was a nice interaction I saw of him on the radio once. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Let me try Greg Bahnsen radio. Maybe it was this one.
How often do you exercise your biggest sexual organ? No, we're not interested in how often.
Why am I getting an advert like that? Here we go.
That's during the first hour. We're going to talk about war. Is it ever justified? Did we have one of those justified wars recently? Are we cleaning up the aftermath of one, or that was justified, or did we blow it? Is there a way to organize our thoughts about trying to figure out these things? We're going to talk with a fellow who spent a great deal of time thinking about it. Dr. Greg Bahnsen is going to be on the line here in just a moment, talking about at least a Christian view of war. Is there such a thing? Does anybody give a rip? Is there such a thing as a theology of war? I know we've had a lot of God talk this week, but we're honoring the Congress of the United States is honoring, as you just heard on ABC News just a few moments ago, Stormin Norman for his successful waging of war in Iraq. Let's stop and think about this question here for a second. We intervened in Panama. Did we make anything any better over there? Debating on what kinds of things?
Well, we have to deal with, and I don't believe that the Bible warrants that kind of thinking for not only the United States, but for any other nation in the world. The problems in the Middle East have got to be taken care of in the Middle East. our intervention, I'm afraid, we create something of a messianic complex way of thinking for us as Americans that we've got the right answers and therefore we have the right to go anywhere in the world and to impose those answers. Now that isn't to say that I disagree with the goal of having this man live in power, but I certainly disagree with the idea that our children and our money should be used to do that.
Well, what about I'm here with you? We're going to talk about stuff.
United States right to
Interesting tape series, a 3-tape series, 3 lectures on this subject, and along with a study guide that I have found extremely useful. I'll tell you more about where you can get that in a little bit. But right now, Doc, let's talk to some of our listeners, okay? And let's go to Steve. Good morning.
Yes, I have a question for Dr. Bahnsen
about
his just war theory. First of all, I agree with his analysis of the Persian Gulf War. But I would like to ask him this question. According to Jesus Christ, an act is good and acceptable before God as it touches upon the heart, affections, and motives.
Come back to that in a minute. This might be the video. Let me see.
Conversation with you. In the introduction to your atheism, the case against God, you say to advocate irrationality is to advocate that which is destructive to human life. And you say, I read that sentence and I say, I agree with that. I think to advocate irrationality is a bad thing to do. That's not the way to go. I don't want Christians to understand faith in that way.
Muslims will agree with that as well. It's not we don't support advocating irrationality.
Way. And I agree with you that irrationality is destructive of human life. But now here's the interesting counter to that. Why, in an atheist worldview, shouldn't a person be irrational? You might say, well, because it's destructive of human life. But then the next question is, well, why shouldn't that be destructive of human life if I were an atheist? Now, you know why I don't believe in.
That's a good question. If you're an atheist, why shouldn't you be destructive to human life? Yeah, what's the problem if from an atheistic worldview?
Destructive of human life. The question is, why did you put that in your book? Why does it bother you to be destructive of human life?
Well, before I get into that, I'd like to address a couple other things. First of all, there's a little bit of conversion by definition going on here. This idea that atheists are really somehow unconscious crypto-theists has been around a long time. Walter Kaufman, in a very good book called The Faith of a Heretic, talked about this problem and pointed out he was less than thrilled by the prospect. No matter how much you profess not to believe something, people say, well, you really do believe it. I might just as well say that I'm sure I could derive a theory to justify it, that all Christians are really just atheists underneath and they just don't realize it. And once they put away their childish things, they will realize they're atheists and so forth. I don't think that gets us anywhere. I'm not a crypto-theist. And what you said about justice.
Yeah, you hear that one, right?
What?
Faith in God strikes me as
What he just said. Some. Yeah, didn't he just say some Christians realize that they are in fact atheists?
Okay.
The unknown by the known is a logical procedure. To explain the known by the unknown is a form of theological lunacy. I'm very familiar with the precepts of reasoning, rules of logic, etc. We don't need to drag faith in to explain these things or how we're able to do them. That's, by the way, how we're able to do it. That's more of a biological issue of evolution, the nature of consciousness, and so forth. But to be more specific, it seems to me that even if there is a problem there, to say God is responsible, well, we're dealing with this mysterious, vague notion of a God, and we're going to have faith in this thing. And how did God bring all this about? In other words, it seems to me we're dealing with something relatively simple and straightforward and can be dealt with through reason and philosophy. And the theologian comes along and says, I'm going to explain everything. And I'm going to explain it by positing an unknowable being, some unknowable being, and there the argument that original sin hits the dilemma. Either he has to do that makes sense to God. Talk about that. I would argue that the reason I say that he
see this
is because he criteria.
Sorry?
See this comment by the cat lady. Humans valued life before religions came about. What do you think about this statement?
What does Jenn Wallis mean by religions? Yeah, so Yeah, it depends what
Yeah,
generalist means.
by what she means. But if she is not aware of the story of Habil and Kabil, Cain and Abel, then she would not have said that. She would not have said that because killings and the murder, it was wrong in it, and this was obviously known as a right. That a human does not possess this right to take life in that sense of another human. That's basically from the very beginning, isn't it?
Yeah, because we understand that the original, I don't know if it's right to call it a religion, because if you look at the definition of religion in the dictionary, it refers to a recreational activity. The religion of Islam, if we call it that, is the complete. It's a constitution. It's a legal system. It's like everything by how you. It's a way of life. So Islam, we believe, was the religion, if you want to call it that, of the original man. So when Adam was created, every human being at that time was a believer in God. They followed the laws of Allah. They only worshipped him alone. And then Shaitan, his job was to try and mislead people, to make them disobey Allah. And so Allah sent prophets, and they all had the same faith, same belief in God. Some of those prophets had different laws, though, right? Different legal rulings, but they all had the same faith.
With no reason behind them, or he has to say that God himself forbids certain things because they are simply wrong. In which, why should we care? Investigating the nature of people are irrational, and that leads to destruction of human life. I mean, from an atheist perspective, so what? You're getting into the issue of ethics, and that I want to get right. We want to get that very same book, a quarter of it deals with the questions of ethics. Now, let me just first say one thing. I'm not alone on this. I know that Greg says he's more from the Augustinian tradition rather than the Thomistic tradition. But the philosophers in the Thomistic tradition, and not just Catholics, those from that general background, they themselves admit that reason can decide the question. Did certain things.
So Christians, that is, they're working in terms of a Christian worldview, all the while denying what they know about God in their heart of hearts. And now George has responded to that, and I can understand why he would. That, well, now, you know, that may be just a kind of a version of name argue, just the opposite with you. But as a matter of fact, what you're doing presupposes atheism. And to that, I would simply say, George, name that too. Go ahead. If you think that you can show that I'm presupposing atheism, I'd like to see the argument for that. Because I wasn't just making an empty authority claim when I said you're presupposing the Christian worldview. I'm going to give you evidence that you're presupposing, and I'm going to show that you can't make sense of your reasoning and your morality apart from it. And what you need to do now is to show that I can't make sense of my Christian morality apart from the non-existence of God. That doesn't strike me as a very likely prospect for a philosopher to get to that conclusion, but I'd be open to that. It's not just a matter of name calling and reversing authority claims here when we talk about the preconditions of intelligibility. Now, when it comes to morality, I need to move on quickly here. George has commented that even certain Christian theologians have said that natural law is a basis for a natural knowledge of at least some moral precepts, maybe not all that we need, but some fundamental ones.
Natural law. I've heard this term. What is natural law?
Sounds like saying Allah.
Yeah. It's a law based on a close observation of human nature and based on values intrinsic to human nature that can be deduced and applied. Blah, blah, blah. It's something held to be common to all humans and derived from nature rather than from the rules of society or positive law.
And to him, I would simply say, I would argue against those Christian theologians just as much as I would argue against him that natural law is not, in fact, a source for moral absolutes, that one cannot argue from what is the case, even the natural regularities that we see about us, to what ought to be the case. You can't move from a description of the world that we live in our experience to the way things ought to be. So he is right that some Christian traditions would be closer to him. But you see, my severe challenge to the atheist would remain, and I'd say I'd put the theologians who argue for natural law right over there too, and I'd say, let's see if you can justify ethics based on that any better than George can. I don't think they can. Now, is punishment the basis for Christian ethics? Suggestion was
I don't. That was called my disbelief A-elphism.
Against God, my guests are George Smith, author of the book Atheism Case Against God and Atheism, Ayn Rand, and Other Heresies.
1800s.
Geared and underlined and highlighted all over the place. I think it's the best explaining thing. To me, that is
Christian apologetic imaginable. Of course,
presuppose the existence of God. It's question begging.
There's no problem
from
with
beginning
that.
to end.
Hold on, Max. Let Greg Bahnsen respond to that. Good point.
Yeah, I think that is one of the most common and silly arguments against the Christian apologetic imaginable. Of course, arguments in favor of God presuppose the existence of God, just like arguments in favor of atheistic reason presuppose atheistic reason.
Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. Just 1 minute. There is no reason to presuppose reason. Reason exists naturally.
Oh, it does?
Reason, we wouldn't be...
Now, wait a minute. Where did you find reason growing naturally? Show me where that is. Someplace in the United States?
Reason? Reason is the human brain, sir.
Oh, it is?
It is the case. It's a philosophical case against God, obviously. Mm-hmm.
And as to this explaining thing, how does one explain existence? To me, that's totally absurd.
I agree.
How do you explain existence? This is absurd. So this is what ontology is about, isn't it?
Existence is simply the causal primary. In other words, if you ask for a causal explanation of something, that presupposes something that exists and acts as a causal agent.
Exactly, and all of the arguments for the existence of God presuppose the existence of God. It's
Yeah, all the arguments for the existence of God presuppose the existence of God. Yeah, that's a fact. Well, do they? Do they presuppose the existence of God? Like, if you say, look at the trees, look at the universe, everything has a cause, and the cause must lead back to a creator. That's not presupposing the existence of God. No, it's deducting. It's like it's looking at it's finding answers to. It's not presupposing the existence of God. So that's not correct.
question begging.
There's no problem
from
with
beginning
that.
to end.
Hold on, Max. Let Greg Bahnsen respond to that. Good point.
Yeah, I think that is one of the most common and silly arguments against the Christian apologetic imaginable. Of course, arguments in favor of God presuppose the existence of God, just like arguments in favor of atheistic reason presuppose atheistic reason.
So arguments in favor of atheistic reason presuppose atheistic reason. Okay. I'm not sure about that.
Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. Just 1 minute. There is no reason to presuppose reason. Reason exists naturally.
Okay. Do you have to presuppose reason? Or is it something that's natural?
Does
reason we wouldn't be...
Where did you... Now, wait a minute. Where did you find reason growing naturally? Show me where that is. Someplace in the United States?
Reason?
Yeah, do you find reason growing on trees?
Reason is the human brain, sir.
Oh, it is. Well, then what you're talking about is electrochemical processes in the brain.
Hey, Jen.
Hi, it's me. How are you?
Welcome. How are you?
Good. So,
Hey.
could you bring back that comment where you just said that doesn't presuppose a God, because it does. It did though. Ah,
It's
this
an
guy
echo.
with the echo, bro.
Well, hold on. Well,
Sorry, Bedness, what do you say? Oh, you have to unmute yourself, Bedness. I had to mute you because of the echo.
no, I was just gonna say, these these people talking, they was talking about reasons, and then if you look in the natural order, then you'd think, what is the reason that you need to drink water?
Okay. So what I said was, I was trying to look at that comment about presupposing God in order to argue for God. And I tried to see if that's true in all cases. If I look at the evidentiary approach to proving God, where you say, look at the universe, it had a cause. Or you could say, instead of the evidentiary approach, we could say, look at the
Oh, right.
kalam,
So,
cosmological argument, or whatever. Everything
right.
that has a beginning has a cause.
Right. So the
Right.
presupposition is saying that beginning and that cause is God. Like because it has a cause or because it has a starting point, it doesn't mean that starting point or that cause is God. So that's the presup. You know what I'm saying?
Not quite. No. So the presupposition you're talking about is after you've reached that point. Okay. And I'm saying the argument to prove God doesn't require presupposition of belief in God if you're going through the process of deduction.
No, but so that's all right. Deduction is what, from the ground up. So that's what they call induction. The argument from induction fallacy. So like you're starting with the thing and I'm just learning this stuff too. So like I'm kind of like walking through it with you because I don't really get like a lot of chances to discuss it just because I'm so new. People are just probably like, I don't know, think I'm dumb or something. But it does though, because like even if you all right, so let's just take the kalam one, right? So like nothing exists independent, so everything has to have a cause, right? We can all agree with that. But how you get from that cause to God is the jump that is the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, I get you. So
right. So it could be right. The start could be the Big Bang. It could be a quantum field. It could be the appliance of energy from a previous system that has died. So it could be many other things, and that's where it's like inserting God at that point is where the thing falls, like where that kalam thing fails.
Do
You know what I'm saying?
Do you personally sort of intelligence in the design of this realm that
I don't know, and I think that's a huge thing to assume. So I don't know, and my answer would be I don't know. And nobody can know we could have assumptions or beliefs, but there's nothing that anybody can do in this lifetime to ever know these answers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So if you look at the argument that was discussed earlier with Darth and tjump, they took things back to a singularity.
Right.
Well, Darth did, and tjump then tried to say no, there can be a plurality. Well, in fact, he didn't say there can be. He said there is a plurality. Whereas Darth is saying no, there's a singularity, and he explained why you can't even have a duality, because they would have to both exist in separate realms. Now, the singularity, if we say everything goes back to a single source, right, then that means a single ultimate foundation for the existence of everything. Now, that singular source, what is it? How would you describe it? It must be self-sustaining, uncreated.
But no. But that's how do you get from a single cause to like intelligent design? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you get from that point? Like, we could have been created from, like I said, the dying of the previous universe and the energy being reassigned, which is kind of what I tend to believe. But there's nothing about that you could jump to.
That's like that's what they call infinite regression. Yeah, I think that's what they call it.
Right, but infinite regress is only like it only doesn't hold up philosophically because like the mind, people don't want to accept there's actually nothing wrong with an infinite regress if you think of time as secular and not linear.
Mm-hmm. Secular and not linear. Oh, okay.
Right. So if you think of, there could be an infinite amount of universes that have lived and died, and you know what I'm saying, reassigned, like, because they say like if you get I don't know, the thermodynamics thing, like you can't, and energy can't be created or destroyed, it can only be manipulated or changed. Therefore the energy to create this universe would have had to be, there would have had to be energy somewhere collected for this universe to have energy in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well,
kind of.
If we look at
I
what's
know you
consistent,
can't like
yeah.
necessarily agree with me, but I'm just trying to work through some of these arguments. You know
No,
what I'm
it's
saying?
good. It's good. No, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
if these are valid questions, then what are the answers to the questions? So if something has a beginning, so if something has an end, it has beginning.
Right.
Now, if it has a
I agree.
beginning, and that's what the kalam argument was, if something has a beginning, it has a cause.
Mm-hmm.
And the universe has a beginning, therefore it was caused. Something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So the right, and I think that, you know, it has a cause, but how you get
And was it
from
intelligent? Is that what you're saying? How do you get from there to?
Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you get from that point, like, okay, there's a cause, to it now being like an intelligent designer?
So you personally, do you lean towards the evolution model?
I mean, it doesn't really like this. It doesn't personal, like what I personally think doesn't really like have any effect on the outcome of the situation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like my, it shouldn't be about what we think. Like it's about what it is, right? That's what I think the philosophy is, right?
Let's keep a reality. Yeah, okay. Reality check.
I can't hear anything he's saying. Can you?
No, can I? Birdnest, your audio. Let me mute you. So what was I going to say? Yeah, well, the thing is, right, in the universe, do you believe we have order?
I mean order. So you mean like like laws of nature? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we do. We have laws of logic. We have, we have order. Otherwise, there'd be no.
We have things that are
consistency.
facts.
Yeah, there would be no consistency if there was no order. Now, can order come out of randomness?
Maybe. I mean, you can program a computer to do random algorithms, and you might come up with one that's a pattern or something. So it's not completely like out of the possibly.
Yeah.
In some worlds,
when we
maybe.
look at the complexity of the universe, to have this level of order would be so like improbable. It's absurd, right? Based on what's consistent with the reality that we exist in. That's the issue. So that if we use logic, there's no other conclusion that there must be an intelligent designer. We have intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Where did our intelligence come from? Just it randomly emerged?
But no, I would say that's like a process of when I say evolution, I'm not talking about like from monkeys, right? But I'm talking about like humanity as we progress, and the things that make like the genes carry from one generation to the next, right?
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So Jen, you're saying like basically, so you believe there was a humans come from the original human, or you say you don't believe in evolution?
I don't know where humans. I don't know where humans come from. I think that
But if you go in logic into the matter and you thought to
I don't think
yourself,
anybody
let me
can
think about
know.
my parents, and then let
I
me
don't
think
think
about their
anybody can
parents.
know.
If you go further back,
Okay. So I don't necessarily believe that humanity started with one male and one female on this earth existing. Like I seems counterintuitive. That one male and one female could populate the entire population without there being severe genetic mutations, and I don't think the species would have got that far.
Can I just play a little clip? Let's get our views on what he's saying here, if you don't mind. So this is someone called Bilal Phillips, Dr. Bilal Phillips, to be polite. All right, so in his lecture here, he says atheists base their belief on blind faith and not logic. So let's see what he says to back that up.
Who base their belief on blind faith, and the believers base their belief on logic. Total opposite. Because atheism is illogical. Where was logic born? According to Western civilization, logic was born where? In Greece. The Greeks were the first to codify the system of logic. Obviously, it wasn't born then. People were logical before the Greeks and after the Greeks and beyond the Greeks. But they made it into a code. If A equals B and B equals C, then A must equal C. You got that? If A equals B and B equals C, then A must also equal C. That is logic. One of the codes, one of the rules. Simple one. Funnily enough, the two greatest philosophers of Greece, Plato and Aristotle, they both used logical arguments to prove that there must be a God. What does that tell us?
So did you ever hear of that? Did you ever hear that Plato and Aristotle use logic to prove that there's a God?
Yeah, I've heard this from both ways. You know what I'm saying? Like I've heard it that they actually were making the argument for God, and then I've heard that that's just what theists want to insert to fit the criteria. But I really don't know much about like Plato and the old guys at all. You know.
Yeah.
I've heard like the term like Neoplatonism used. You know, which I think I looked up a quick definition, but these terms, like I don't really know what their thing was too much, you know.
Okay. What's your take on logic? Do you agree with logic or you disagree with logic?
Not as the atheists would have us think. No.
I mean, you can't really disagree with logic. You know, it just depends on how you come to the conclusion of your logic. And what, you know, biases are influencing your thought process of getting there, like epistemology of getting there.
So basically, not basic. It's not basic, but obviously, mathematically, the way React mentioned earlier, that with the number crunching and with the chances that you have to weigh up and you don't weigh up with odds and all that. And then we look at the intelligence design and the abundance of it. So you're not just looking at one thing that's intelligent. There's everywhere you look, there's intelligence. in everything, right? So
right,
you
but it
got
was
to weigh it
human.
up in logically. You have to weigh up the
Well,
numbers.
but the thing is that when you say like numbers, and if you want to look like everything can like have a number sequence or a number pattern, like humans were the ones that applied that number pattern to nature and to these things. Like humans were the ones that you know, figured out photosynthesis and how different
wouldn't an apple
processes
tree
work.
wouldn't an apple tree have a number of
One sec.
apples?
Can I just play a little bit more of this, if you don't mind? Just, I want to get
Oh yeah,
to,
yeah, sure.
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, one moment.
We recognize the reality of the world around us. In this world, we find design everywhere. Plato's argument was the argument from design. أَفَلَا يَنْظُرُونَ إِلَى الْإِبِلِ كَيْفَ خُلِقَتْ. Will you not look at the camel and see how it was made? Special design. That is going to happen by accident? Okay, we say the camel. What about the giraffe? What about the zebra? What about the alligator? Everyone special design by accident? No. You know, if you take a bucket of paint, you throw it on the wall, and it splatters on the wall, you might see a shape. You say, oh, that sort of looks like a hand. Oh, that sort of looks like a head. That looks like a foot. But what do you think of the chances that you would take a bucket, pour in that bucket, paint, yellow, red, green, blue, white, black, stir it up, throw it on the wall, and you get what? Mona Lisa. What do you think about the chance for that one? What do you think about the chance? If you are sensible, you will say impossible. Impossible. Will never, ever happen. What does the atheist say? If you give me enough buckets and enough paint and enough time, and I just keep throwing and throwing and throwing and throwing, eventually, one time, it will happen. Why? Why are you thinking that that could ever happen? Why? Because of your blind faith that this was all an accident. Because if you can't accept that that could happen by accident, what about a human being? 1 billion times more complex than that painting. So you see, they're stuck. Once they started from the premise that there's no God, then they have to go to the absurd. One of their famous statements that they like to make is that if you put 100 monkeys in a cage with 100 Arabic typewriters and an unlimited amount of paper, let them jump around and beat on the keys and, you know, throw the typewriters left and right, eventually one of them will type out the whole Quran from Fatiha to Nas. This is what they say. Without smiling. We can smile, right? They say it very seriously. Yes. We say, these are idiots. That is idiocy. I mean, what else can you call it? This is idiocy. Nothing in the world around us points in that direction. We have no example to base this on. It's total blind faith.
By the way, yeah, no, what's this? And I never claimed to be atheist, and I appreciate it. Yeah, please, everyone, show respect.
It's a blind man bluff. What you're saying, reactionary, is they're playing blind man bluff when the logic dictates that.
Yeah, logic dictates.
The numbers. Logic dictates. Logic dictates that, you know, we're giving the Dawah and these lot to feel comfortable in it. But at the same time, let's not get things mixed up between truth and falsehood. Like Bilal, Dr.
Yeah. So, yeah, Jen, what do you think of what he just said there?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think that it could just definitely be flipped around and applied to theist as well. So I'm not really sure how, you know, good this argument is. Like I said, like, so when you get to the point of, you know, all right, for the sake of this argument, right, let's just consider that there's a necessary being, right? Like you've heard this one before. Like this guy totally tried to fail at today on apostate prophets thing, right? He failed that argument. He should have
Oh
let the
yeah,
other
Ali
guy
Dawah.
make it. Yeah, he should have let Jake made it, because
I never
Jake
watched it,
makes it.
sadly. Yeah, but go on. Yeah.
It was a fail. Like I don't know. He just, I don't think that type of behavior should be rewarded, in my opinion. And this guy wouldn't even gotten onto the mocking if this guy. But anyway, whatever. So let's just consider that there's a necessary being, right? So how could you possibly get to the Abrahamic version of God out of that necessary being?
Good. So let's just say then, I agree with you. So we're moving on now. We're saying that if everything does point to a singularity and a necessary being, then how do you get from the necessary being to a particular being? So, for example, is it the Muslim supreme being, or is it the Christian one? And this is where Darth Dawkins sort of falls down, because he just makes a jump to the Christian God being the true God without. But this is, I think, what we need to do at that point is compare the different gods or supreme beings or necessary beings that are out there. We compare them and we look at what would be consistent, what qualities would make this supreme being be a supreme being. And then we compare their qualities, and whatever's most consistent with them being supreme, that's most likely to be the true supreme being, if you get what I mean. So like when I was discussing with Tyler a few minutes ago, he was saying that Jesus is God. And I was like, okay, but didn't Jesus pray to God? He says, yes. So there was some inconsistency there.
Well, no, I heard that argument. This is like we've heard the Christian versus Muslim argument for years, right? Like, their argument, well, if God is all powerful, why is it beyond him to have a son? But it just, how do you get from necessary being to anything with attributes? Like
further to the Jesus thing, yeah. In the Greek, if you look in the Greek text, and they got the place where Jesus himself says, "I am a Muslim." So we could go in there with Mr. Tyler, before.
Yeah, you've cut off again there. But I don't know if did you hear Lawrence Krauss versus Darth Dawkins before, Jen? Don't know if you had that discussion.
I don't know. Darth is just, he's very, he's entertaining in short bits, but I can't really listen.
Okay.
I just don't like his combative, and then just constantly putting people down and, you're dumb, get out of here. This is what they do. This is what they do.
You've done that to me. We're done.
Yep. I'm moving you to the audience. That's it. We're done here.
I'm server muting you.
Yeah. So I don't know. I can't really listen to him too much or take too much of him seriously, but you can look up plenty of videos on Darth Dawkins debunked, or even the cosmological argument debunked. If you type debunked after any one of these arguments, you're going to find a bunch of things. And that's what I think is kind of interesting. So it's while people are so sure about this necessary being argument, there's a million arguments against or how it fails, or so it's I don't know. Philosophy is interesting, but it's, again, I don't think it's anything really solid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. Yeah. So were you on the Clubhouse earlier?
Yeah. I like Clubhouse, man. There's like, I feel like there's more productive conversations over there. There's depending on what rooms you go into, is less just chit chat and more like to the point, to the subject. And I think I could
That's the
definitely
opposite
learn.
of what I
Yeah.
found. I found
Really?
I found them to be less experienced in discussion and debate. I think the platforms we've inhabited have been very they put your feet to the coal, right? They put you straight in the firing line, and to the point that some of the interactions you're going to deal with are beyond the line as well, right? They're below the line, should I say, where they go after people's families and personal life and stuff like that. So it really, if you can survive this environment, then what's that place? Clubhouse is easy. And
yeah, definitely.
But what I find with Clubhouse is that a lot of the people, they're not seasoned in their debating. So like we've developed certain skills online where we don't have to be told what length of time to talk. We'll be considerate, right? In the early days, we used to use timers, 30 seconds here, a minute there. But I think now we've kind of got a balance. We can naturally detect when it's too long, unless you're Carnito. He'll just talk for hours. Big up to Khan. But you know what I'm saying? Like Clubhouse is different. They seem like they're less mature in their, and there's so many people.
Well, it
Sometimes
depends
it's hard
on
to
what
get a
time.
word in.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's where it's kind of like you have a stage with like 25 people on there, and you're waiting. I've waited over an hour one time, like just, please, can I get in line? Can I get in queue? And then they go off, and it's, but if there are some rooms that are really like well moderated, and I have to share some in the back with you sometimes when I come across them. But yeah, no, I've definitely heard a lot of productive, discussions, and a lot of, seems like all the online philosophers are over there. It's the armchair philosophers and whatnot. But it seems
that atheism
interesting.
versus theism room was pretty good. I went on there, and it was all right, nice interaction. But again, it was hard to get anywhere because there's too many people that wanted to speak. There was a guy, I've forgotten his name. He was pretty good with his philosophy. He was a Christian though. His name was Darth. He wasn't Darth Dawkins. He was probably connected to him somehow. But the guy called Darth, I thought he was pretty good.
Maybe if it's Darth Arianis, then he LARPs as a theist sometimes, but he's an atheist.
Really?
But he does a really good job arguing from a theist. But he trolls a lot. Like he'll troll theists, then he'll troll atheists because he's got both arguments down pat. But he's a good guy. I actually met him in tjump server a while ago. Yeah, but I mean it's interesting, and I listen to these things, and I guess I kind of test my own beliefs against some of these philosophical concepts, you know what I'm saying, to see like where it holds up, and where the woo comes in, or you know what I'm saying? Like it's I like it. So
yeah, that's true. I don't know if you saw earlier, we had Jordan M on the channel, so we were privileged to have.
I caught the beginning.
Jenn, yeah. Like from the apparent. Apparently, you were talking about a handful of universes and what if this and what if that. The what ifs are many. But in reality, when you look at it, we only know this one universe. You understand?
So if you're saying that that's in reality is all we have is our observable universe, then why do you believe in anything outside of it? Your mic is breaking up bad too. Like I can't hear what you're saying. But that's not a really good argument on your guys's that wouldn't be a good argument on the theist side, because the basis is outside of reality, outside of our observable, measurable, ontological realities. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So if you want to keep it to reality, when it comes down to it, you've got one universe. So provide your evidence for more. If you're saying it's a long chain of non-stopping universe, give us some evidence.
Okay, my evidence.
The evidence at the moment is siding with the believers.
No, I'm going to tell you my evidence for cyclical existence and cycles is everything in our observable existence lives and dies.
Does it live and die once, or does it live and die multiple times? Is that observable?
Certain things is, yeah, plants, yeah.
But no.
Well, I mean, we live, we reproduce, we die. You know what I'm saying? So there's the cycles there. There's death and birth, death and birth.
That's linear with time. Now, you're saying it's cyclical. Now, if I understand cyclical, I would think that if a tree dies, then it will rebirth as a tree again, the same tree.
I watch trees die here every winter and come back in the spring.
Yeah, but it's not the same tree. Likewise, if my
my
grandparents die, right, they don't come back again.
Simulation of death, like the tree simulates death. It's not actually.
So then why do we say the cycle of life? Is life not a cycle? Like,
The cycle
do we not
of life,
go through stages?
Yeah. What I understand from the term the cycle of life is how, well, there's there's something called life cycle, and there's the cycle of life. Well, if we say, you've got things like the eco cycle. When they say cycle in that sense, they're talking about how we all depend on water, right? Or ecosystem. So there's the water that you drink, and you need water to sustain your life. And you eat from the vegetation. The vegetation grows from the rain that pours on the ground. It mixes with the soil. But for soil to exist, it needs nutrients. Where do they come from? Well, you need worms. Where do worms come from? Well, the soil comes from the worm's poo. Where does the worm get poo from? Well, it eats vegetation. And what nutrient creates nutrients for the soil as well is human and other animals when they decay. So all of these factors that you can say that's a cycle, right? You get a fish will get eaten by another fish, but that fish that gets eaten doesn't come back as the same fish. That's not the cycle that's being referred to.
But it's still part of a cycle that is dependent on the previous cycle. You know what I'm saying? Like our life is dependent on our parents. A piece of them created us. You know what I'm saying? And then like what we have, like our children, like we have to create them. Like they're dependent on our existence. Their existence is dependent on ours. Ours is dependent on multiple of things, like you said, the food, the water that we eat, the water, it's all dependent on oxygen. Nothing can survive without oxygen. So everything is interdependent.
Yeah. So that's an ecosystem. It's not a cycle from how I understand it.
So what happens to our energy when we die if it can't be created or destroyed?
Yeah. What do you mean by energy?
The electricity and energy, the calories that we burn that make energy, that give us energy, all of the energy
Do you mean as well as
that makes us alive?
The consciousness also.
Yeah, that's a part of it. That's a part of I think.
So
I
if
don't
there's
know.
a
Now we're getting
mystery
into mind-body
to it.
dualism, and I really haven't gotten there yet.
So but if I asked you, like, because you're saying you're jinn wali in it, so if I ask you, when was your consciousness inserted into your body, your flesh?
I don't know. Some people say upon conception. Some people say upon the formulation of the brain. We don't really know that yet.
Are you saying that when you refer to energy, are you referring to consciousness? Are you referring to the soul? What do you mean by energy?
So,
like the person we were talking to on what's that thing, Clubhouse, he was trying to convince me that there is no such thing as a soul. What we have is what's it called, chemical, electrochemical something in the brain. That's what consciousness is.
yeah, I don't think I necessarily believe in a soul, like a transmigrating soul or some kind of ghost that pops out after you die. You know, like, I don't know if I necessarily believe in a soul, but I believe we have a consciousness because we can experience consciousness. We can't experience a soul.
Okay, let's test that. So while you're laying limp and unable to move in a state called sleep, have you ever traveled or dreamed and stayed conscious and remembered it?
Yeah, of course.
So that's evidence, exhibit number 1.
Of what? Evidence of what? A consciousness?
I'm
I
just
never denied
providing
a
evidence.
consciousness.
That's
No, I
my raw
believe we have a
skills of
consciousness.
extracting the truth.
Yeah,
I'm
I
the raw
believe.
skill
I conceded to
for
having a
extracting the truth now.
consciousness. I don't know.
So,
Okay.
so how would you yourself describe a stillborn child?
I would describe it as the conditions weren't right for consciousness to arrive.
Oh, so consciousness looks like, in probability, logically, to have been inserted.
Inserted or arise, I don't know. We don't know. We haven't solved the hard problem of consciousness yet. People have been working on that for decades. Does it exist? That's mind-body dualism. So does it exist in the brain or does it exist outside of the brain? Is it an emergent process of the brain or can it exist outside of the brain? That's something that humans don't have the answer to.
So what would you think that, let's say like this, look, you made a cup of coffee and afterward, while drinking it, you thought to yourself, let me make myself a cup of coffee. Or was it the other way around?
So a thought, you get a thought which creates a desire, which you can attach to the thought and make an action or not. So there's a couple processes. There's an original craving, which would be the original thought. And then if you decide to follow that thought and further the craving, then you produce an action or not.
Hey Jen, do you know who Yoshi Bear is? And if their comments are something that you find offensive, let me know. I'll remove them.
Yoshi Bear's question.
Not watching the chat.
He's asking.
I'm pretty sure I have that person blocked.
I think Yoshi Bear asked Jen that does she think that fire is God or is it a part of God when you have a fire? Or which part of the fire is God?
Sorry. Hello, is anyone there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. The bird nest, your audio is really, it goes, it's difficult to, it's difficult to tell you that.
So I don't know, like, whether our energy, I'd have to, like, so our bodies produce energy, correct? Like, and there's evidence of that from, like, the calories that we burn, right? If we don't have calories, if we don't consume calories, then we don't have any output, right?
Yeah.
It's like we can't exist without consuming energy or generating energy from food, right? From calories. So like that energy that's in our body, if like what happens to that, like the energy that makes all of our processes work and our heart pump and all that good stuff, where does that go, like after, upon death? Like, does it just be absorbed into the air? Does it get like gone back into the earth? Like, does it what happens to that? You know what I'm saying? Does it just
Well,
extinguish?
you know, like you mentioned about the tree that simulates death here every winter. Well, every night, for some reason, we lie there still, unable to move. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't think we're unable to move unless we're experiencing
Why are we?
sleep paralysis.
Why would we simulate?
No, I'll
Why
tell
are
you
we
why.
simulating death?
No, we're not simulating death. I'll tell you why. Because there's still functions that are happening at a subconscious level. So our heart is still pumping, our lungs are still breathing, so our lungs are moving. If in the middle of the night, sometimes you wake up, the blankets are off of you because you got too hot, but you don't remember throwing those blankets off. Or sometimes while you're sleeping, you could pull the blankets over you and not even realize that you've done that either. So we are able to move and function at a low conscious level.
Yeah. So I'd say it's not actual death, but it's similar to death, I suppose you could say.
But like the tree.
How though? I don't think it's similar to death.
Not at all.
How, if our energy is still firing, our brain is still firing.
Hold on.
Our consciousness.
You just said the tree dies and comes back to life, and now you're saying no.
I'm saying the trees go dormant. They go through cycles of the trees live life in cycles. They lose their leaves, they get them back. They lose their leaves, they get them back. Those leaves produce new trees, and we get more trees, and those trees produce more trees that you know, so that they produce a cycle. Just like humans, like we produce a cycle of life and death.
Yeah, so on Islamic Q&A, it says, there is evidence in the Quran and Sunnah which indicates that the soul is taken when one falls asleep, and that sleep is a kind of death. This evidence includes the following. It is Allah who takes away the souls at the time of their death, and those that die not during their sleep. He keeps those souls for which he has ordained death and sends the rest for a term appointed. Verily, in this are signs for people who think deeply. Okay. And also, the Prophet ﷺ said, verily Allah took your souls when he willed, and he returned them when he willed. Okay, what else? Whoever sleeps and misses a prayer, let him offer it when he wakes up. Okay. What else? The first thing is that sleep is a form of death. I'm trying to find that. There's another hadith, but it's not here. It mentions that or I may be misquoting, but from what I understood, sleep is the soul at death. When you die, the soul leaves the body. It completely leaves. It separates and doesn't return to the body. Whereas when you sleep, the soul leaves the body, but it's still connected and it returns. It doesn't completely separate. So that remaining connection means you still have some function over the body. That's how I understood it. Again, you know, we'll find out when it happens. SubhanAllah. And the question is, I suppose that I would ask myself is, would I be prepared? Let's say an atheist says, "Oh, there's no God in the hereafter. There is nothing. You just turn to dust, or energy transfers back into some other form of species." Okay, but that's one possibility. The other possibility is that there is a God and he's created us to worship him, and the Quran is his commands for us to live by. And by failing to acknowledge that, we'll be punished. But by acknowledging it, you'll go to paradise and be rewarded. So which of the two would make sense for me to place my bets on?
So wait, what would be punished if you didn't acknowledge what?
If you don't acknowledge God and worship him.
I mean, in a God belief world, yeah,
Well,
why
if you
of course you would listen to the directions of it, right?
well, because you got eyes and you got feelings and senses to decipher things, because you ignored it, and that meaning you ignored the truth. And for ignoring the truth, like, there's a price to pay.
But how can I ignore something that's not my truth?
Yeah, Birdness, it's hard to talk, mate, because you come in and then you disappear.
Yeah.
Sorry
I
about
mean, truth, I think, is subjective to the perceiver of it. You know, like no two beings will ever, I think, truly experience the same truth of reality. I'll never live your life. You'll never live my life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you could see the tree as, you know, brown and green. And, you know, since some women can hold extra color receptors in their eyes, I may be able to see it as, you know, tan, lime green, and something else. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I may see the same thing in different colors or something. So like you would swear up and down that it's what you're seeing, and I would swear up and down that that's what I'm seeing. So I don't think that reality could be perceived exactly by any two beings. So I think in that way,
Let's say
we live our
for
own
example,
truth.
yeah, okay, let's say for example, a statement was made that you are made from earth. Would you say that's truth or not truth?
From earth? No, I was made from two human bodies. That's false.
So I wouldn't find so I wouldn't find any minerals from the earth that your body contains.
Yeah, of course, we all contain the same elements, but no one's born.
So now logically, you're made from earth and others bacteria.
No, made from cells and minerals manipulated as they are found in the human body. The iron that we have in our body is not the iron that's in the earth. Like you can't build a building out of the iron that's in our blood. It's a different form of the mineral. So I mean, the minerals take different forms and have different jobs as they are in our body than are out of the body.
So you don't absorb iron. That's what you're claiming.
No, everybody absorbs iron, but what I'm saying is that there's minerals inside the body and minerals outside of the body, and while they contain the same elements, they have different biological functions.
So spinach does not contain iron as from today, certified.
No, I didn't say that. I said, yes, they do, but you can't extract the iron out of spinach and build a building, an iron beam out of it, where you can drill for iron or however they find it in the earth. You know what I'm like calcium. You could see huge calcium deposits, like where are they, in the ocean or something? Coral or somewhere. But those like calcium deposits are not the same ones that you're gonna like build up in your body. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they're the same elements, but they have a different function and they're a different form. But to say someone is born of the earth or you're born from the earth is just wrong. Like, you don't dig up a hole in the ground and pull a body out. Like, you're born.
So logically, and the facts and the science dictates you're made from the earth. But let's just say no, we don't like that. I don't know. Don't call me that.
No. So
do not like it.
Okay, so you're
No,
saying
I don't like it. No, I don't like it. I'm made from the.
So humans came from the earth then.
I'm made from the earth. Hold
Humans
on.
are made
I can
from the
decompose. I can decompose nice and naturally back into the earth, where my body is absorbed back into the minerals I'm made from the earth. But I'm not made from earth. No.
Okay, so let's say, all right, so we're made from the earth. So then human life started in this planet, and we popped up from the ground.
First, when you find a fact, but first, when you find a fact, you have to say Allahu Akbar. Then we go to the next one. First, say Allahu Akbar first.
Why would I do that? I don't think that's fair for you to ask me to say that when it wouldn't be genuine, and I wouldn't want to say that to be offensive.
Because the knowledge that we're made from the earth came from our Creator Allah before the scientists pointed this out.
I don't know. That's still a reach, but I could understand why you dig it. That's cool. So I mean, if minerals and life
actually call Jen's sister just.
Huh? He didn't say anything.
I don't know what you're saying, Bird Nest. Hold on. Bird Nest, fix your audio, please, and then come back. Yeah, so that Yoshi Bear, Jen, I timed them out because of that comment. So then
Oh, that's all right. You probably get in more trouble for timing people out. Just let them talk.
yeah, they said I didn't. He said that Bunny reactionary. I only asked her because she have said it before that she had nightmares. We know that you are a backside licker, but calm down. Bun your shitty channel. Suck your mother. React.
Wow. Well, it might not be anyone you want to hang around anyway, so I don't know. Yeah, I did have a talk with Dujana about nightmares one time and what was the Islamic prescription cure for them. So yeah, we did have a discussion about them. So
yeah, cool.
people like to throw it in my face and say that I'm being taunted by demons or something because I'm rejecting the truth. But
is that what people said to you?
yeah. I didn't even give them the details of the nightmare. It was just like a repeating like series. I don't know. This is so different experiences in my life have led me to believe that there's more than just this human plane of existence, right? Like I could grasp there being ghosts and NDEs and kind of mystical things that people couldn't really explain, right? Like I would probably be laughed at by all these philosophers and ontological blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's why I said what I believe is not necessarily probably reflective of the conversation.
Yeah.
So So I don't know, man, but it's interesting. Like it's real interesting. I know it's got to be mad late for you. It's like 1 o'clock for me, so I'm probably gonna get going. But yeah, we'll continue this. I do want to have that discussion on the whole like, oh, you're an atheist. Why would you care if 10 babies were drowning? That's so cringe. You got to stop saying that.
That's a good question, though, isn't it?
No, because atheists can believe in objective morality. And that's just like morality is not based on like any, well, that's the thing. So like you believe the source of morality is different from their source of morality, but it could still be an objective, emergent, like property of the human existence, right? Like, unless you're a psychopath like David Wood and have no feelings of regret, like that's how we've been able to succeed as a human race for all this time.
Yeah, and another question is, does objectivity even exist in atheism? Or is everything subjective?
Depends on the atheist. I don't know. I don't think atheism is like a broad brush that you could. Some of them think there are. Some of them think there's not. You know what I'm saying? Like Tjump is an atheist and he believes in objective morality, and he makes a damn good argument for it. And
does he?
I don't know. Like yeah, I mean, in my opinion, yeah, like definitely. If you look at like evolutional psychology and how humans like if you consider natural selection like for just even the base of the conversation, right? Like only thing natural selection cares about is getting the genes to the next generation, right? So like that's if nobody cared about killing people, sorry, snowplow. If nobody cared about killing people and nobody thought that killing people was wrong, like the race would have died out a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? But like there's an inherent, I guess, sense of value on life that I think can exist in any worldview.
But it, yeah. Yeah, I know you're about to jump off, so I don't want to open up a big.
But yeah,
discussion.
We'll continue that next time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one to get into. Yeah, but definitely we'll talk about it. But as you saw, it wasn't just me who's questioning that, but even Greg Bahnsen was discussing that.
Yeah, I think it's just a thing like theists like to throw around, like they have an answer and nobody else does, and it's kind of like, oh well, I can answer these, and that's what I found out with Darth. Like he's kind of insincere because he's like, oh well, I can answer this question and you can't. You know what I'm saying? But like when Tjump flipped it around on him, and he's like, well, you know, theism can't answer the questions that, you know, philosophy can. it was kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it can't solve the train dilemma. It can't give us answers to this thing. Like, there was a couple other questions that he said that theism didn't have the answer to, which we can kind of figure out by, you know, just humanity. And I don't know. We'll have to go back and listen to that.
Yeah, well, I'll probably review it as well. So that'll be good to talk about. Nice one.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, well, have a good night, yeah?
Yeah,
up,
big up, Jen.
everyone.
Thanks for
All right.
jumping on.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Peace.
Take care. Yes, Bird Nest, welcome back.
React, I'm back to tell the fact about you and Jen, how you like to research and the facts get the black treatment. Black out the facts, bro. What's going on?
I don't understand you. I'm trying to understand you. I don't understand you.
Look, man, look at my picture, yeah? That's what I'm saying, innit? You understand about the picture, yeah? Look at Jinn Wali, bro. Did you hear the story about the jinns visiting her, yeah? Did you hear it?
No.
Yeah. Jinn Wali was on our brother Dujana's live stream once, and she saying some spirits are spooking her out, you know, moving the blanket off her. She's not knowing how the blanket came off. Just like she said a moment ago about the blanket flying around and that. All type of stuff.
Well, that's
just...
She's not here to talk about it. So
Jinn's alright, bro. Jinn's alright, bro. Because you can provide as much evidence as you want, yeah? But the jinn, like the rebellious ones, they won't act like the major jinn. The original rebellious one. What do you say to that?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're speaking
so what about the
riddles. You're speaking in riddles, bro.
Yeah, but you know when it shocked, when Jinn realized that she's made from the earth, it sort of shocked her, innit? So she just laughed it off.
Are you talking about Jen or Jinn?
Jinn Wali, man. Jinn Wali, bro. Jinn Wali, bro. Original, man. Definite. But I'm just being honest with you that when you have to grill these people, yeah, like obviously you have to have the ability to grill them, innit? And not
I don't
romance them.
Ability,
like if you're a romancer type, like you just want to chat to them for hours, waffle, and just nothing happened. And then she's gone to bed. She might go to hell if she dies. And you just didn't bother grilling anyone. Then I don't mind coming on. Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
But do it with a good microphone, bro. Like, because the echo is just impossible. It's really like, it ruins the conversation. If you do it with a good microphone, I think people can listen to you better. Otherwise,
yeah,
like
you're right. I mean, if people haven't learned over these few years to keep quiet when I'm talking, what would you want me to do?
You know,
like, explain them that, yeah?
Yeah, what's the verse in the Quran about when you give da'wah? To use hikmah and maw'izatil hasana, like good speech. I think part of that is, you know, not having a noisy microphone. But who was interrupting you anyway? Me. Apologies for that, bro. No offense intended.
It's good, man. It's good dialogue. It was good dialogue, you know. End of the day, you can't take nothing away from the dialogue.
Suppose. Yeah.
But you gotta say, like, I mean, bird nest, like, you don't let them slip, you know, because Jinn did describe the tree that dies and then fruits back up. And then she flipped when I said, well, what about the human when we lay down and do the same thing and don't function, just like the tree is not functioning. But then the word death didn't suit her anymore. So you see, when you spot them, move them goalposts and that, you need the bird nest in it on these type of capers. So
yeah, because
obviously I'm gonna watch out for you. I'm gonna watch out for you.
I didn't spot it, so yeah, it's probably good that you're here to spot that stuff.
Bro, obviously you spotted it. You got that good spotter technique that you have. But at the same time, I mean, you know, when someone's talking, giving you that gift of the gab and that, sometimes you let it slip, don't you?
Well, sometimes you should think strategically, not just, you know, tactically or whatever the word is for. Sometimes you don't want to win the small, tiny battles. You want to look at the big picture and win the big one. Do you know what I mean? So you let things pass sometimes.
Yeah,
Address
fair enough.
bigger issues. Otherwise, every discussion is just going to be like tit for tat. Yeah, you don't get anywhere in that type of scenario. If humans come from Earth, there's no reason for anything else. I don't understand that. I don't understand that one.
When you put them on the spot, and then they're gonna deny minerals and nutrients within their own body, then I think you do have to deal with them. It's your job for reactionary.
I didn't know what you guys were talking about when you were talking about minerals and iron. I was a bit lost.
You can rewind it, but for 1 minute, Jen's saying, no, we got the minerals from our mother and father. And then I said to her, what about spinach? Is there any iron in it? And then she wandered off and I said, what about, no, we contain our own calcium. So then there's no calcium. We're not absorbing anything from milk. So, I mean, it's a whole different world in that. Marvelous, a bit of science, but you have to be like a bit sort of a certain type of way to believe it.
Check this out. Check this video out. Bear with me.
Cosmology, Dr. Krause.
Right. We're discussing nonsense.
What you're doing is
nothing useful to say.
What you're doing is you're trying to introduce.
Okay. All right.
Tom Rabbit.
First of all, let me thank you for your time. We're approaching the final segments, and now, without further ado, please, you and Darth Dawkins can have a brief conversation, and then we will discuss briefly your book, your article that you wrote about the ideological corruption of sense, and then we will say goodbye. And thank you so much. Okay, Darth, you there?
I am.
Darth, I can't hear you.
I heard him say that.
All right, Darth, the floor is yours. The floor is yours, Darth. Please take it away.
Yeah, Dr. Krause, earlier you stated that God is not necessary. You can only make such a statement if and only if you first determine that God does not exist and that he's not ultimate and fundamental, instituting what's possible and impossible on a metaphysical level. How have you rationally justified
Can I create a universe? Oh, sorry, I disagree that completely. I can point out that my pen isn't necessary for that tree to fall across my ear. I can ask, and the point is, can I explain the fundamental principles and make predictions about how a universe can come into existence without any external guidance and intelligent being? And if I can, then I can say that the existence of such an intelligent being is not necessary for that to happen. I don't have to ask any questions.
You didn't let me finish my question.
I know I didn't. I disagree with your premise, so I wanted to.
Okay, well, the problem here is God, by definition, in such a conversation like this, would be defined as what is ultimate and fundamental, instituting what's possible and impossible. If you say God is not necessary, that to all possibility and impossible.
You see what's interesting? All these fancy words, right? Is God the one that's necessary, instituting what is possible and impossible, and blah, 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 blah. All these fancy words. Every Muslim child knows this. They just don't know all the fancy vocabulary. But you could speak to a 7-year-old Muslim child and they'll understand exactly what's being said by Darth Dawkins. Yeah. Muslims have this basic outlook on life. They don't know the vocabulary to articulate it in this way. But in Arabic, it's just in a few small verses in Surah قل هو الله أحد, Surah Al-Ikhlas.
Possibility, then that entails that God does not exist. Okay? Now, if you haven't, may I finish, please? May I finish, please? This is the second time you've cut me off. Okay?
Yeah, I have.
Right now. Okay, well, why don't you let me finish? Okay. Now, your position, am I correct? It's your position that God does not exist?
How can I? No, my position is that there's no evidence for the existence of intelligent being, and there's no necessity to understand the universe to have such intelligent being. Whether such intelligent being exists, so let me finish that. Whether such intelligent being exists or not is something that is a question that I can't answer.
Okay, so then for you, then the existence of God as what is ultimate and fundamental to all possibility, is that still an open question for you?
I don't. I mean, your definition of God is not what my definition of God. So it's a semantic question. What I say is, what's necessary to understand the universe is what we learn about the universe and the empirical laws that govern the universe.
I think what Darth is really trying to say is that, you know, you got these people who say that atheism is the positive affirmation, you could say, that God does not exist. And other people say, no, atheism is the lack of knowledge that God exists. Right? So one is certain and the other is, well, I won't say unsure, but they have no, one is claiming they have knowledge that God doesn't exist, and another says no, they don't have knowledge for the existence of God. And what Darth is basically trying to say is that either of those require you to presume that the falsehood of God, right? Because without presuming that, you presume that God is the founder of the universe, does exist, and is perfect. So any sort of ideas that oppose that presume that God does not exist. And so he's trying to put the man into a position that he's already taken an atheistic stance. He's decided, he's willingly chosen that route.
Turns out the universe is coming into existence based on those empirical laws. Whether there's absolute and necessary, those things are not relevant to me as a scientist. They just aren't questions I come up with.
Okay, so when we talk about God, we're talking about what's ultimate and the creator. Okay, what is metaphysically first and primary, what institutes what's possible and impossible. Okay, so that's how we're defining God.
When you say first, what do you mean first?
That which is ultimate and fundamental.
No, when you say first, what do you mean first? When you say first, you mean before?
I'm saying no. I'm not speaking chronologically. I'm talking about what is fundamental. Why anything is possible. You know, this is about the fourth or fifth time you've interrupted me, Dr. Krause.
Well, maybe we should have this.
Well, I'm being very polite to you, and you're being very rude to me. I'm simply trying to get a question out, and that's the sixth time you've interrupted me.
Mr. Krause, would you like to continue this conversation?
I've gone back and forth. If I can listen to a tirade,
I haven't been in a tirade. You have been interrupting me. No, don't cut me off. You know,
Professor Krause, please go ahead and Darth will go.
I was asking you a question.
Okay, Darth, please, just a minute, okay? You have to let Professor Krause engage.
Well, let him ask this
Okay,
question.
go. Go ahead, Darth. Ask the question.
Okay. Well, first of all, I wasn't on a tirade. I didn't interrupt you. You interrupted me the whole time. If you don't determine that, if you haven't determined that God is not there, then how could you determine whether or not all facts are not related to him? You would first have to determine that God does not in fact exist. Consequently, therefore, nothing could stand in causal relations to him. How did you determine that all facts that you're acquainted with do not stand in causal relations to God without first determining God does not exist? How did you do that, Dr. Krause?
Well, because I don't claim to know everything. And that's the main point. Science doesn't claim to know the answer.
I didn't ask you a scientific question.
Okay, now you're interrupting me.
So you don't like that? No, I asked you a legitimate question. You didn't answer.
Okay, Darth, he's not interested. Darth, he's not interested. I'm not interfering. Professor Krause says.
No, just mute me.
Yeah.
The point is that as I tried to say to you before, I never argued with God. But the question you're asking, it's like saying to me, I cannot describe the universe until I prove that unicorns are.
Okay, you didn't address my question.
I can somehow describe. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
And my point is
the causal relations to God.
if you are arguing that God is necessary, the universe exists, I can't argue against that claim, but there's no empirical evidence for the claim.
I didn't make an argument to you, Dr. Krause.
Save a deposit.
Yeah, there's only so much I could take of Darth. He is entertaining, but sometimes he's just too full of himself. So I'm glad the advert came to interrupt at that moment. You know what? It's now Fajr time, so it's probably a good idea to end the stream. It's been a good few hours. Thank you all for watching, listening, participating. And, you know, it'd be good to catch up again. So if you've got anything you'd like me to review, let me know. I'll go through it on a live stream, inshallah. Yeah, I want to watch this one, Materialism versus Atheism, 5 Problems. But I won't watch that now. We'll do that next time, inshallah.
How do we as presuppositionalists pursue set 4, showing the failure to provide the preconditions of intelligibility with respect to the different worldviews that we can encounter? Let's start with...
See, the problem with some of this language, it feels like magic. It's like somebody's trying to fool me with their words.
Well, you think there's some spelling going on?
Not that type of magic. I mean, more in the sense of illusions. People trying to present something, but like they're saying words, but what are they? Is there any meaning behind their words? You have to break them down word by word to try and interpret what's being said. And if that's the level of communication, it's very poor. Just because you're good at speaking academic language doesn't mean that it's appropriate when addressing an audience, if they have to break down every word you say to understand it. So some people have mastered that art of using academic language, and they basically say nothing. They use a lot of words, but say nothing. So yeah. Like, what did he actually just say?
The materialist. We want to point out to the materialist that he or she can claim that only concrete particular things exist, that there are no material or abstract realities, that he or she can claim that all events are random, there's no personal plan, no control over this world in which we live.
Isn't that what Jenn was sort of saying earlier?
He or she can claim that reality amounts to matter and motion, but they cannot think or act or reason in that way. They can claim that, but they can't reason or act, cannot think in that fashion at all. To the materialist, to the atheist. 1, why be rational? 2, what's the origin of life? 3, why think in terms of scientific inference? 4, why think in terms of general principles? 5, why be moral? I'm going to talk about each one of them. And I want you to see there's an overwhelming avalanche of philosophical problems with materialism. 1, why be rational? Once had a radio dialogue with George Smith, who wrote the case against God. And this book was really played up and so forth. It was supposed to take all the great arguments, into account and be very...
Yeah, it looks like a really interesting discussion. Inshallah, we'll come back to this next time. For now, I think it's time to end the stream. So, yeah, big up to Bird Nest Rap Fest. Who else came on earlier? We had Jenn, Wallis, we had Tyler, Jordan M, Zoubida, and myself. So take care, everyone. Peace and blessings on our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.